Hello? I should be audible now. That was weird. Like I had to like unplug and replug in my mic. So yeah. But yeah. Start stream, stares at chat, absolute power move. I wished that was intentional, but not quite. But yeah, also I gotta like get chat in here. I hope that I shared the right link on. Okay, I did. But yeah. How's everybody doing today on this Wednesday afternoon? Yeah. Ooh, today is a good day. My meeting got canceled. Nice. That means more time to just like to listen to Fate, right? But yeah. Uh but I'm doing like all right, I would say. My throat is like a little sore, like not like the middle part of it, but kind of like the top part of like my throat is a little sore. But other than that, I feel like I'm doing all right for the most part. Dom, hello. You got glasses? Yeah, specifically for these Fate streams. They don't fit my face completely because they're just kind of like a VTuber asset. But yeah. But since I'm doing a lot of reading, I kind of need some support for my eyes, right? So yeah. But other than that though, yeah. Jeez, I missed a lot. I would say like there's been like a fair bit that's happened between the last time and this stream here. Yeah. But I kind of just want to like get into Fate right away today because I don't know. I feel like like I kind of feel it in my voice too that it feels a little maybe strained. I think. So I want to like just like go ahead and get into it because I know that when we do the karaoke stream next week, hopefully next week, my schedule next week is gonna be really weird. Um, that'll probably be like our best time to like chat and all that stuff. So yeah, we got yourself some tea and honey. I was just talking to Mrs. Brief about that too. It was like maybe I should like make some honey tea for myself for the stream, and it was like I said that out loud, and I just did not do it. Oh god. Okay. That's probably like very much indication that I should do it. Okay. Let me just give me a minute, chat. It won't take too long. Alrighty, I'm back. Alright, I hope that didn't feel too long. But yeah. So I made myself some tea with peppermint and lemon is the flavor. And then I added the honey to it too. Maybe a little bit too much honey because of how golden this tea is. Yeah. Welcome back, thank you. But yeah. I don't know if this is like part of like the tea set that we've been trying over the past couple of months. But if it's not, then hey. Here's like a live like tea tasting right here. Like to give a preview of what will happen with the video whenever that finishes. Yeah. Oh, so I was watching the VOD from last week and Archer shows up. Yeah, he did. Mr. Reed said something about Shudo channeling my thoughts. Since when do I hate Archer? Oh, that might have been more Vivi. That like I was like confusing you with, sorry. Because I feel like you were saying like some comments about Archer, but I think it's like definitely not as mean-spirited as like Vivi like does to Archer. But yeah. I got married, had a family, and grew old since you've been gone. Did I just activate like the time traveling tea kettle? Like what happened? Yeah, I wasn't gone for that long, was I? Man. I moves fast, he does. I was being silly, no worries. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, let me see. I saw that there was like some other messages in here. Let me see. Okay, yeah. Here we are. Sorry, just like looking at some messages in Discord. Me at Archer, frick that guy. Okay. Alright, so my memory wasn't like entirely off then. Yeah. Oh my god, ignore us, silence us. What if I was looking at other messages? Who said I was looking at your messages? But yeah, no. I was like playing Yakuza a little bit earlier, and that's why I like because I have to use OBS to like get like console games onto my PC monitor. So I had to turn off streamer mode for that. But now it's just like gone. So if I get any messages, it's just gonna like sound for me. But I can live with it. Oh wow. Expose? Hashtag? No. I managed to finish half of Desert Bus by the time you made that tea. What's Desert Bus? Is that like a manga or something like that? You must have put something in there if it was that good. Yeah, instead of the chat. Desert Bus is a game? I did what? Okay, that's the last time I'll look. I promise. You drive a bus in a straight road through desert. That's it. For hours. It's just a game about a bus in the desert? Interesting. Okay. Huh. Alright. Oh, I should like let my tea like cool first before I start. Because it's like still pretty hot. Like it's like fresh like off the kettle after all. But yeah, and then plus I also still want to like at least try it first to see if I'll like it before we start reading. Hopefully. But knowing me, I'll probably just like drink it anyway. Because I don't want like this to go to waste. Yeah. The brief situation is crazy. This... Yeah. It's sometimes a doobie. But alrighty. But all that being said though, I will say that I've been like sleeping a lot recently. Even if I like wake up in the middle of the night, I still have been sleeping for like at least like 10 hours like every night. And with that, too. Yeah, I still feel tired, like despite that. So I wonder if like my body is just like way more way more like exhausted than I like gave it credit for, you know? And then that's the reason why I'm just like more sleepier than usual too. I wish that were me. Insomnia, my old friend, has returned. Ah, man. Do you feel like it has something to do with like work, especially? Is the reason why I came back, or is it just like you just don't know? So yeah, definitely. Ah, I see. Man, gotta love that, right? But hopefully it's just like much like it's a smaller temporary thing, and then you can go back to like having good naps like soon, you know? So yeah. Okay, so let me go ahead and switch over to the game. Let me first open it, and that'll be really helpful. And then let's get started with some Fate. Tech Moon. At least one thing I appreciate with this game is that I don't need to like do any special filters or anything like that. I can just read. Which I will say, I was tempted to do like a double like a Fate like stream this week, like today and tomorrow. But I figured like Ender Magnolia is probably almost done, so we can just do that instead. But I feel like one day it will happen. Alright, February 9th. Skyscraper, Chapter 10. Which I wonder how many chapters there are in this game. I'm having a bad dream. My body, injured as it is, demands long, deep sleep. Hey, that's me! But my mind is still stuck replaying all that happened today, and won't let me rest peacefully. My body, still not fully healed, is burning. My mind is plagued with guilt. I think I'm crying out in my sleep. As I sleep, my dream drags on. I don't know this route, so I wouldn't be able to say. Love you, Saber, but your anime is so old. Ow. Yeah, it was like, what? Fate was like back in 2008? How many victims were there? Tosuka said there were no deaths, but that might just be the official story. No way does someone come out unscathed after having their life force ripped from them. They could suffer any number of long-term physical problems in years to come, or even brain damage from lack of oxygen. Some students even had severe skin damage. Even if they heal, they'll likely have scars for the rest of their lives. My body hurts. I nearly died today. No, I did die today. A convulsion rocks my whole body. Bad luck for everyone who got sucked into this today, but you did well, Shiro. You stopped the catastrophe, and you did it by taking a wound that would normally kill you. That's like 40 years ago. There's nothing to feel guilty about. The pain tries to tell me to just go to sleep. No. I can't make excuses for myself. It doesn't matter. There was a disaster, and I just happened to be there. But I couldn't do anything. They're saying I saved lives. But I didn't save anyone. Not one person. If only this had just been a mistake. If only it hadn't happened, then my mind would be at peace and I could sleep. I'm pissed off. It's absurd. My heart complained like this when my body's already so weak. There won't be a miracle like that. Just wishing for a do-over because things didn't go well, and were so terrible they should never have happened, is pathetic. You can't take back what's already done. It's not possible, and shouldn't be attempted anyway. So I can't just pretend all that didn't happen. There's only one thing I can do. Make sure I do everything I possibly can to prevent anything like that from ever happening again. That's enough sleep. I can worry about my body later. If I can move, I should wake up and hit the ground running. If my goal is to make sure no one is hurt, I'll need to push myself to the verge of death. I open my eyes. I take one deep breath, filling my lungs with air. The frigid winter air dispels my drowsiness almost instantly. I realize it's just past 6 in the morning. Habits really are extraordinary things. My body must have at least partly recovered, since I'm waking up at my usual time.
Yes.
I stand up and fold up my futon blanket. The instant I undertake even such a mundane task, intense pain spikes through my left shoulder.
そりゃそうだよな。さすがにまだ治りきってないか。
I wonder how much of the visual novel music is like in the anime too. I'm always curious. There's only pain though. This is far better than what I felt when Berserker tore out my stomach the other day. When that happened, my insides felt like they were slush, and the nausea was far more intense than the pain. I head out to the hallway. Not much, but we use these tracks as FGO all the time. Oh wow, okay. So at least they're there. The sunlight is muted by the gloom outside. It's cloudy. Looks like it's going to rain.
シロ、目が覚めたのですか?
Saber!
ああ、今目が覚めた。そういうセイバーこそ今朝は早いんだな。いつもならまだ眠ってる時間じゃないか。
Yeah, Saber's not typically up so long before breakfast.
シロ、私とて好きで眠っているわけではありません。私が朝食まで眠っているのは単に魔力を温存するためだと言ったはずです。
Huh. This is what this tastes like? Peppermint and lemon with honey. Hang on. Let me mute you. I guess it's helping, but did I put enough honey in there? Did I not use enough? This is a weird combination.
その、いかにも普段から寝過ごしているという物言いはやめてほしい。
なんでさ、別にそんなつもりで言ってないぞ、俺。単にこんな早起きしていいのかって思っただけだ。
ほう、そうですか。私が早起きするのはおかしいと。
Saber sounds crabby. Maybe it's my imagination. Saber doesn't seem quite as reserved as usual.
いや、おかしいとかじゃなくていいのかなって。セイバーが頻繁に眠らなくちゃいけないのは俺のせいだ。だから今朝もできる限り眠っていないといけないんじゃないのか。
当然です。ですが、それはあくまで待機状態に過ぎません。私が眠っていたのは緊急時に備えてのもの。今の状態で眠るのは道理にかなわないではないですか。
道理にかなわないってなんで？別に今は誰とも戦ってないし、襲われてもいないぞ。
We're seeing more and more expressions from Saber, and I like it.
いえ、ですからそれは。
Saber's stumbling over her words. It seems like there's something she doesn't want to say.
まあいいけど、今は緊急ってわけじゃないんだし、出かけるまで眠っていた方がいい。朝飯ができたら呼びに行くから、それまで力を温存しといてくれ。今日一日、セイバーの力を借りることになるんだから。
I head to the kitchen.
待ってください、シロ。
なんだよ、セイバー。他に何か。
あなたは今何をすると言いましたか？
I hold my breath, barely realizing I'm doing it. She's asking me something, but her eyes are preventing me from giving an answer.
そもそもあなたは安静にしなければいけない体でしょう。朝食の支度など凛がします。シローが優先すべきことは部屋で休み体を癒すことです。それが分かっていないとは言わせません。
セイバ
Saber remains so stern because she's so genuinely concerned about me.
部屋に戻ってください、シロー。眠りが必要なのは私ではなくあなたの方です。
Saber sees right through me and glares at me all the more intensely. But still, I can't let Shinji let
ー。いや、
loose.
部屋には戻らない。もう十分休んだし、やらなくちゃいけないことがあるだろう。準備ができたら街に出よう、セイバー。今日中にシンジを捕まえるんだ。
なぜですか？今日中にライダーのマスターを捕らえる理由などありません。戦うのならシローの傷が癒えてからにするべきです。それからでも遅くはないでしょう。
それは違う、セイバー。順番で言うなら俺の体なんて後回しだ。そんな暇はないんだ。シンジのやつが何をするかはお前だってわかるだろう。またあんな結界を張られる前にあいつからライダーを切り離す。サーバントがいなくなればシンジは何もできないはずだ。
昨日のような犠牲者を出したくないというのですか？ライダーのマスターを倒すのではなく、ただそれだけのために戦うと。
そんなことはない。シンジには責任を取らせる。そのためにはライダーを倒さなくちゃいけないだけだ。それに犠牲者を出さないために行動するなんていうのは当たり前だろ。そんなこと戦う理由以前の問題だ。
そうですか。マスターがそう言うのなら私は従うだけですが。
Looks like we're going out.
シンジを探す？別に文句はないけど、ちゃんと勝ち目があって言ってるんでしょうね、シロ。
It is after breakfast. That's Tosuka's immediate response when I say we can't just let Shinji remain on the run.
勝ち目ってシンジに対してか？
そうよ。前もって言っとくけど、賞賛もないくせに他のマスターに手を出す気だったなんて言ったら笑うわよ。
ああ。
Crap. Now that she mentions it, I really only thought about stopping Shinji. I hadn't given much thought to the details. Or any.
ちょっと、エミヤくん、本気？
すまん。笑ってくれ。
うわ、悪いけど笑えないわ、今の冗談。
Ugh. That reaction makes it clear just how stupid I'm being. I want to curl up into a little ball and hide.
セイバー、あんたのマスターはこんなんだけど、あなた自身はどうなの？ライダーと戦うことに異論はないわけ？
ライダーと戦うだけならば問題はありません。彼女の能力は確認済みです。それはシロー本人も分かっていると思います。何しろライダーと直接対峙したのですから。
ああ、そうだっけ。ならシローにもライダーがどの程度かは分かっているんだ。
Tosuka looks my way, her eyes curious. She obviously wants to know about how strong Ryder is. True, I do have something of an assessment. Maybe it's because I formed a contract with her servant, or maybe it's the power of the command spells. Though she may not be my servant, but I have some understanding of her abilities since I've seen her fight. Ryder wasn't an especially strong servant.
ライダーはセイバーほど強くない。1対1の戦いならまず負けはしないと思う。
そうなんだ。ならちゃんと賞賛はあるんじゃない。シンジは魔術師じゃないから ライダーはマスターからの支援を受けられない。必然的にセイバーとライダーの一騎打ちになるものね。
So what do they have planned to counter that then? Tosaka's right. As long as Shinji's a master, Ryder has to fight on her own. Saber shouldn't be at a disadvantage, but...
何よ気の乗らない顔して。何か問題でもあるっていうの？
ああ。いいか、登坂。それだけ戦力的に上回ったセイバーに追い詰められていたのに、ライダーはシンジを連れて逃げ延びたんだ。あれは、ライダーの宝具だったと思うんだが。
The arrow of light that tore through the hallway. If Saber hadn't shoved me to the ground, that wave of destruction would have completely annihilated me. If that was Ryder's ace in the hole, we shouldn't take her lightly, even if she is weaker.
つまりライダーはライダー本人より所有する宝具の方が優れてるタイプってわけね。で、セイバー、シローはともかく、あなたならライダーの宝具が何であるか分かったんじゃない？目の前で使われたんだから見当ぐらいはついてるんでしょ？
Which reminds me, it's the start of a new stream, so we gotta read. Here. So I think the only person left that we have that we can read is Heracles, right? Yeah. Because we still don't know Ryder's like background yet. Well, alright, here we go. The greatest hero in Greek mythology. The demigod hero is a product of the chief deity, Zeus, and a human woman. Heracles was skilled in every aspect, but there was a big problem with his personality. During his childhood, he beat his lyre teacher to death over a trivial matter. He then spent his days as a shepherd until adulthood, in order to reform himself into a composed man. Heracles, who grew up to be a fine young man, accomplished many great deeds that caused the king of Thebes to grant his daughter, Megara, to him. They had 2 children, and he earned the right to succeed the king. Heracles was young and strong, and had already become an existence that no human could hope to defeat. It seemed as if the rest of Heracles' life with his family was going to be smooth sailing. However, Zeus's wife, Hera, detested Heracles because he was the child of Zeus and a human, and influenced his fate at every opportunity. Hera instilled madness in Heracles, which made him go insane, and he ended up killing Megara and his 2 children. Troubled by the sins that he committed, he received an oracle. He was to atone by becoming a slave for Eurystheus, the man who snatched the kingship that would have originally been his to claim. Eurystheus was jealous of the strong hero, Heracles. He gave him many difficult tasks, declaring that he would stay a slave until he finished them. Herc is madness enhanced by 10 times. Yeah, no, that's the Berserker class, so this is like scary, like with that in mind. They were all labors that could not be achieved by regular humans. They became widely known as the 12 labors of Heracles. There were only 10 labors that the gods had imposed as punishment for Heracles' sins, but 2 more labors were added by Eurystheus, because he did not approve the fulfillment of 2 of them. But Heracles managed to complete even those tasks, and it may have been because he had just been granted freedom, but he even received an immortal body as proof of his great deeds. This marked the beginning of the legend of the greatest hero of Greece, Heracles, who accomplished deeds equivalent to the Argo expedition and the Trojan War by himself. However, Heracles' life after that was filled with madness. Hera's hatred was endless, and Heracles, who was supposed to be immortal, was poisoned by one of his wives. Wives? Plural? The great hero who fought a competitive battle against the sun god as a human was slowly getting killed due to this goddess's persistent jealousy. While on the verge of his death, Heracles burned his own body, which was still afflicted with poison, and entrusted himself to Zeus's judgment. The gods approved of Heracles' great deeds at a conference, and prepared a seat for him in Olympus after his death, effectively deifying him. Heracles went mad many times in Greek mythology, but originally, he was an excellent soldier who could use any weapon. Heracles actually possesses attributes that could allow him to be categorized as any of the regular servant classes, excluding Castor. The best noble phantasm that he owns was earned during the 12 labors. There's a bow and arrow called 9 Lives. Ooh. Okay. But that doesn't mean that he has it here, right? Turns the body into sturdy armor. Rose should have been an archer. Yeah, but he came out as a berserker, which is like honestly really scary.
面目ありません。白を守ることに精一杯で、私もあれが何であるか確認することはできなかった。そんなことに気を割いていたら、私も白もあの一撃に巻き込まれていたでしょう。
巻き込まれたって何？ライダーの宝具って飛び道具なの？
それに近いものでした。分類的にはリンの使う魔術に近い。あれは私の剣やランサーの槍のような対人宝具ではないのでしょう。
ああ。
私の魔術に近いってそれこそ変よ。セイバーの対魔術は神業じゃない。現代の魔術じゃまずあなたに傷を負わせることはできない。そのあなたがかわさなくちゃいけない魔術なんて、それは。
はい。神秘はより強い神秘の前に無効化される。私の鎧を通ることができる神秘は、あなたたちの言う魔法か神域に住む幻想種だけです。
魔法使い。ライダーは魔術師だっていうの？セイバ
ー。いいえ、それほどの魔力は感じませんでした。彼女はライダーです。魔法使いがいるとすれば、それはキャスターだけでしょう。ライダーの宝具はおそらく別のものだと思います。
Saber's answer gets a sigh of relief from Tosaka. I don't quite get what's going on though.
セイバー、お前の鎧っていうのはそんなに硬いものなのか？魔法でなければ通らないなんて言うけど、それならランサーのゲイボルクは魔法ってことになるが。
ええ、確かにランサーのゲイボルクは魔法に近い呪いですが、リン、シローに説明してあげてくれますか？
私？まあいいけど。要するにシローはセイバーは魔法じゃないと傷つかないと勘違いしているわけね。
あ、いや、別にそういうわけじゃないけど、ただそんなに頑丈な鎧ならすごいなって思っただけだ。
そりゃすごいわよ。セイバーに限らずサーバントってのはみんな英霊なのよ。霊体ってこともあるけど、まっとうな手段じゃ傷一つつけられない。サーバントはそれ自体が神秘だから。
Okay.
物理的な手段でサーバントを傷つけられるのは同じ英霊であるサーバントだけ。逆に言えばサーバント同士ならただのペーパーナイフでもセイバーを傷つけることはできる。
相手がサーバントならセイバーの鎧もそう鉄壁ってわけじゃないってことか。
そうね。けどセイバー自身接近戦の技量が優れているから、白兵戦ではまずセイバーに傷は負わせられない。残った手段は遠距離からの攻撃、魔術っていう飛び道具になるわけだけど、セイバーは騎士のくせにとんでもない対魔力を持ってるから、大抵の魔術は弾かれてしまうのよ。バッドラックに代表される呪いなんてまず届かないし、魔力を矢として放つ直接干渉も効かない。セイバーを倒したかったら真正面からの切り合いで彼女を任さなくちゃダメってわけ。
As tiny Saber appears, Saber listens silently to Tosaka's explanation. Saber never interrupts her, probably because everything Tosaka's saying is true.
なんだよ、そんなのインチキだ。剣技でかなわないから魔術で勝負するっていうのに、魔術そのものがセイバーに効かないならどうしろって言うんだ。
And I'm getting like some messages from family? What's this about? What can they do? Get good.
なんか不公平だぞ、その話。
Okay. Shido's so funny because why is this a problem? Right. Excuse me. I guess he's just worried because he just does not want anything to ever happen to Saber. Okay. I don't know what to do. Hang on. Give me a second. I need to make a phone call. Alright, I'm back. Okay, sorry about that. It was actually something like pretty important that one of my relatives needed. So Yeah, but I should be good.
そうね。けどそのセイバーだって白兵戦で絶対に負けないというわけでもないでしょ。
Okay, back to Shido being confused about why Saber is strong.
バーサーカーは力だけならセイバーを上回ってるし、ランサーだって白兵戦において必殺の槍を持ってる。
Thank you.
今話してるライダーだってセイバーを出し抜くほどの宝具を持ってたんだから、セイバーも完璧ってわけじゃないわ。
She's perfect to me.
私たちだって
Saber was
セイバ
raw,
ーを
was
倒
like
す方法
angry
はあ
about
るもの。
that.
そうね。
Like, look.
けどそのセイバーだって白兵戦で絶対に負けないというわけでもないでしょ。私たちだってセイバーを倒す方法はあるもの。単にセイバーの耐え魔力を上回る魔術を持ってくるか、サーバントが使っている武器を借りて寝ている間に首を切るとか。サーバントの武器ならサーバント自身と同じ霊格なんだから傷をつけることは可能なはずよ。
It's an alarming example, but I get it. Wait, but hold on, Tosaka. Okay, this like forward facing sprite looks so goofy from Saber. You probably shouldn't be talking about things like this in front of Saber.
そうなんだ。じゃあライダーの宝具が特別優れてるってわけじゃなくて、サーバントの攻撃だからセイバーも守りに徹したってことなのか。
わけないでしょ。セイバーが守りに徹するのならライダー自身じゃ何をしたって追い詰めることなんて不可能よ。ライダー本人がそう優れた英霊じゃないのなら彼女が宝具を使ったところでたかが知れているし。
I like it. It looks so weird because you never see her like directly from the front. It's like she's gonna beat me up and she's gonna hate it. Seiba is so moe. I don't know. I like her side profiles more.
そうでしょセイバー。ライダーの宝具はライダー自身の能力とは関係のない武器なのよね。
おそらくライダーの技や魔力に頼らない自動的な武装、宝具そのものに効果があるものだと思います。魔術か幻想種か、どちらにせよあの魔法陣から放たれたものは圧倒的でした。直撃を受けた場合生き延びられるサーバントなどいないでしょう。
そうなの？数値的にどれくらい？
Look at her ahoge. So prominent and cute. It's a sign of a good character, you know?
あなたたち風に言うのなら A プラスといったところでしょうか。私個人の推測に過ぎないので断定はできませんが。
Alright, now does that reflect now in here? A plus. Yep. No, I think it was already A plus.
A プラス？何それ？魔法一歩手前じゃない。そんなの使われてよく学校が吹っ飛ばなかったってもんだわ。
単純に破壊するだけの宝具というわけではないのでしょう。もともとは他の用途がある宝具なのではないでしょうか。
そうだとしても厄介ね。セイバーの話じゃ A 判定どころじゃないし、瞬間的な攻撃力ならサーバント中最高ってことになるのかしら。
まあ確かに攻守ともに優れた宝具のようでしたが、それより私の宝具の方が。
Saber's face is indecipherable. Huh? I don't know what just happened. Saber doesn't look amused.
セイバー、遠坂の意見なんか引っかかるところでもあるのか。
いえ、別にそういうわけではないというか、本当はどちらが強いかなど追求するのは騎士にあるまじき行いというか。
Her facade is breaking each and every day. She's acting strange. Saber seems embarrassed by her own actions and starts to mutter under her breath.
まあいいけど、それよりさ、さっき妙なことを言ってなかったか。セイバーとランサーのは対人宝具とかなんとか。
対人宝具ですか。いえ、 言葉通りの意味ですが、私の風王結界やランサーのゲイボルクはあくまで人を倒すための武装です。いかに強力な魔力、呪いを帯びていたところで、その用途は対人の域を出るものではありません。
Well, I guess that makes sense. Saber's invisible sword is definitely useful in battle, but that's only effective against people. If you chopped firewood with Saber's sword, whether you can see the blade or not isn't going to affect how quickly you can chop wood. It's the same with Lancer's Geobog. Even a cursed spear that always strikes the heart is just a sharp spear if you use it against a boulder or a house.
なるほど。だから対人の宝具ってことなのか。ならライダーの宝具は
大軍宝具ってことになるわね。そういえば父さんに聞いたことがあったわ。宝具には対人に優れたもの、大軍に優れたものがあるって。簡単に言って対人宝具は弾数制限のない拳銃で、大軍宝具ってのは一発限りのミサイルってことね。
Huh.
ライダーの宝具は強力だけど、その分使用にかなりの制限があるんじゃないかしら。少なくともセイバーの剣みたいにいつも見えないなんて永続的な宝具じゃない。
Hold on a minute. A gun versus a missile. There's no contest. Sure, Saber's invisible sword is awesome, but if she goes up against a ridiculous noble phantasm like that, she'll be dead before she can even swing her sword.
つまりライダーと戦うのなら宝具を使われる前に倒せってことか。
でしょうね。宝具の打ち合いになったら勝ち目はない。ライダーとシンジを探すって言うなら、それだけは頭に入れておきなさい。大前提としてライダーが宝具を使う前に倒すこと。戦いを長引かせれば長引かせるだけこっちが不利になるから。
もしくは私が戦っている間にライダーのマスターを倒せばいい。あのマスターに戦闘手段はないのだから、そちらの方が確実かもしれません。
So that's what we've come up with. Since we have no strategy to deal with Ryder's noble phantasm, we just need to defeat Ryder before she uses it. Whatever noble phantasms other servants have,
忠告助かったよ、遠坂。
we still don't want to have to deal with Riders.
俺たちは真珠を探しに行くけど、遠坂はどうする？留守番していてくれるか？
そうね。あなたたちがそう言うなら私たちもシンジを探してもいいんだけど、まあやめとくわ。敵はライダーだけじゃないし、私たちはもともとバーサーカーを倒すために手を組んだんだしね。シローがシンジを追っている間、私は私でやることがあるから。
Tosaka stands up with a frosty smile.
それじゃあね、いい結果を期待しているわ。
Saber and I head out together, leaving Tosaka at home. It's 7:30 in the morning. The hilly road is extremely quiet. The road is usually packed with students going to school, but there aren't that many people around today.
学校は休校だそうですね。死者が出なかったとはいえ、大半の生徒は未だ立ち上がれる体ではないということですか。
重度の栄養失調みたいなもんだからな。まともに動けるようになるまで何日かはかかるだろう。
Oh, okay. That was weird. There. But those are the lucky ones. There's still some whose injuries will last a lifetime.
タイガも病院に運ばれたと聞きます。見舞いに行かずともいいのですか、シロ。
ああ、藤姉のはただの疲労だと。心配しなくてもいいから真面目に家で勉強してろとさ。
Before we left, I found the Fujimura house and asked how Fujine was doing. I think I might need to restart some stuff with VTube, with my VTuber model. So give me just a second. So it's like it kind of gets weird if I ever need to like tab out on my phone. So here we go. This should like be better. I want to go visit, but I need to hold off for now.
では探索に専念するのですね。それはいいのですが、シロに当てはあるのですか？私はサーバントの気配を読み取れますが、それも近づかなければわかりません。何か手がかりがなければ探し出すのは難しいのではないでしょうか。
ああ、確かにシンジが何もせずに隠れていた場合、探し出すのは難しいだろう。けどあいつの性格から言って昨日の今日でおとなしくしているとは思えない。
Will it take us to a skyscraper by any chance? Shinji's not the type to just sit back and take a beating.
ではライダーのマスターは再び結界を張ろうとすると。
間違いなくな。俺と同じであいつはサーバントに魔力を提供できない。俺たちに復讐しようとするならまず魔力を貯めないといけないだろう。なら見つけ出すのはそう難しくはないんじゃないか。
ライダーのマスターを探すのではなく結界を探すのですね。
ああ、マスターの感知はできなくてもあれだけの結界なら近づけばわかる。それに場所も特定できるだろう。大きな建物で人がたくさん集まるところを当たっていけばいい。
驚いた。やりますね、シロ。
俺だって考えなしってわけじゃないぞ。探し出せる自信がなかったらこんなことは言い出さないよ。
Yeah, I'm confident. The bounded field is one thing, but there's a point to us walking around like this too. Shinji probably probably can't leave me alone any more than I can leave him alone. I head to Shinji's house, just in case. I have Saber check for Ryder's presence. She finds nothing. Well, Shinji's not the sort to just roll over and hide in his house after what's happened.
行こう。シンジが結界を張るとしたらこっちの町じゃなくて新都の方だ。オフィス街のビルを総当たりしていこう。
I call Saber over and turn to leave the Mato house.
いいのですか、シロ。ここはさくらの家なのでしょう。立ち寄ったのですから声をかけては。それぐらいは余裕があると思いますが。
I am worried about Sakura. According to Tosaka, Sakura was just weakened, and luckily wasn't injured beyond that. If it were up to me, I'd like to see her, and take care of her the way she's always taken care of me. But...
やめておく。この戦いが終わるまではさくらと会って戦いに巻き込むわけにはいかないからな。
We could have seen casuals cost Sakura, man. Besides, I can't possibly face Sakura when I'm about to head out to fight her brother. Should the worst happen, and I actually kill Shinji, I'll never be able to face her again. I shouldn't leave any loose ends like that. I miss her, I know. It's best for me, and I'm sure it's best for Sakura too. She needs to stay safe though, yeah. We check every building we find. Of course, we start with the big ones, but so far, nothing. I wipe the sweat from my brow and force my leaden limbs to keep moving. I try to calm my labored breathing by just taking a moment to rest.
シロ、何か異常でもあり。シロ、こちらへ。
ちょっと待って。そっちは公園だぞ。こっちにはまだ見てない建物が残って。
それは後にしてください。今はこちらが最優先です。
Something must have caught her attention. Saber's tone is stern, and she pulls me towards the park.
セイバー、どうしたんだよ。こんなところまでやってきて。ここには何もない。そんなのセイバーにだってわかるだろう。
Oh my god, it's the Oblivion remaster. Sorry. Alright, hang on. I'm getting another phone call from family. Okay, I'm back again. But yeah.
いいですから、そこのベンチに座ってください。話はその後で聞きます。
It's such a busy day today, man. Saber's intense about this, so I reluctantly sit down. And then, for a moment, I almost feel faint. I hold my head with one hand. My forehead is damp with sweat, and my breathing is labored even though I'm sitting down. Hey, wait a minute. Why would I be sweating like this in the dead of winter?
おかしいな。こんなに疲れてたのか、俺。
As soon as I say that, I realize what's going on. I'm not exhausted. My wounds haven't completely healed, so they're tingling. This is unreal. No matter how much I try, I can't get my breathing under control. My body feels heavy, and my legs refuse to take my weight.
ようやく自分の体に気がついたようですね、シロ。
Saber is mad. I don't blame her. I was the one who suggested searching for Shinji, but here I am, sitting on a bench.
すまん。すぐ動けるようにするから、しばらく待ってくれ。
私が注意しているのはそんなことではありません。どうやらあなたには何を言っても無駄のようですね。
Huh? You can see that Saber's mad. What I don't understand is why.
ちょっとセイバー、きちんと言ってくれないと何が言いたいのかわからないんだが。
わからないのなら語る必要はないでしょう。いいですから、シロはそこで休んでいてください。一人で休むのが嫌なら、私もお付き合いしますから。
Saber sits right next to me. The bench is not that big. Saber is sitting close enough to me that our shoulders might touch if one of us leans over even a little.
いや、待てってセイバ
Oh no! Physical contact!
ー。休んでる暇なんてないだろう。俺たちは遊びに来たんじゃなくて。
遊びになど来ていません。休憩も戦いのうちです。文句を言うのでしたら、まずその呼吸を整えてからにしてください。
Pat Shiro? No, don't do that. You'll make his anxiety worse.
いや、呼吸を整えろって。お前。
Sure, I'm totally worn out and I can barely breathe. And having her so close makes my heart go absolutely crazy and...
シロ、
A fair
人の
maiden.
話を聞いていますか？
Indeed he is.
今まで体に無理をさせてきたのですから、まずは肩の力を抜いて落ち着いてください。気が散っていては体が休まらないのですから。
いや、だから。
If she wants me to be calm, it'd really help if she kept her distance. I don't know how Saber feels, but I can't help but see her as a girl around my own age. Well, she may actually be younger, but she's still a girl. And plus, she's beyond beautiful. No guy could stay calm this close to her, and I'm certainly no exception.
シロ、気のせいでしょうか。先ほどより顔色が悪くなってきた気がするのですが。
そんなことない。動揺なんてしてないぞ、こっちは。
それならいいのですが、やはり横になった方がいいのでしょうか。この辺りで休めるところと言ったら。
An answer flashed through my mind, but I'm not gonna say it. Saber looks around. Oh, what the? What are the odds of there just being some random dude lying across a nearby bench using his girlfriend's lap as a pillow in a park that's usually deserted? I guess Shiro got the idea. And Saber glances at the pair of lovebirds. She's obviously thinking.
シロ、気分が悪いのでしたら横に。
大丈夫、おとなしくしてればすぐに落ち着くから。余計な
You
心配は
fool!
しなくていい。しなくていいから当分ほっといてくれ。
I turn away from Saber and close my eyes. Anything to keep our eyes from locking. Yeah, you fool. Yeah. Think calming thoughts, Shiro. Now I just have to keep taking deep breaths. Try not to think about Saber being right next to me. Just think about Issei. Just think, what would Issei do? WWID. He would probably like condemn like the existence of women. And then, well, no, he's like pretty good with Saber. He likes her. It took a night for the fire to die down. The searing, roaring red wall eventually disappeared. All that remained was a charred field, strewn with smoldering blackened lumber. I remember that while I lay there on the ground. The sound of it reminded me of sparklers. The sky was getting cloudy. It should rain soon. That will help put out the fires. I could hardly even breathe as I lay there, staring dazedly at the sky. Charred remains hemmed me in on all sides. Burns cover almost my entire body, and there's an especially painful sensation around my chest. My chest is gouged out. I could probably touch my own insides. Oh yeah, I'd forgotten about that. I didn't collapse because I got tired. It's not that my numb body was trying to do me a favor by letting me rest. I collapsed because I was much too hurt to keep moving at all. And that's why I ended up just accepting it, calmly, no panic. I knew I wasn't going to make it. Everyone else was already dead anyway, so I wasn't scared. Staring up at the cloudy sky, I felt myself just sort of fading away. Yet, in the haze of fading consciousness, I decided that as long as I was alive, I tried calling for help, right till the end. Huh. Wait, something's off. I shouldn't be remembering this pain in my chest. I jerked myself upright, and tucked my shirt open to check myself over. There's no scar on my chest. The respiratory distress that burn caused did almost kill me, but I didn't take some massive chest wound. If something like that had happened, even Kiritsugu wouldn't have been able to help me. Sugu! But more importantly...
夜になってる。俺寝ちまってたのか、セイバー。
はい。よく眠っているようでしたので起こしませんでしたが、その会話あったようですね。先ほどに比べて、シロの顔色は良くなっていますから。
Whoa, it's already night?
居眠りした俺が悪いにしても、起こしてくれてもよかったじゃないか。休んでいる暇はないって言っただろ。
休息は必要な行為です。それにシロが眠っていたのは1時間程度ですから、そう問題はないでしょう。
This happens every day right before a Lily stream. Really? Interesting. You haven't mentioning that your insomnia has gone bad earlier too, so that makes sense.
そりゃ結果論だ。俺が起きなかったらどうするつもりだったんだよ、一体。
そうですね。あまり変わりはないでしょう。日が落ちて寒くなってきましたから、そろそろ声をかけようと思っていたところです。
まあ、確かに体の調子はすごくいいけど。
They get up on the bench and start walking through the field. There's no trace of what this field once looked like. No trace of when it used to be a residential district, nor any trace of when it was cast in that hellish red light. But for some reason, I'm irritated that I dreamed that scene just because I slept here.
シロ、何か問題でもあるのですか？
ああ、いや、どうせ休むなら別の場所にするべきだったなって。ここはどうも嫌な思い出がありすぎる。
嫌な思い出？シロはこの場所に縁があったのですか？
そっか。話してなかったっけ？俺、昔はこの辺りに住んでたんだ。10年前の話だけどな。大きな火事が起きて、両親も家も焼け落ちた。その時に親父に助けられて、そのまま養子になったんだよ。
では、あなたは？
切り継ぐの実の子供ってわけじゃない。それに聖杯戦争と無関係ってわけでもないのかな。ここが前回の戦いの最後の場所だってのは聞いてるよ。そこで生き残った俺がマスターになるんだから、皮肉というか縁があるっていうか。
I walked through the field, but it still seems, it's been 10 years, but it still seems like the ground hasn't recovered enough for even grass to grow. Okay, hang on. Mrs. Brief is about to go out, grocery shopping, and I need to find the old bag of chicken nuggets that I used to get. From like a couple years ago. Ooh, okay, this is like back in 21? Hang on. Here. What happens before my stream? Hello! Welcome! Hope your day's been going good so far. I wake up lost. But yeah. But here it is. This is what it looks like. There you go. Thank you. Alright. Very important stuff, understandable. Yeah, because it actually has been like a long time since I bought like these bags of chicken nuggets, and these have been like the best ones that like I've had like ever. At home, I should say. But yeah. Jess says hi and bye. She's about to leave. She was waving. That's my VTuber. His fiance getting him chicken nuggets while she's out. Yeah. It's mutual. It's like it's all stuff that we're getting to. Yeah, plus I gave her my credit card anyway, so so it's on my dime still. But yeah. A local celebrity, cute. Yeah. I just suck that I'm not able to like go out for my birthday now next week, because I feel like that would have been really nice to like go back to our roots for just like even for just like one day, because it's been a long time, and it's always nice to just like look back, you know, and recenter yourself. Maybe all the resentment of the people who died here seeped into the land itself.
シロ、あなたが犠牲者を出すまいとするのはそれが理由ですか？あなた自身が聖杯戦争の犠牲者だからこそ自分のような犠牲者は出したくないと。
いや、それは。
Now that she mentions it, I guess I can see some people coming to that conclusion. Surprisingly, I've never thought about it. Never thought about it like that.
どうだろう。セイバーの言うことはもっともだけど、俺はもっと単純だと思うよ。10年前さ、ここで切り継ぐに助けられた時はただ嬉しかった。それ以外になかったから、自分もそうなれたらいいと憧れたんじゃないかな。
Yeah, I was just happy. Words can't even begin to describe what I felt when I called out for help, and actually got it. But at the same time, the happier I was, the more guilty I felt.
けど、自分だけ願いが叶えられたってのは居心地が悪かった。俺は親父に助けられたけど、他の人たちは助けられずにずっとこのままだ。
Everyone wished for salvation, but only my wish was granted. Only I was saved. And in exchange, everyone else died. And that's why I had to take responsibility.
けどまあ、起きてしまったことは戻しようがないからな。死んでいった人たちに報いたいなら、せめてこれからのことを防ぐべきだ。10年前のような惨事は起こさせない。またあんなことになったら、それこそ犠牲になった人たちに合わせる顔がないだろう。まあ、俺の理由なんてその程度のものだと思う。
This is like completely like off topic, but I actually have been wanting to like pick up my drawing tablet again, but I don't know where it went. But I lost my charging cable for my pen, so now I have to wait until tomorrow for like the new cable to arrive. Since I just like ordered it off of Amazon. But that being said, $9 for a charging cable? What? Like that's insane. Man, I hate it. More importantly, we need to get back to looking for Shinji. Oh yeah, right, sorry. Hey, at least you're starting somewhere, yeah. It's time to see, like, how badly my drawing skills have degraded. You'll find it as soon as the new cable comes in. No, I said the exact same thing, or it was something similar to Mrs. Brief too. There's like at the moment I pressed like this buy now button, like I'm going to find a cable, and so I don't want to buy a new one. But I just like eventually gave up because there's only like 3 places that I would ever keep cables in my room, and they're not there at any of them. So it wouldn't make any sense for it to be somewhere else in the house unless like somebody else like moved it there, you know? So yeah. I feel better now, and we need to hurry up and check the buildings we haven't gotten to yet. Besides, there should be fewer people around at night. If Shinji wants to attack us, this'll be the time. So if our plan is to be bait to lure him out, it's time to get to it.
行こうか、セイバー。とりあえずオフィス街に戻ろう。セイバー、どうした？忘れ物でもあるのか？
いいえ、ただ今朝のことを思い出していました。体の傷を治してからライダーのマスターを探すべきだと言った私に、シローは順番が違うと言いました。シローは昨日も同じ言葉を口にした。以前から感じてはいましたが、その時に確信したのです。あなたには自分を助けようとする気がないのだと。
Yep. It's like she just stares at me and lays it out, like it's a sin or something.
あなたは自身より他人を優先している。それは立派ですが、それではあなたはいつかきっと後悔する。シローはもっと自分を大切にするべきだ。
Saber cuts past me.
行きましょう。確かにここにいてはあなたに負担をかける。
Saber heads towards the office district. I try to call out to her, and I can't stop her.
何を
Are you saying? And that's what I want to ask her, but the words just won't come. There's no way I'm not trying to help myself. That can't be true, but I somehow can't think of a single thing to say to argue with her. We make our way through the town after dark. It's a little past 8. The station is at its most crowded hour, and Saber and I stare at the map of the town.
主だった建物は回りましたね。他に行くべき場所はありますか？
Shiro is fine. She snuck out and almost died, so you're both even. Oh yeah. With the whole like Ryudo temple thing? Yeah.
そうだな。少し離れたところに工場がある。あそこも人が集まる場所だから調べておかないと。まあ、工場っていうのはシンジの趣味じゃないと思うんだが。
Well, that skyscraper. We do make conversation now, but it's still hard for me to look Saber in the eye. I think our conversation from earlier is still stuck in my head. Saber's acting like it didn't happen, which bothers me even more.
そういうセイバーの方はどうだ？ライダーの気配はつかめるか？
いいえ、感じません。彼女とは一度戦っていますから、近くにいれば知覚できるのですが。
An odd feeling prickles my skin. Even I can feel the wave of magical energy that washes over us. There's no way that Saber can.
シロ、言うまでもないと思うのですが。
わかってる。近くにいるのか、セイバ
ー。いいえ、まだそこまでの距離ではないようです。ですが、確実に見られている。 この魔力は私たちに対する挑発でしょう。
If we're being watched, that means they've fallen into our trap. Releasing so much magical energy is an obvious attempt to lure us out.
で、この気配、ライダーなのか。
My mind changes gears. The awkwardness between Saber and me earlier disappears.
魔力をたどります。注意してください、マスター。
I nod. The wave of bloodlust I feel stinging on my skin has come from the direction of the office district as it slowly empties out people. Today, of all days, maybe there'll be nobody working overtime. Most of the lights in the windows of the buildings seen as the heart of Shinto are dark. There aren't many people on the sidewalks, and we have a pretty clear view of the building. I don't see anyone suspicious. If Shinji's anywhere, he'll be up ahead. Maybe in the park we just left. I feel the bloodlust growing more intense. The enemies nearby. And more like... The chill runs up my spine. If even I can feel this aura of bloodlust, then we're probably already in enemy territory.
Saber, 気をつけろ。何か変だ。
ええ、シローの感覚は正しい。このように人目のある場所で仕掛けてくるとは思いませんが、相手が相手です。用心に越したことはありません。
We both nod in silent agreement and make our way toward the park. It's probably best to ignore the oppressive sense of a knife being pressed to my throat. Shinji and Ryder are nowhere around the office district. If they're going to attack, it's probably going to be somewhere in the park, where there won't be anyone else around.
シロー。
そういえば。
I turn towards Saber. She rushes toward me like a bolt of lightning, and blocks a blow aimed straight at my head. I look up. A massive building towers overhead. Clinging to the side of that building like some kind of spider is Ryder. Her hair is long enough to cover her entire body, her limbs supple and white. The masked woman is indeed our enemy, Ryder. She licks her lips as she stares down at me. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. There's no mistaking it. She came spiraling down from the top of the building, aiming to take my head in a sneak attack from our blind spot. Saber lands on the ground. In the time it took for her to rush in to block Ryder's attack, Saber summoned her armor.
Saber, あいつは。
追います。シローはここにいてください。
追うって、どうやって？
Saber kicks off the ground. She disappears into the sky with a glint of silvery armor. Ryder clinging to the side of the building like that is absurd enough, but Saber leaping skyward in pursuit of her is just outright ridiculous. No, they're servants. Normal logic doesn't apply here. Like Ryder, Saber moves along the side of the building, striking at her with dizzying speed. The two shadows clash and cross against each other. The sight of the two of them fighting overhead, darting along the building as they climb into the air, is like watching two fighter jets. All the while, I say follow Saber, right? Oof. Okay, one of these is gonna make me die. Yay! I chose the right one! I can't just watch and do nothing. The uneven footing prevents Saber from gaining ground on Ryder. Two clash in the air, rushing up to the rooftop. If Ryder came flying down from the top of the building, chances are Shinji is there. We have two possible ways to win our fight against Ryder. Either we defeat her directly, or we defeat her master. Whichever it is, it has to be before she deploys her noble phantasm. This sounds like some music that would play in Metroid Prime when some bug called a Zuber would attack you for a second. The fact that I can see it too, having played Prime just recently, yeah. Shinji is a bug after all, yep. Yeah. The Prime games are on the GameCube, right? So do you think that they'll end up being on the Nintendo Switch Online service when they come out? Or was it a Wii game? It's probably Wii. No, it's probably both. While Saber's fighting Ryder, there's only one thing I should be doing. Interlude. The fight between Saber and Ryder. Ooh! The two shadows climb upwards. They continue to distance themselves from the ground, gaining more and more altitude. Neither needs proper footing. They just kick their way up along the wall. As it happens, they clash countless times, all before they ever reach the top. For anyone watching from the ground, they'd probably think they were seeing a game of pinball. Though I doubt they'd be able to follow the two with the naked eye. It's like a deadly circus act. The collisions are barely discernible, invisible to normal human beings. Saber had no desire to be part of this crazy circus act. She may be a servant, but she can't fly through the air. She might be able to run up along the building's wall, but that's it. It is no better than a free fall for her. She alternates between kicking off from the building before she loses momentum, and slowing to let gravity take hold of her. It may be no exaggeration to say she's falling into the sky. Now that she's started, she'll continue all the way up to the rooftop. And in that entire journey, if her opponent hits her, she'll be hurled to the ground. But it seems the laws of gravity do not apply to the enemy, so the opponent Saber has to defeat. The streak of purple shoots across the side of the building in pursuit of Saber while Saber focuses on reaching. The streak of purple shoots across the side of the building in pursuit of Saber while Saber focuses on reaching the roof. Gravity has no hold on Ryder. She leaps around effortlessly, moving in from all directions, up, down, left, right, to strike at Saber. Her long hair trails out behind her like a comet trail. She looks like a snake wrapping itself around a log. Saber's feet touch the wall. She leans sideways and kicks the wall, aiming for the edge of the building. Saber suddenly shoots out at a right angle to her previous trajectory. Not one of the attacks finds its mark. Ryder is simply no match for Saber's raw power. Saber shakes Ryder off with a single kick, and kicks upward once again when she reaches the building's side. She aims herself upward. Ryder is like a serpent coiling around the building. Saber is like a bursting spark. But it looks like Ryder might have predicted her moves. The distance between them remains the same. Ryder continues along the side of the building, not letting Saber open any distance between them. She strikes every time Saber has to take a step. Saber fends Ryder off with her blade, and jumps to put some space between them. Though she's able to fend off Ryder's coiling pursuit, there's only so much she can do in the air. Where before there had been no contest in their combat ability, they were now more evenly matched. Neither has an attack that can bring this to a close. No, Ryder is withholding her own deadliest attack. Every time Saber leaps at Ryder, Ryder fends off her attack, but never counterattacks. Ryder is only keeping Saber at bay as she makes her way to the rooftop. Saber curses at her cowardly enemy. To a knight like Saber, a fight like this is as good as an insult. Such a thing should involve both opponents giving their all in their clash. By that belief, Ryder's actions are disrespectful. Ryder's voice is cool. She's right. Saber is clearly not used to fighting in the air. This is probably a first for her, actually. Knights are meant to fight on solid ground. They're not supposed to cling to walls, like her opponent.
自慢の剣もここでは型なしでしょう。けど安心なさい。もうじき楽にしてあげるから。
Ryder moves upward, her manner inviting. She set this whole thing up. Saber understands that though. At the end of this circus, yes, Ryder's ideal positioning must be waiting up above. Ryder can't use her trump cards so readily, which is why she's luring her prey to a place where there'll be no interruptions, so they can settle this with her ultimate attack. As soon as she reaches the roof, she'll be in a difficult position. If Ryder's noble phantasm is exactly what Saber thinks it is, she won't have any defense against it. But there's no turning back now. You just can't ignore Ryder, or her master. This isn't about defeating an enemy in the Holy Grail War. Saber must defeat Ryder here and now to protect her master, because she has no other choice. This whole situation must be absolutely dumbfounding for her. She's probably thought more than once about not wanting to push her master to do anything crazy. The two continue gaining altitude. The rapid clashes ring out across the building as the battle approaches its final destination. Back to the present.
なんだって40回までしか動いてないんだ。
I rush up the stairs while I complain. I manage to enter the building from the back, but the elevator doesn't go all the way to the roof. I have to run up the remaining 10 flights of stairs. I climb the stairs as fast as I can. I'm not sure how long it's been since Saber and I split up. Probably less than 10 minutes, but that's too long. You never know how or when a battle will end. Even Saber's not perfect. She could make a mistake and get into trouble. So before that happens, if I can make Shinji use up his command spells, Ryder might stop fighting. The harder I run, the more my still healing body aches. Sprinting around the building, then up the stairs, has let me out of breath. But I don't slow down. No, I speed up. Something about this has me worried. I'm not sure why, but my chest hurts. It's not a physical pain. Something is warning me of danger up ahead. Saber can't win. There's something on this rooftop that shouldn't be faced. I try to shake this feeling off and focus on climbing the stairs. The wind is strong. The moment I open the door, the city's nightscape fills my field of vision. Scorch marks pock this concrete. Pock? And at its center, at the heart of the burned, scarred rooftop, Saber's on her knees.
Saber!
Shiro, どうしてここに?
Saber's shoulder heaved with her labored breathing. The moment I rushed her, I noticed something strange floating up above me. Or rather, the sheer, overwhelming amount of magical energy forces me to take notice. I look up towards the sky. Flapping wings. I hear flapping wings. Something, a paler and more blinding white than the light of the moon, hovers over me. Oh! It's a legendary mystic I've only heard about in myth. Pretty! Not good for us though. The moment she reaches the rooftop, Saber confronts her opponent's true form. Saber leans on her sword, exhausted, and looks up. The white light rushes towards her. Saber unleashes the wind that shrouds her sword, using it to create an invisible barrier. She goes flying backward. Her attempt to block the onrushing Pegasus fails to even slow it down. Y'all should run, Shiro. Yeah! The force of the impact knocks Saber back, slamming her brutally into the ground. There's no time to be lying down. Pegasus turns midair and resumes its glide without so much as pausing. She can't possibly brace herself. Her only option is to try to evade. Even if she manages that, the after effects of his passage will chip away at her defenses. If this keeps up, it will hit her eventually. The white light streaks down toward her. Pegasus sails far overhead and knocks Saber backward before swinging back into the skies. Saber can't possibly reach it. There are no walls she can kick off of, not up here. Even if she could, there's no way she could actually reach Pegasus. Despite her disadvantage, Saber waits for an opportunity to fight back. Pegasus it may be, but it's a living creature, so she should still be able to kill it if she can just get a chance. The only opportunity for victory is if Ryder makes a mistake at the reins.
驚きました。見かけによらず頑丈ですね。あなたは。
Ryder's voice comes from high above. Saber grips her sword tightly as she looks up.
ですが、それに意味はありますか？あなたには勝ち目などない。散るしかないのなら、潔く消えなさい。
Ryder's voice is calm. Even so, I hear just the slightest bit of joy in it.
幻想種だとは睨んでいましたが、まさかそんなものを持ち出してくるとは思いませんでした、ライダー。
A phantasmal species. As the name suggests, it refers to creatures which exist within an illusion. Humanoids, like Fades and giants. Demonic creatures, like Uni and dragons. If they are considered mystics, that alone makes them superior to magecraft. It's the law of nature for mystics to be destroyed by other, stronger mystics. In the same way magecraft grows in power of knowledge, phantasmal species accumulate power from their longevity. Even if a human masters magecraft, the most they can accumulate is about 500 years worth of it. Take a species that's lived since ancient times. There's just no contest between that and a mystic that's only 500 years old. But it's been a long, long time since humans and phantasmals existed in the same world. The longer the phantasmal has lived, the further it's distanced itself from this world. The only phantasmal species in the modern world are a scant few hundred years old. So, Saber expected the phantasmal rider has as her mount to be only a few hundred years old.
信頼のものを持ち出すとは、随分と業が深いようですね、ライダー。
ええ、私はあなたたちとは違う。むしろ、あなたたちの敵だったものに過ぎない。故に、私が操るのは、
Ryder is old.
あなたたちが駆逐してきたかわいそうな子たちだけよ。
なるほど。歪んでいるとは思いましたが、英霊ではなく悪鬼の類でしたか、あなたは。
せいぜい呪いなさい。あなたでは私の子に触れることさえできないのだから。
It's okay, so have I. That's why she's your wife, right? The Pegasus rests its rings in the air. It's a giant arrow aimed at Saber's heart, ready to fire at a moment's notice. She glares at the creature and thinks. Pegasus itself is not a powerful phantasmal species. A typical Pegasus is just a phantasmal that can only match a demonic beast in power. Were that the case, it would be easy to defeat with Saber's invisible air alone. But it isn't the case. The Pegasus has existed since the Age of Gods, and has long since reached the level of a phantasmal. The horse is nearing the level of the dragon race, considered to be the strongest of all phantasmals. At the very least, its defenses are probably already at the level of a dragon race. Since Pegasus possesses divine protection that exceeds even Saber's, whose magic resistance is unparalleled. The way it glides through the air, trailing massive amounts of magical energy, is like a castle wall bearing down on Saber. It can't be possible to avoid or repel something like that. But something else is odd here. Ryder simply summoned Pegasus, and has no true name of his own. To Ryder, Pegasus is little more than, say, a favorite dagger. And that means she has yet to use her noble phantasm. Even in her dire predicament, the possibility of defeat never enters Saber's mind. Instead, she thinks her chance will come when Ryder finally really starts to get serious. Whatever Ryder's noble phantasm might be, it'll have no trouble destroying a building like this. She just needs to focus on defending herself, and staying alive, and all she'll have to do is cut Ryder down as soon as an opportunity presents itself. Yes, if only her master hadn't shown up. Sorry. I look up towards the sky. Flapping wings. I hear flapping wings. Something, a paler and more blinding white than the light of the moon hovers over me. It is a legendary mystic I've only heard about in myth. The identity of Ryder's noble phantasm. Could that be what scorched the rooftop and forced Saber to her knees? I see that Ryder is, as her class name suggests, riding a horse, tearing across the sky. The Ryder class is riding on things. Whoa! I shift my focus from Ryder. I thought I heard something. I can't tell how strong Ryder is while she's on Pegasus. All I can tell is that White Fiend has more magical energy in it than a few hundred mages can muster. No wonder the roof is a charred mess. That monster can destroy damn near anything around it just by running across it. If that thing charges from up in the sky, even Saber won't be able to avoid it. It's a race against time. I need to defeat Shinji. If I defeat the Master, Ryder will appear. I hear laughter. Shinji must be hiding somewhere. Only his voice echoes. I fight down my impatience and try to focus on the sound of his laughter. Damn, the wind's so strong. I can't tell where the laughter is coming from. Don't rush. Let him talk. Let him talk all he wants. The more he talks, the better chance I have of fighting him. This is bad. Pegasus, still high up in the air, tips his head towards Saber. The vortex's magical energy rolls faster, as if it knows no limit. If that thing comes at us at full speed, it'll blow the entire roof apart. A white comet streaks towards us, and at that moment, a storm rages around me. For the first time, she forgets her enemy in battle. She's furious with her master for walking into this death trap, but she's also angry with herself for failing to anticipate him doing so. All those thoughts are cast aside now. What else can she do? Even now, in the midst of danger, she can see only concern for her well-being in his eyes.
シロ、
He's always been like this, actually. He may have understood that she was an exceptional knight, but that's never how he saw her.
どうやら余興はここまでのようね、セイバー。
We gotta get rid of this guy, Saber. Please, let me do it myself. Ryder's giggling voice reaches her even now. Ryder touches Pegasus's neck with both her hands. The beast's wings, beat harder.
私の宝具は強力ゆえ、地上で使うには適していない。使えばどうしても人目につく。まだ他にマスターがいる以上、おいそれと使うわけにはいかなかった。けれど、ここなら覗き見される恐れはない。あなたを誘い出したのは、ここでなら都合がいいからと分かりましたか。
Oh my god, is a unicorn? Not quite. Not quite. Something begins to form in Ryder's hands. It seems insignificant, really. A glittering golden rope.
それが貴様の宝具か、ライダー。
It's the lasso of truth. Haunts.
私の趣味ではありませんが、この子は優しすぎて戦いには向いていない。だからこんなものでも使わないとその気になってくれないの。
What? I'm having a hard time hearing you. Pegasus lowers his head. This feral nature is not inborn within the creature itself, but coaxed from it by Ryder's
消えな
touch.
さい、セイバー。たとえあなたが生き延びようと、あなたのマスターは私からは逃げられない。
Donkey.
マスターさえ死ねば、頑丈なあなたもそれまででしょう。
It is the inarguable truth. Ryder's noble phantasm will utterly destroy the roof. If she hurried, she might be able to carry Shiro away and escape, but Ryder won't stop at just destroying the rooftop. Her master is not strong enough to survive a collapsing building. No, Ryder, take me instead. Meaning, to protect her master, she will have to destroy her enemy, Pegasus and all. She doesn't have time to think about whether this is the right thing to do. Saber glances one final time at her master, still some distance from her. He's doing his best to fill his role, simply by gritting his teeth and keeping back.
風よ。
The last of her hesitation fades. What is ahead no longer matters. All that matters is his moment, and in it, she must be her master's blade, and defeat the enemy they now face.
やれライダー、まずはその女だ。跡形も残すなよ。
They hear the jarring, grating shout. In that moment, Pegasus ascends higher, and vanishes from sight. Pegasus flies up into the air. It's already lost its form. He rises up as if to shoot through the moon, and then continues his arc by flapping his wings, powering himself down towards the ground. The blazing white comet streaks downward. It becomes an arrow of searing white light, but Ryder continues urging it on. There's only one target. It intends to annihilate its enemy entirely, and the isolated guardian in the sky along with it.
ベルレ。
She speaks his name. If a noble phantasm is a miracle that is released by speaking his true name, it is divine lightning. A thunderous flash. There's no emotion in her eyes as she looks on.
この場所ならば人目につかないと言ったな、ライダー。
The wind unfurls from her blade. It becomes a storm.
どうかな、ここなら
Seal is broken. Layers of wind unfold from her blade. Her sword is finally visible. The storm rages before my eyes. The white light descends upon the rooftop. Saber, though she is the sole focus of that light, doesn't move. She's Virgil? Maybe? The raging wind. She's the source. No, not Saber herself. Her sword. Oh! I can't believe what I'm seeing. The blade should be invisible, but there it is. Like unwrapping bandages, the wind slowly coils away from her blade. The wind rages on. The multiple layers of seals peel away. The bands of wind dissolve into the air. She readies her now visible sword, and turns back towards Pegasus as it dives towards her. Ah! Ryder approaches as a brilliant flare of light. Bellerophon is now large enough to engulf the entire rooftop, and is only picking up speed to destroy us, building and all. The bridle of chivalry lights up the rooftop. Time stops. In the face of inescapable destruction, my mind goes blank. But the light is not coming from the bridle of chivalry. The light churns and builds upon itself. The light of Ryder's mount is brilliant, but it can't hold a candle to the purity I see in this one. Saber is holding the ultimate sacred sword that has collected the lights of the stars. Damn, she's busted. I'm sorry. That is a nuke going off on this skyscraper. Oh! A single line of brilliant light. Is she gonna do the thing? She did the thing. It's a blade of light, shearing through everything it touches. The beam of light destroys Ryder utterly as it cleaves through the clouds and disappears into the night sky. Most likely, if that sword had been used on the ground, it would have carved a trail of devastation through the city. Her sword is not unseeable. It simply does not reveal itself. It is the golden sword that captivates all who behold it, with a true name of surpassing fame. Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. A sword that is said to have existed in England, a sword wielded by the king who has become the very symbol of knighthood. The strongest of the servant's noble phantasms, sealed by several bounded fields. That is Saber's proof of her place as a hero. Nerf her, what the freak? She had no choice, yeah. New servant data added. Me and FGO spamming this when farming. Oh man. Thank you, Seba. Wow, I guess you could say she's a lightsaber. Silence falls over the rooftop. Welcome back, King. King? Arthur? Wait, no. How can she be King Arthur? The wind has died down, and not so much as a breeze whispers across the rooftop. Because Sir Percival is... No, Percival Lancelot. Yeah, there's another guy. I don't remember his name. I don't make the rules. She's just a king. Fair. King Saber. I stand, dazed in place. I can't approach Saber. I'm still too confused to act. Or maybe I'm just captivated by her sword. Huh. I wonder if one of the girls in Dike is actually like inspired by like Saber. Because she is also like a blonde knight who calls herself king, and like but she uses a lance, but she uses light as a weapon. So oh, did I read this? I'm still too confused to act. Or maybe I'm just captivated by her sword. My mind is racing. I can't seem to think of much that makes sense. Why does she have that sword? That golden sword belongs to a famous knightly king. Everyone knows who. As I try to figure out how she came to have something like that, I realize my mind is doing everything it can to deny the simplest of the possible answers. I don't need to be making all these assumptions. That sword's always been hers. And that's why her true name is so easy to figure out. The owner of that sacred sword can only have one name. Saber remains motionless when she says, "She is just King Arthur?" Is it supposed to be a spoiler that she's King Arthur? I saw a meme of her in King Arthur that we already knew that. I think that's probably like one of the things that's became like common knowledge through just osmosis, you know, in the anime community, that this girl is just King Arthur. But I did also see that image again recently too, and it's like, damn it! It's like, I wish I hadn't like seen that, even if it was just like a glimpse, because even just seeing that is enough to remember, like, who Saber is. Well, she used Excalibur, so it's basically the game telling you. You find out when Shiro does, but we know how he is. I would have fallen to my knees. My king! Saber remains motionless where she stands. I should approach her, but my body won't listen. I've been told so many times that Saber is a heroic spirit. But now that I've seen for myself that she is indeed a great hero of the past, I hesitate to even get closer to her. I hear a shriek. Something is burning in the shadows. I turn to look. I see a burning book, slowly dissolving into a pile of ash, and... I see Shinji cringing as he watches the book burn.
Shinji?
He must have realized how much trouble she's in now that Ryder has been defeated. Shinji turns and sprints towards the exit from the rooftop. Hey! He leaps through the door to the stairway. I can't let him get away again. The moment I turn to pursue Shinji, just out of the corner of my eye, I see Saber collapse. My mind stops. Shinji is fleeing, and Saber has fallen to the ground. I can't leave Saber alone. Ryder's gone, and the book that acted as Shinji's command spell is burned to ash. Shinji doesn't have his servant anymore, and he's lost his command spells. The contest is as good as over. Saber is my priority now.
Saber!
I rush to her. She's not holding the golden sword anymore. It's disappeared. Now there's just Saber lying on the ground. Saber's in bad shape. Beads of sweat trickle down her brow, and her breath is shallow, labored. She looks like she's got a fever. Goodbye, wife. You deserved a better master. Yeah. I call out to Saber nervously, but she doesn't respond. She's out cold. Yeah, that makes sense. I touch her forehead. I jerk my hand away. It's unnaturally hot. She's gotta be running a fever of over 40 degrees. What is that, like 105 Fahrenheit? Or 110? I call out to her, but her only response is shallow, anguished breathing. I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what to do, but I can't just sit around.
文句があるなら後にしてくれ。
I lift Saber up. She's so light. It's like 104? Ah, wow. I knew that, of course. Now she seems even lighter. No, more than that, she's...
ちゃんと生きてる。
Saber is still the person I've known all this time. I'm pissed at myself for even hesitating. Damn. What's it matter if she's a hero? No matter who Saber is, she's here, and she's still warm. How much of an idiot was I for putting up this wall between us before?
すぐに帰るからな。それまでおとなしくしてろよ、セイバー。
I start running, Saber in my arms. There's no sense of triumph from this victory. All I feel is Saber in my arms, barely breathing.
終わったわよ。和室に寝かせてきたけど、あの分じゃしばらく目を覚まさないでしょうね。
そうか。遠坂がいてくれて助かった。俺じゃあ、セイバーの手当てなんてできないからな。
まあ、鎧を脱がせて楽にさせただけだから、お礼を言われるほどじゃないわ。セイバーの体も良くならないし、私は何もしてないもの。
She's out of energy, and she needs to wait for it all to recharge. Just like the gacha, like energy bar. But still, I'm glad Tosaka was here. The moment I arrived home carrying Saber, Tosaka understood what was going on. It's been an hour. She tried telling Saber what she was going to do, then took her armor off.
それで何があったの？シンジを探しに行って帰ってきたと思ったらセイバーがあれでしょ？一波乱あったのはわかるけど説明してくれないかしら？
Yeah, she kind of like, wiped out Ryder, like, her entire existence. Oh, wait, so that means that we know her true name, right? That's not Ryder. No. Maybe not yet. We just know her, Noah Phantasm. The Bridal of Chivalry. Oh, that's what it was for her. Excalibur. Yakusoku stareta Shori no Ken. Type, Anti-Fortress. Oh, so anti-personnel, anti-army, and anti-fortress, huh? Max targets 1,000 persons. I won't beat that today, but good to know that's here. Ripperoni Rider. Her true name is still a spoiler? Oh. I don't know how to explain. Saber's Noah Phantasm. I shouldn't disclose her true name. I can't decide on my own to reveal that.
ライダーを倒した。シンジは霊樹を失ってリタイアしたよ。ただ、その時にセイバーが宝具を使って、その後に倒れたんだ。
You fought a noble fight. Indeed she did. For a very crappy
セイバー
bastard.
の宝具ね。まあ追求するのは勘弁してあげるわ。今のあなたたちはそれどころじゃないものね。
それどころじゃないってどういうことだ？
言葉通りの意味よ。あなただってうすうすは気づいているんでしょ。このままじゃセイバーが消えるってことぐらい。
Yeah, find out who Ryder is in Rin's route, maybe. That would make sense, since she's like much more knowledgeable than like Shiro. She says it so calmly. Tosaka just casually brings up the one thing I've been trying so hard to avoid.
消えるって、セイバーが消えるっていうのか、お前は。
当然でしょ。セイバーの魔力はほとんど空っぽなのよ。セイバーの宝具がどんなものだったかは知らないけど、よっぽど魔力を使うものだったんでしょうね。
And she did like technically use it once before too, even though it wasn't like entirely complete. So that probably also burned a lot.
セイバーは自分の中の魔力をほぼ消費してしまった。今彼女が苦しんでいるのはね、消えようとしている自分を必死に留めているからよ。
魔力がないから消える。 セイバーは傷を負ってもいないのに消えるっていうのか。
ええ、サーバントにとっては外的ダメージより魔力切れの方が深刻な問題よ。霊体であるサーバントに肉体を与えているのは魔力だもの。それがなくなれば消えるしかない。もっともそんなことにならないようにマスターはサーバントに魔力を送るんだけど、あなたはそれができないでしょ。だからセイバーは自分の魔力だけで戦うしかない。切れたらそれまでよ。こんなこと一番初めに説明したでしょ。
Thank goodness we have the true Nasu vision of the game right now, because this would have gotten weird fast. That is definitely what Saber said.
けど今までは大丈夫だったじゃないか。セイバーだって眠っていれば持ち直すって。
She needs magical energy fast. No! Oh, I hate that, actually. I actually hate that. Alright,
そ
moving
れ
on.
はセイバーの魔力量が桁外れだったからよ。そうね、確かにセイバーの魔力はまだ残ってる。
It's a haha funny joke now in the fandom, but yeah. Man.
彼女ならまだ消えずに肉体を保つぐらいの魔力は回復できるとは思う。
Well, good thing we're out of that era of needing that stuff required, you know?
けど結局はそこ止まりよ。セイバーはずっと今の状態で戦うことになる。宝具を使うなんてもってのほか。次に宝具を使えばセイバーは間違いなく消え去るでしょうね。
次に宝具を使えば消える。
Mad respect to Nasi for having to add that in to have his vision seen. Things worked out in the end. Yeah, it was like a sacrifice that he definitely made. And then for all intents and purposes, like, look at where we are now. Fate is huge at this point. So yeah. Well, I wouldn't want Saber fight like this at all. I don't ever want to see Saber on her knees in that kind of pain again.
理解できた？結局セイバーを以前の状態に戻す方法は2つだけよ。マスターがサーバントに魔力を提供するか、サーバントが自分で魔力を補充するか。
A servant collecting it themselves. That would mean killing innocent people, like Ryder.
まさかセイバーはそんなことはしない。セイバー自身がそんなことはしないと言ったんだ。
でしょうね。一般人を犠牲にするぐらいならセイバーは潔く消えるでしょう。なら方法は一つだけよ。セイバーを消したくないのならあなたが魔力を提供するしかないわ。
それはできるならとっくにそうしてるさ。けど俺は魔力を提供する方法なんて知らない。あいにく遠坂みたいに何でもできるってわけじゃないんだ。
まあね、共有の魔術を教えてあげても間に合わない。シロは魔術師に向いてないから覚えるのに1年ぐらいかかるだろうし、覚えたところで使えないわ。
Really?
まあ召喚時にセイバーとパスは通っているはずだから、まだ他に方法があるかもしれないけど。いい？セイバーを助けたいのなら彼女自身に人を吸わせて魂を食べさせるしかない。
Where's Shinji?
それはあなたにも分かってると思うけど。
Where is he? That's the most realistic method. But it's...
もちろんセイバーは嫌がるでしょ。けど放っておけば遅かれ早かれセイバーは消えて、あなたは他のマスターから狙われることになる。
Saber's going to disappear? I can't even consider that. I still remember the warmth of her body when I was carrying her.
なら答えは一つよ。レイジを使いなさい、エミ役。それで最悪の事態は避けられる。
What she's trying to say is, I need to order Saber to kill innocent people. can't say anything. I resent what Tosca is saying, but there's a part of me that has to admit it could be one of our options.
決断はあなたに任せるわ。セイバーは眠らせておけば落ち着くだろうけど、それでも限界は近いでしょうね。
Tosca leaves the living room. Can't even lift my head. All I can do is listen to the sound of her footsteps receding down the hall. February 10th. Dragon slaying? Oh no. Altria. That's the name she was given when she celebrated her coming of age. It was wartime. It began with the collapse of an empire. An empire that had been meant to be eternal was slowly waiting to die amid invasions from all sides. In preparation for the many wars, the empire deprived an island nation of its military. That is how it began. Having lost the empire's protection, her nation has no choice but to become independent, and over time, it broke up into smaller nations. No, I'm so used to Arturia. Her name? Altria. It is, like, interesting that it's different. Did I read this? Having lost the Empire's protections, her nation had no choice but to become independent. Yeah, I did. The invasions came again and again. Internal conflicts between clans spiraled out of control. Then came a long period of war, which will later come to be known as the Dark Ages. It is during this difficult time that she was born, heir to the throne. A long, tumultuous period of war. She might have had her name changed, you never know. The king believed in the mage's prophecy, and so eagerly awaited the birth of his worthy successor. But the child born to him was not the child he desired. His child wasn't male. Fated king or not, the child could not assume the throne unless they were a boy. So the girl was entrusted to the king's retainer, and was raised as a knight. The king was saddened, but the mage delighted. One's sex has nothing to do with one's worthiness to become king. More than that, the mage was convinced that the girl's absence from the castle until the day of the prophecy was proof she was the true king. So she grew up under the care of a simple and wise old knight as his adopted child and successor. The old knight did not believe in the mage's prophecy. He simply raised her to be a knight, and hoped for her to continue growing, because he felt something from her that reminded him very much of his own lord. That's why Shiro's kept dreaming about the sword, huh? It's Arthur, so I don't know why it was changed to Altria, or Toria makes sense. Translation choice, I guess. Shakes fists at the mage. Merlin, right? But even without the knight's encouragement or intervention, the girl trained every day to become stronger than anyone else. If an ailing country headed towards its own demise can only be saved by a king, the girl had sworn to wield her sword for that reason alone, without anyone ever needing to tell her to do so. And then the prophesied day arrived. Knights and lords from around the nation gathered in the hopes of being chosen to be king. And this was to be a contest to determine the best possible king. All assumed the selection would be made in a mounted joust. Instead, all that waited at the site of selection was a naked blade, dressed into a stone. I hope by the end of the game, this track makes you emotional too. Oh boy. It is a good song, but I don't have like a moment to like attach it to yet. On the hilt of the sword, a glittering golden inscription read, "Whosoever pulleth this sword from the stone is the rightful king of England." Many knights took their turn trying to draw the sword from the stone. but none were able to draw the sword from the stone, so the knights decided to compete in a joust, as they had originally expected on arriving. The girl was not yet a knight, and so could not participate in the joust. She approached the stone of selection, which sat largely abandoned, its appeal having long since faded, and reached for the sword's hilt. She did not hesitate.
いやいや、それを手に取る前にきちんと考えた方がいい。
She turned around, and before her stood the most feared mage in the nation. He gave this warning. Once she takes hold of that sword, she will cease to be human. She responded only with a nod. To be king is to no longer be human. She has been resolved to this from the moment she was born. To be king is to kill more than anyone, in protection of everyone. The young girl thought of this every night, and lay in bed, shivering at the implications, until morning. Another day went by that she was not afraid. But in that moment, she pledged that her days of fear were at an end. She drew the sword effortlessly from the stone, and bright light engulfed the whole of the site of selection. And in that instant, she ceased to be human. The king's sex does not matter. So long as they carry out the function of a king, none would care about a king's appearance, even bother to pay attention to such a thing. And even if someone noticed the king was a woman, it would not matter, so long as she was a good king. The sword's magical energy must have halted her growth. While many knights found it eerie and feared her, most saw their lord's immortality as a divine gift. And so, the legendary, celebrated age of the king began. Rose her age, too. The new king, in battle, was seen as something of a god of war. Ares! The king always led from the front. No enemies could stand in her way. Ultria, the god of battle. Hailed as the dragon incarnate, she knew no defeat. In 10 years, she fought 12 battles, and never once lost. In those days, her chief duty as king was on the battlefield. Not once did she turn back. Not once was she disgraced. She was raised to kingship, and fulfilled her obligations without hesitation. Maybe that's why I had a vision of her. Her soul must still be on the battlefield. It's not yet dawn. She stands under the indigo sky, and lets the wind whip at her as she stares off into the distance. The sky is high and clouds slide by overhead. Out in the clear air, sword in hand, she gazes at the great army she's about to confront. That image of her won't leave me. It's burned into my mind now. She and her sword are one. The sword from the stone, which chose the king. The brilliance of the sword that determined her fate is also her brilliance. But I tilt my head in wonder at this dream. That sword isn't the one she holds. It's similar, but different. The sword she holds now isn't the one she used last night. But if that's the case, what happened to that incredible sword? Huh. That must be her wish. When I wake from my dream, I find myself in my own room. It's bright outside. I must have come back to my room last night, unable to make a decision, then fallen asleep while I was watching over Saber. It was a strange dream. What I saw, I had no way of knowing any of that, and that wasn't the Saber I know. Is it even possible for me to dream of such a thing? I racked my brain. Saber's identity had been unclear, and honestly, I still can't get my head around who she really is. Saber is Saber. I can't change the way I act around her. I don't think Saber will want that in any case.
けど似合ってたな、セイバー。
She looked really cool with that sword last night. But she looked good with that sword in my dreams too. It'd be fair to say I was in awe. The sword last night, and the sword from my dream, seemed to have left one hell of an impression on me. I guess I've got a thing for swords. You've already been dreaming about swords before you met Saber. So yeah. I thought Lancer's spear was beautiful when I saw it too. But my passion for swords is at a whole other level. You don't say, yeah. It would appear I have a thing for swords. Okay, they're really like hammering it in now.
そんなの今に始まったことじゃなかったか。
I draw in a deep breath and reach up, finding my forehead dripping with sweat.
それにしてもなんか暑いな。
I wipe the sweat from my forehead. It's winter, but my body feels flushed. Shakes hands with Shiro, the one few times that we can. I don't know why, but it feels like my blood is getting hotter, and it's unsettling. I am a fan of Touken Rambu. Touken Rambu? Is that another Saber, by any chance?
なんだろう。セイバーの剣を見てからなんか。
My whole body's been hot for some reason. My left hand, the one of my command spells, feels like it's holding a hand warmer.
遠坂に宝石を飲まされた時に似てるな。かゆいっていうか、走り出したくなるっていうか。
It's the sword boy game? Oh, okay. I see. Is it like an ultimate? Or what kind of game is that? I take a deep breath, trying to calm myself. Or is that a gacha?
まだ眠ったままか。
It's a gacha. Ah, okay, I see. She still hasn't woken up. But it looks like she's stabilizing. I wonder if like if the true caliber or true Excalibur is like inside of Shiro, you know? It's like, I don't know, it's like if like his chest really was opened and maybe like what Kiritsugi did was that he fused like the relic of Excalibur that he had into Shiro to save him, and then like now maybe at some point he'll be able to summon it to like fight alongside Saber. And then also it's like why he summoned her in the first place. I don't know. It's like that's like feels very far-fetched to me. Like the Boat Girl game. Oh, like Azure Lane? Oh, okay. Huh. Her breathing is even, and that pained look she had last night has moved over. Saber is sleeping peacefully. It's a morning like any other.
もしかしたらこのまま。
Maybe if I let her sleep, Saber will recover. That way, I won't have to make her kill anyone. Then she could stay with me, just like she has been.
何よ、都合のいいこと。
I slam my fist into the wall. My own weakness nauseates me.
セイバーをこんなにしたのは俺だ。その俺が何を。
I stand up without another sound. I don't know when Saber's going to wake up, but I have to make a decision before she does. Tozaka's not up yet. The house is completely dead, and the corridor feels deserted. No, it only feels like that because I'm so down. Can't decide what to do, so the whole world feels hazy, and I'm just wandering in that grayness. Huh? I hear something cutting through the air.
まただ。庭の方からだけど、今のは。
I know that sound. Well, I don't feel like making breakfast, so I'll go take a walk and check it out. It's colder than usual. Must be really cold for me to feel it, feverish as I am. It looks like it might even snow.
蔵の方からだな。あれ。
The sound of Something slicing through the air reaches me at regular intervals. As I cross the yard, my breath mists the air. I find him in front of the shed. Given how unsurprised I am to find him, I guess I figured he'd be here. He must have been shooting his arrows. The moment Archer sees me, he lowers his bow in displeasure.
物騒だな。人んちの庭で弓なんて引くな。矢が当たったらどうするつもりだ。
どうするつもりもない。もとより矢など使っていないのだ。いていないものが当たる道理はなかろう。
He doesn't have to tell me that. So the sound was just his bow itself. For some reason, Archer was just plucking his blowstring, not firing arrows.
いい弓だな。今まで納得いかなかったけど、お前本当にアーチャーだったんだ。
You really are an archer.
さて、私はお前が知っている弓使いとは違うからな。弓道など聞かれても答えられんぞ。お前たちの弓は己に当てる射であり、私のは敵に当てる矢だ。お前の言うアーチャーというのは礼節を重んじる者のことだろう。
His lip curls nightly. I still can't stand this guy.
誰もお前に弓のことを聞こうだなんて思ってないよ。ただ、何をしているか気になっただけだ。
見ての通り、調子を測っているのだが、セイバーにつけられた傷も癒えた。いつまでも見張り役というわけにもいくまい。
I had to go get lunch and oh my god, who invited this guy? He's just in here just like a plucking at his bow. I see. So his wounds have healed. That means Tosaka will get back into the fight. I turn on my heel. If Tosaka and Archer are going to rejoin the battle, I need to make a decision too. I need to go somewhere I can think alone.
斬新という言葉があるな。
This dude definitely plays Mahjong. I feel like he would.
ことを済ませた後に保つ間のことだ。私の弓術とお前の弓道で唯一共通しているものがそれだと思うのだが。
なんだよ。お前なんかに発説を解かれる覚えはないぞ。
まあ聞け。矢を放った後、体は自然と場に止まるという。それを斬新というそうだな。
He's part of a collab with some Mahjong game? Huh. Is it that online Mahjong game that Asper's been talking about, like in the past? Or just like a different one? This red dude is a certain Bone Demon's husband, and it's so funny to see him out in the wild. Really? Archer, huh? I see. Mahjong Soul, if I recall correctly. Ah! I see. Yes, there are 8 movements in Kudo called the Shaho Hasetsu, which are the 8 principles of shooting. The final step, Sanshin, is what follows after releasing your arrow.
ああ、それがどうしたっていうんだ、お前。
心構えの話だ。斬新とは己の行為。放った矢が的中するかを確かめるものではない。
They got Fate Stay Night before Honkai Star Rail did. Wow. Oh yeah, right. They are doing a collab.
矢とは放つ前にすでに的中しているものだ。射手は自らのイメージ通りに指を離す。ならば当たるか当たらぬかなど確認する必要はない。射の前に当たらぬと思えば当たらぬし、当たると思えば当たっているのだから。
そんなことあるか。どんなに当たるって思っても当たらない射はある。思うだけで当たるって言うんなら誰だって100発100中だ。
そうかな。少なくとも お前は百発百中だろ。
He catches me off guard there. I mean, he's right, but...
まあ、そんな話はどうでもいい。言いたいことは一つだけだ。斬新とは、矢が当たるかどうかを見極めるものではない。放った矢がどのような結果になるかなど、分かりきったことだからな。ならば、斬新とは、その結果を受け入れるための心構えではなかったか。
分かってる。要するに最後まで見届けろって言いたいんだろう、お前は。
そういうことだ。セイバーのことは聞いた。彼女がこのような状態になるのは初めから分かっていたことだろう。
Why does it feel like he's lecturing?
で戦っていればいつかは消える。
I think he is.
それはもう決まっていたことだ。ならば
All that's left is to accept the result. He's telling me that no matter what I decide, no matter what it does to Saber, all I can do is see it through. I turn my back to Archer. This time, I'm going to be the one to leave Archer hanging.
あ、それともう一つ。気がついていないようだから教えておこう。
His voice comes from behind me.
セイバーはな、宝具を使えば自分が消えると分かっていたはずだ。彼女はおそらく最後まで宝具を使う気はなかったのだろう。
This time, I hear nothing of his usual sarcasm.
にもかかわらず、宝具を使った理由は一つ。セイバーは自身が消えることよりお前を守ることを選んだのだ。それを決して忘れるな。
For once, his voice is completely sincere. He's only telling the truth here. The park is empty as usual. Maybe because it's chillier than usual. There's hardly anyone out. It looks like I'm the only one walking around right now. I slump down onto a bench. Well, I came here to be alone. Now that I'm here, I should think of what to do next. I can't put my decision off any longer. If I want to defeat the other masters and end this Holy Grail War, I need Saber. That's not what this is about though. I just don't want to lose Saber. But that means I'd have to have Saber attack people, like Ryder did. I can't let her do that. Giving Saber that order is as good as telling her to die. Besides, I think she just refused outright. But when my head slumps down, I see my left hand. I have 2 command spells left. If I use one, I can force Saber to obey me even if she refuses. I bite my lip and shake the thought off. It's ridiculous. Time slips by me as I sit on the bench. I have no idea how long I remained sitting there. But just as my fingers start to tremble from the cold, here she is! I look up, hearing a voice calling to me. I'm crying man now. They found references to Oblivion Remastered on Bethesda's own website. This has to be the worst kept secret in games ever. Now it's on Bethesda's too? Oh boy.
イリア、お前また一人でこんなところまでやってきたのか。危ないぞ。どこにマスターの目が光ってるか。
I want to warn her that other masters might be looking nearby, waiting to attack. I catch myself, realizing how stupid that would be. Ilya's a master. I shouldn't be worried about her. We're enemies.
悪い。今はイリアと話をする余裕がないんだ。せっかく会えたけど、話し相手になってやれない。今日は冷えるし、帰った方がいいぞ。
Don't get up from the bench as I dismiss Ilya. There are plenty of things I'd like to talk to her about, but I can't think of anything other than Saber right now. What's going on? Ilya doesn't say anything. She's looking at me as if I'm a stranger.
イリア。いや、別にお前を邪険にしてるんじゃないんだ。今はちょっといろいろと立て込んでいて。
知ってるわ。セイバーが消えかけてるんでしょ。それでシローはどうしようかって考えてるのよね。
Just out of nowhere, Ilya's voice has gotten so cold and detached.
イリア。
そんなことで悩むなんてバカみたい。シローがそんなだからライダーのマスターにも逃げられたのよ。負けたやつなんて殺しちゃえばいいだけなのに。
I move my feet. Something tells me this isn't a time to be sitting, so I shift my weight forward to get up. But my body doesn't move, as if I'm entranced by Ilya.
イリア、お前、なんでそんなこと。
言うまでもないでしょ。昨日の夜ね、私もあのビルにいただけよ。もっともさすがにビルの中で様子を見てるしかなかったけど。
I try to make my hands and feet move, but nothing happens. No, it feels like the more I try to move, the stiffer they get. It's those eyes. Whenever I see Ilya's red eyes, my senses go dull.
あ、もう金縛りになったんだ。シロったら守りも何もないんだもの。一人でいれば簡単に捕まえられるって思ったけど、こんなに簡単に行くなんて可愛いな。
イリア、
無駄だよお兄ちゃん。そうなったらもう動けないわ。もうじき声も出なくなるけど心配しなくていいよ。私もね、今日はお話をしに来たわけじゃないもの。
Ilya's eyes blaze with murderous intent. This is Ilya as I saw her the other night, Berserker's master.
俺をここで殺すつもりか。
I grit my teeth and gather all my strength. My fingers won't so much as budge. It's like Ilya's stare has frozen every nerve in my body.
だってもうマスターでいてもしょうがないでしょ。セイバーが消えたらシローは一人きりだもの。いつまでもマスターにさせてられないわ。戦う手段がなくなったシローなんて簡単に殺せるんだから。
Ilya raises her hand. Her slender white fingers reach for my chest. Whoa!
他の人に殺される前に見つけられてよかった。それじゃあおやすみなさいお兄ちゃん。どうせセイバーも消えるんだから早い方がすっきりするでしょ。
My vision fades. My limbs have gone completely numb, and now I can't see either. How long I've been stuck in this darkness. Before I can figure out whether I'm alive or dead, I lose consciousness. Not the Ilya egg. The last thing you see before you die, Ilya egg. My body is burning. Even if my consciousness has fallen into darkness, the burning of my body tells me I'm still alive. Yes, that must mean I'm still alive. Even so, it may only be temporary. Ilya even said it.
戦う手段のないシローなんて簡単に殺せるんだから。
She's absolutely right. Without Saber, I can't fight a proper battle. The Holy Grail War is a battle between servants, and there's no way I can go up against servants. That's been proved more than enough by now. Each time, I got absolutely thrashed. Like Saber said, all I can do against servants is try to survive for as long as possible. I couldn't even do that. I was cut to pieces, even thrown out of a third-story window. There's only this weird, inexplicable thing going on with my body that's kept me alive. It's so frustrating. It makes me so angry. In the face of an unbeatable opponent, I couldn't stop the catastrophe in front of me on my own. Even though I decided to fight. I said I was going to fight as a master, and vowed to not hurt anyone, but I couldn't even keep those promises. I'm pissed off. The champions of justice I strived to emulate when I was young always had to win, or there would be no point. My body is burning. Every inch of me trembles with the need to win. But I have neither the means to win, or even a way to fight. What good am I? I can't even fight alongside Saber without bringing her down.
それも間違いだ。エミやシロは格闘には向かない。お前の戦いは精神の戦い。己との戦いであるべきだからだ。
Suddenly, I remember Archer saying that.
戦いになれば、エミやシロに勝ち目などない。お前のスキルでは何をやってもサーバントには通じない。
I know that. I've certainly been reminded more than enough.
ならば、せめてイメージしろ。現実で叶わない相手なら、想像の中で勝て。自身が勝てないのなら、勝てるものを幻想しろ。
You don't have to remind me. I can only win in my own head. But what can I imagine that would ever help me win? I can't imagine beating a servant. I don't have such a wide imagination as to fool myself. Any fantasy I come up with will be full of loose threads that'll come unraveled. Thanks, weird red guy. I still cackle over Shiro seeing him once and being like, I cannot respect this man. Just like on sight too. It's crazy. My third-rate imagination hasn't got a prayer against these incredible servants. And that's why. Who do I win against? And how do I win? I'm still searching for that answer. Am I really searching for it? That golden sword is meant only for her. I don't want it for myself. It's so beautiful. Just once, I'd like to hold it in my hands if I can. Ugh. I guess this is just a bad habit I picked up as an untrained mage. Since all I can do is look within myself, I tend to dream about stuff I shouldn't. I should at least be allowed to dream. First, I imagine the thing's basic structure, then reproduce it. I guess there's not much point in strengthening here. If strengthening is the act of applying something to an existing object, there's not much point in doing that to something that doesn't even exist. That means I need to work harder if I'm going to remember that sword. This is well before the basics. This is from before Kiritsugu taught me strengthening, a magecraft process that I thought up on my own, and packed with trivial steps. Let's see, how did I do it? How did I give it form? When I come to, I have no idea where I am. This place isn't just unfamiliar. There's a luxurious canopy bed, and a plush carpet is ankle deep. There's even a stone fireplace. It's clearly not just a decoration. When I initially take for wallpaper, I realize, on inspection, there's actually patterns engraved on the wall. I've gotten used to fancy decorations like the ones in Shinji's mansion, but this is something else entirely. It's a little embarrassing to say this out loud, but this place is like a castle from a fairy tale. The owners are rich. I wonder who they could be. My vision blurs. My body feels strangely heavy. Maybe I'm having circulation problems or something? I feel like I might fall back asleep if I relax even a little. I tried to get my clouded mind working again. Oh right, Ilya paralyzed me and I just passed out. There's nobody in the room. My body feels heavy, but not so bad that I can't even lift a finger like it before. If I really work at it, I might be able to lift an arm. My drowsy mind suddenly jolts to full alertness. I realize I'm in danger, and so study my surroundings carefully. It's not as bad as I imagined, but I still can't move. Excuse me? My whole body is weirdly tingly, and I can't keep up with my arms tied up behind me. And I can't get up with my arms tied behind me. Hang on. Haha, just got some chicken nuggets. And not from the ones that I asked Mrs. Reef to buy. No, this is from my dad. There's nothing in here to tell me what time it is. Nice. Yeah, now I got a snack. Which means this might end up being a longer stream if I find like a good time to eat. Oh my god, right. The Minecraft font. Everything is like blocky on the chicken nugget box. A window. There's a window behind me. I tried to turn and get a look, but the curtains are closed so I can't see outside. All I can say for sure is that the sun set. I ran into Ilya in the morning, so it's been at least half a day. I don't have time for this. I have no idea where I am. I need to get back to Saber as fast as I can. What were the three like principles or like wagecrafts that Rin was trying to teach us? Strengthening, projection, and what was the other one? Replicating? But I think that's the same thing as projection. But projection is like probably the hardest one out of the three. And I think that's what Shido's about to like end up doing with Saber's sword? Oh man, okay, hang on. Oh yeah, it's like transferring. I don't know, I wasn't paying attention in class, man. It wasn't called transferring, but it's like taking like an object's properties and transferring it to something else. I think is what the second one was. Saber's in a weakened state. Can't be even more of a burden to her by letting something like this happen. I try to make my arms move. If I'm going to escape, I have to do something about these ropes around my wrists. The door opens. I go still just as Ilya enters the room. Whoa! That's a really cute dress. Ilya's not acting at all like she had earlier. The coldness in her eyes is gone, and she's back to acting like the cheerful girl she's been at the park the other day. No. If you come any closer, you might kill someone in chat. Ilya peers into my face, looking puzzled. She seems genuinely concerned for me. I don't know if that's good or bad. but at least I understand what's going on a little bit better.
なんとなく状況は分かった。俺は捕まって、ここはイリアの住処ってわけか。
I speak flatly, trying to kill my emotions, and this wound in my mouth. I don't understand completely what's happening here. I just need to listen.
そうだよ。前に言ったでしょ。私は森の後ろに住んでるんだって。ここは樹海の中の城で、周りには何もないわ。シロが住んでる町まで車で何時間もかかるんだもの。助けになんて来るはずもないし、絶対に邪魔も入らない。
そうか。それは分かったけど、なんだってそんなことをしたんだ。俺を殺すんなら、あの公園でできたじゃないか。
なんで？私、シロを殺す気なんてないよ。シロは私のだもん。他のマスターは殺すけど、シロは特別。だから、誰も邪魔が入らないように、シロをここに閉じ込めたの。
She wants to kill us for herself. Ah, isn't that adorable? Whoa! I find myself recoiling. You're so safe, Oni-chan. I don't feel safe right now. I don't know. Ilya pushes her face closer to me, ignoring my agitation.
Ilya, shut up.
I know it's inappropriate, but the way Ilya sits on my lap has my heart racing. She may not be heavy, but the way she's sitting on my lap has me thinking kinda graphic thoughts. I wanna throw my nugget at the screen.
ねえ、私のサーバントになってみない？シロが私のサーバントになってくれるなら、
Can
も
you
う殺さな
not?
くて済むわ。
Exactly.
シロがうんって言ってくれれば、それでシロだけは助けてあげるよ。
Ilya's words are so pure and heartfelt, and none of if I nod even once, it'll be a choice I can't unmake, and I'll absolutely come to regret it. On the other hand, if I refuse, that purity will turn into pure wickedness. With Ilya leaning so close, my mind grinds to a shrieking halt. She's not saying this just because she likes me. This is more like an interrogation, a matter of whether I want to live or
考
die.
えるまでもないでしょ。シロにはもうセイバーはいないんだもの。戦う手段なんてないわ。なら、マスターでいてもしょうがないじゃない。
違う。セイバーはまだ消えていない。そんなことさせるもんか。
けど、そんな状態じゃ簡単に殺されちゃうよ。いいからシロはここにいればいいの。シロがずっとそばにいてくれるなら、私もずっとシロを守ってあげる。
Ilya presses close against me. I'm not sure what would happen if I refused, but I still can't agree.
ダメだ。離れるんだ、イリア。どんなに言われても、俺は。
Ilya presses her index finger to my lips. Ilya, we saw what you did last time so fast. She giggles in amusement and watches me in my bewilderment.
もう、分かってないんだから。いい？今のシロはカゴの中の小鳥なのよ。生かすも殺すも私の自由なんだから、あんまり私を怒らせるようなことは言っちゃダメ。10年も待ったんだもの。ここでシロを簡単に殺しちゃうなんて、そんなのつまらないでしょ。
Ilya talks like she's asking for a toy. The sheer cold-heartedness in her voice sends a shiver down my spine.
これで最後だよ、お兄ちゃん。もう一度だけ聞いてあげる。
Ilya's eyes shine with hope.
シロ、私のものになりなさい。
Ilya's tone is bewitching and brooks no refusal. Am I gonna die? Oh, that gave me an opportunity. Oh, I think I would have died if I chose the other option. Poor Shiro exists, and someone had a target on him since then, but we don't know why. Oh, if she was gonna make me a servant, then that means that she would have killed me, right? In order to, like, make me a spirit. So, yeah. I don't even need to think about it. And shit, even I only have so much patience. Every single one of them is sure Saber's going to disappear. Saber won't disappear. I'm going to fight with her until the end. Can't let this destroy the oath we've made.
イリア、お前の言うことは聞けない。俺にはセイバーがいる。セイバーが残っている限り、マスターとして戦うだけだ。
A soft gasp. Hang on. Ah, okay. A soft gasp. For a second. Her red eyes snapped open as if she'd gone to rigor mortis.
そう。あなたまで私を裏切るのね、シロ。
Ilya backs away. She looks down, but maintains her composure.
いいわ。シロが私の言うことを聞かないなら、私もシロの言うことなんて聞かない。
I don't think you were ever listening to me in the first place.
今まで見逃してあげたけど、それもこれでおしまいなんだから。
Ilya's voice is dripping with hostility now. I'd be like, two? There's something terrible looking behind that malice.
待っていなさい。すぐに用を済ませてくるから。
待て、何をするつもりだ、イリア。
何って、セイバーとリンを殺しに行くの。二人を殺してくれば、シロも少しは後悔するでしょ。
バカなことを言うな。セイバーもトーサカも関係ない。俺は自分だけの都合でイリアとはいられないって言ってるんだ。
そうなの？けど二人は殺すわ。それが終わったら次はシローの番よ。私のものにならないのならシローなんていらないもの。
I hear Ilya's footsteps moving off. Ilya is serious. She really means to go kill Saber and Tosaka.
やめろ、イリア。セイバーもトーサカも関係ないだろ。捕まってるのは俺なんだから。憎いって言うなら俺だけにしろ。二人を殺す理由なんてない。
理由はあるわ。私以外のマスターは生かしておけないもの。それが聖杯戦争でしょ。
バカ、簡単に人を殺すなんて言うな。お前にはそんなの似合わない。イリアはまだ子供なんだから、そんな真似だけはしちゃダメだ。
Me and Ilya defender. She really doesn't want to be alone, okay? She has friends. Look, they're all sitting in chairs too. Ilya stares at me in disbelief.
残念ね。私はもうマスターを殺してるんだよ。
And I thank you for your service. She sounds so joyful as she says it.
もっとも、それは昨日の話だけど、予想外といえば予想外だったかな。私、あいつはお兄ちゃんが手を下すって思ってたのに。
In that instant, I, surprisingly, understand exactly what she's talking about. Even Shiro is shocked that he understands something? Ilya was in the building last night, which means she must have seen the master running for his life as the perfect prey.
ごめんね。シローがやらないから私がやっちゃった。本当は横取りって好きじゃないんだけど。
She doesn't sound guilty at all. It probably meant nothing to her. It makes me realize something. I've probably known this since the moment we first met. She really doesn't know the difference between good and evil. That innocent laugh is just as much Ilya as the merciless laugh I hear now. It's not that Ilya has a devil on one shoulder and an angel on the other. Ilya, however angelic she may look, is a devil.
それじゃあ行ってくるわ。
And she did the community a favor. Yep. That they did. That she did.
帰ってきたらシローの番なんだから、せいぜい逃げ出す努力でもしていなさい。もっとも、カゴから逃げ出せないから、小鳥は小鳥なの。
Vivi, hello! Just finished work. What's going on with the psycho girl? You know, she's just about to kill everything and everyone that I know and love, and then come back to kill me. So just normal stuff.
お兄ちゃんじゃ、この鳥かごからは出られないでしょうけど。
Congrats on a day, well spent though. I feel like I could have worded that better. Ilya leaves. She's absolutely right, of course. He knows nothing of threats or tactics. So she just says what's true. Just normal things. Yeah, exactly. She wants Shiro to stay with her forever. Yeah. So she's kind of yandere for us? Question mark? I think? I don't know. Someone else left her and now Shiro is suffering. Yeah. Like little hints of that. But I can't stay here forever. Question mark is correct. Yeah. No further comments. I need to escape and meet up with Saber before Ilya can attack her. I shake myself, trying to loosen the ropes around my wrists. That W and R being right next to each other was devastating to me. I'm sorry. Maybe she really doesn't think I can escape. There's no one else here. If I'm not being watched, even I can manage to get out of some ropes, but... Okay, let me take this moment to enjoy a nugget. Hang on. Alright, there you go. She tied you up? Oh, that's a red flag. There's been other red flags that she's shown us up until now. So this is like the least red flaggiest out of all of them, but still a red flag, regardless. My body just won't listen to me. My limbs move, but they're as heavy as lead. And just trying to move at all is exhausting. She is a red flag. She created the idea of red flags. Orange flag? No. As an orange guy myself, I can't, like, allow this flag to surface up. I'm sorry. I can't move like this. Even though I get out of the rope, I won't be able to escape the room if I can hardly move. She's like a fairy. Yeah.
疲れてるからじゃないよな。そっか。イリアの目を見て、それで動かなくなったんだっけ。
Doesn't know right or wrong, yeah. As an orange guy myself is crazy. I mean, look at me, right? There must be mystic eyes. Your truly superior mages can perform some sort of magecraft just by making eye contact with their target. Restraint is a common effect of mystic eyes. So that's probably what's going on here. Eyes are how we take in visual information, and so are susceptible to suggestion and spells. And that's why most mages employ some sort of protection on their eyes to block out other mages' magecraft. But that means that it should be easier to break a suggestion over a spell, right? He meant his hair, probably? Yeah, let's go with that. Well, at least that was from Mystic Eyes. At least that was from Mystic Eyes learned through Magecraft. Some monsters are born with Mystic Eyes, and don't even need to lock eyes with their target. And here all they need to do is look to use whatever ability they have, but it's also extremely rare for people to have powers like that. And, luckily, Ilia's Mystic Eyes aren't unique or special, they're just a means of sending magical energy at a target. And that means there has to be a way to dispel the effect. Ilia's magical energy is invading my nerves, preventing me from moving. If I can get rid of that magical energy, that should fix my paralysis.
単純な話だ。泥が溜まってるなら水を流して洗えばいい。
I close my eyes and focus inward on my own body. Alright, time for another nugget. I have like 5 left, just to like give an idea of like where I'm at. I may not have the skill to detect and remove foreign magical energy that's invaded my body, but I don't need anything like that, so as long as I'm dealing with magical energy that hasn't become a curse and taken root in my body. Aiden has chicken nuggies and didn't bring enough for everyone? For shame. Hey, I had 14! And I'm eating all of it, so I'm sorry. Yeah. I had a lighter breakfast today. Because I had like, okay, don't get mad when you hear this. I had a frozen pizza and a bag of popcorn for breakfast today. So it's not the best breakfast. So these nuggets are like really doing it for me right now. If Ilia's magical energy is lingering, stagnant in my body, I just need a strong flow of magical energy through my body to flush it out. Good, yeah. And then plus, I'm having an actual dinner tonight, so yeah. My god. It would be worse if he didn't eat. Yeah, because I figured it's like, okay, I should at least still be like eating regularly, you know? You're an actual 9-year-old? Okay. But tonight, we're having steak bites. It's gonna be with a side of mashed potatoes, so hey, an actual like a dish. 9 out of 10 doctors wish they didn't hear that. If okay, with that.
乱暴なやり方だけど、あいにくそんなことしかできないんだ。
I apologize to my body for I'm about to put it through. All I have to do is focus on my daily routine. The ritual where I force a foreign nerve down my spine. No, not anymore. I don't need to build it from scratch anymore. Now all I have to do is flip the switch in my head. Instead of creating a magic circuit in my body, I just have to switch my nerves into a magic circuit. Aiden's dinner tomorrow is dino nugs, mac and cheese, and fruit punch. No, but that being said, 2 nights ago, I did have like cheese ravioli pasta with Alfredo mushrooms and did we add anything else in there other than just the mushrooms? It was the cheese ravioli, Alfredo, mushrooms, and then just like kind of baked in like you know, like in butter, garlic, and onion powder, and it was pretty good. We meant to like add some spinach in there too, but we kind of forgot about it, so we didn't get any like veggies with it. But overall, that was really nice. Excuse me. Bro's been putting a mental pipe into his spine since before the Grail War, and he's barely apologizing to his body now. That is true. I'm having a chocolate pudding pop, so I can't really talk, to be honest. That does sound really good though. Like, I would have one myself too if I could. I remembered the spell to focus myself. You don't use spells to change the world around you. They're to be used on yourself, to empower you to change the world. For mages, They're a way to initiate a kind of self-transformation. Spells are the first, most basic magecraft used to create a mystic just for you. A command that will only work on you. My blood flow accelerates. Power builds in my blood. My body is becoming a machine for circulating magical energy. Probably thanks to the gem Tosca made me swallow. Normally, this would take me at least an hour. Now I'm able to do it almost instantly. Okay, another nugget down. I feel like it takes me a really long time to chew my food. I feel like longer than average. I don't know. But then again, I'm stuffing an entire nugget into my mouth. So of course that's going to take longer than just like taking bites out of it. I don't even need to flip the switch at this rate. I can just let the magical energy circulate and let my hands go. I agree. Actually, I say flip the switch, but I still haven't found the switch to begin with. Heat rushes into me. I try to get control over my pounding heart, and my hands slip from the bucking reins. Blood spurts from my mouth. Ooh. I must have opened a vein or torn something inside myself. I channeled enough magical energy to flush out the mud that invaded me, so it's no wonder I'm throwing up blood. Luckily, I don't feel any pain. Just casually throwing up blood, but I don't feel any pain, so it must be okay. It's an abnormality of my body that I still don't understand, but I'm delighted to have it at a time like this. The ability to heal any non-fatal wound is my biggest and only strength right now. I do need to be careful not to rely on it too much though. Have fun cleaning that up later, Ilya. Since I still have no idea how it works, relying on it too much risks losing it all. So I can't rely on miracles I don't understand. I undo the rope. My wrists were bruised, but I wasn't bound tightly enough to cut off circulation. I don't think Ilya tied me up, but I wasn't bound very tightly. Besides, I doubt it was Ilya who carried me in here anyway. Who here other than Ilya might not be all that strong? I rise to my feet as I try to crack a joke. I can control my body, but I pushed it too far. While I may not be injured, magical energy is raging through my body. Just moving around is likely to tear my insides up. It's probably the pain. Dizziness and nausea wreck my entire body, and I have no feeling at the ends of my arms and legs. I'm not going to get home before Ilya gets back. Not like this. I slap my cheeks and start walking. What? As soon as I lean against the wall and start heading toward the door, I hear something on the other side of the wall. Footsteps. More than one set of footsteps. People are approaching my door and talking. They stop right in front of my door. What cheeks did he slap? Alright, listen here. There's no time to hide. I need to... I'm in no state to fight. I'll sit in the chair and pretend I'm tied up. Is that good? Oh! That gave me points to Rin. Wait, they're here. Oh! There's no time for me to hesitate. I can't possibly fight like this, so I need to be careful until I've recovered. I put my wrists together to make it look like I'm tied up. The door opens. Could it be Ilya? Or someone else from the castle? I just need to remain sitting here, looking like I'm bound up, right up to the very last moment when the person comes into the room and...
無事ですか、シロ。
My eyes widen. For a moment, I genuinely think I'm just hallucinating out of sheer desperate hope.
縛られているのですね。すぐに解きますからそのまま。
いや、縄は解けてるんだけど。
I bring my hands out front.
話が見えないのですが、シロはここで囚われていたのでは。
いや、なんとか自由になって逃げ出そうとしたところで誰か来たから、とりあえず捕まったふりをしてたんだけど。
なるほど。敵を油断させて脱出を確かなものにしようとしたのですね。
Saber looks impressed. I almost want to go back and like see the other options, because it makes sense one of them is going to be Saber, but then maybe the other one's just going to be like no points. I am not going to tell her that that I hadn't managed to think any farther than that.
それよりセイバー、セイバ
Do
ー
it?
だな。幻じゃない、本物のセイバー。
I will. Alright, let's see. From here. But I'm probably gonna have to like, yeah. Fast forward a little bit. Okay. So I should probably quick save here instead. I just have to fight. I feel like that's on Saber's side. Victory goes to the one who makes the first move. I need to fight. I can't hide, and I don't have time for that anyway. I need to get back out there just as fast as I can and get back to Saber. The door opens. Push myself up against the wall. Oh yeah, I'm not trying to read. Okay, so that would give me points with Saber. I do want to see her reaction though. Huh? The scout opens the door but doesn't enter the room. Hold on. The chair is visible from the entrance, even without coming in. Whoever is peeking in will know what's going on just from seeing the empty chair where I'm supposed to be sitting. Crap. If they call for backup right now, escaping will get a lot harder. Just gonna have to hurry out and take out... We're just gonna have to hurry out and take on whoever's on patrol. Push off from the wall and rush towards the door. And then... They must have figured I was hiding because they step into the room as soon as I jump out. No chance of stopping now. Whoever I'm up against, I just need to knock them out and escape.
動くな。おとなしくしていれば命までは。シロ。
I freeze. My mind goes blank. The very person I have to go save is standing right in front of me.
セイバー、どうしてここに？
どうしてなんて、そんなことは言うまでもないでしょう。サーバントがマスターを守るのに理由はいりません。シローが囚われたのなら、助けに来るのは当然ではないですか。
Alright, then lastly here. Okay. Is this last one just gonna be like, points to Ilya? It's like, what? What about that bed over there? No, you just get nothing. Okay, yeah. I do kind of want to stay on the Saber route, but like, I don't mind the win points too.
いや、だからどうして俺が捕まったって知ってるんだよ。いや、そんなことよりどうしてここにいるんだ、セイバー。ここはイリアの隠れ家だぞ。今のセイバーが近寄っていい場所じゃない。
それは私のセリフです。あなたこそ何をやっていたのですか。
Sorry.
一人で行動するなどあれほど言っていたのに、やすやすとイリアスピールに拉致され、このような場所に監禁されるなんて。シローはマスター失格です。この件については何らかの謝罪をしてもらわなければ気が済みません。
確かにそれは軽率だった。けどどうしてセイバーがここにいるんだ。 セイバー、満足に動けないんだろ。だっていうのに、イリアの本拠地に来るなんて、何考えてるんだ。
あなたこそ何を考えているのです。サーバントはマスターを守る者。シローが囚われたのですから、イリアスピールの本拠地だろうと関係はありません。
Saber is as blunt as ever. I thought I was muted earlier, so I'm sorry. She's exactly as she's always been. This isn't the weak, slumbering Saber from last night.
シロー、どうしたのです？急に黙り込んで。やはり捕まっている間に傷を負ったのですか？
いや、そうじゃない。俺のことはいいんだ。それよりセイバーこそ元気そうでよかった。
Whoa! Look at that. I'm genuinely relieved. I'm surprised to see Saber here, but I'm much happier to see that she's herself. I know it's selfish of me to think this way, but I think this is how Saber should be.
すまなかったな、セイバー。事情はよくわからないけど、俺を助けに来てくれたんだろ？
はい。サーバントとしてマスターを救うのは当然ですから。
ありがとう。お前が来てくれて本当に助かった。
What a relief. Everything sorted itself out. Now I just need to get out of here with Saber. Wait a minute. Is that Tosaka?
トサカ。
Are you real? And are you really right here?
思ったより元気そうじゃない。これじゃあ私たちが出向く必要もなかったかしら。
だからそう言っただろ、リム。エミやシロなど放っておけと。この手の男はな、周りに迷惑をかけるだけかけて、自分だけは生き延びるのだ。今回のはいい機会だった。見捨てておけば勝手に死んでくれたものを。
聞き捨てなりません。
Look how red they are together.
助力を頼んだのは私ですが、あなたにシロを侮辱する権利などないはずです。
いざ主が助かればそれか。マスターもマスターならサーバントもサーバントだ。協力者に対するありがたみなどないようだな。
Oh my god, he's now the Beresti? Did you mean to say that? What do you mean by that? Get this man away.
まあ、いずれ戦う身だ。情など持たれない方がやりやすくはあるが。
Yes, big moon man. Ah, I see. He must have hit a nerve as Saber goes silent. This guy. He's not just unfriendly to me. He treats Saber the same way.
そこまでよ。今がどんな状況なのか忘れてるわけじゃないでしょうね、あーちゃん。おしゃべりなんてしてる暇はないわ。イリアスフィールが戻ってくる前に撤退しないと。
ちょっと待ってくれ。トサカたちはここがイリアの住処だって知っててきたのか？いや、そもそも。
Ilya left saying she was going to kill Tosaka and Saber. That means Ilya and Tosaka passed each other.
助かった。今頃イリアはうちに向かってると思う。トサカたちがここに来てくれなかったらイリアと戦う羽目になってた。
ええ、そうみたいね。イリアとバーサーカーが外に出たのは確認したわ。まあ、そうでもなければこんなところまで忍び込まないけど。
I get it. Saber and Tosaka only managed to pull something so bold off because they saw Ilya leave. She's as bold as ever, but it's this time that brassiness worked to our advantage. I'm impressed.
とにかく話は後よ。ここがアインツベルンのアジトって分かった時は覚悟してきたけど、合わないんならそれに越したことはないでしょ。セイバーがそんな調子じゃバーサーカーには太刀打ちできないしね。
Tosaka gestures for me and Saber to separate.
遠坂、セイバーがそんな調子ってどこがだよ。顔色もいいし、もう以前のセイバーじゃないか。
あなたね、そんな都合のいい話があるわけないでしょ。セイバーは全く回復してないわ。立っているだけが精一杯って見てわからない？
リン、それは黙っていると約束したはずです。
悪いわね、そんなの破棄よ。黙っていてもマイナスなだけだし、そもそも隠し通せる問題じゃないわ。
それはそうですが、しかし
She sounds so pained. Now I see nothing has changed about her situation.
セイバー、今の話は本当なのか？
はい、リンの言うことは正しい。恥ずかしい話ですが、今の私ではセイバーとして戦うことはできません。できることといえばシローの盾になることぐらいでしょうか。
そんなことだろうと思ったわ。武装もできないぐらい弱ってるくせに一緒に行くって聞かないんだもの。
Save her. We have to.
戦えない代わりにマスターをかばおうとでも思ったんでしょう。
She's so weak she can't even arm herself. She was willing to become my shield since she couldn't fight? What kind of absurd nonsense is she saying? Also, by the way, I'm done with my food, so no more muting.
すまないシロー。このような体ではサーバント失格だとは分かっていますが、それでも盾の役割はできます。不服だとは思いますが、今はそれで。
Oh, come on. Why does Saber never think about herself? Why is she only ever worried about everyone else? Hmm? See how it feels, Shiro? Nuggies have gone extinct. Okay, did you have to rub it in our face though? Oh, I was just saying. Just let you guys know.
ふざけんな。そんなの不服に決まってるだろ。
Out of anybody, like I feel like I eat the most on stream, don't I? And it only happens like every so often too.
遠坂、お前なんだってセイバーを連れてきたんだ。今は俺のことよりセイバーの方がずっと大事だって分かってたんじゃないのか。
何よ、私だって反対したわよ。けどセイバーはどうしてもって聞かないし、そもそもセイバーじゃないとあんたの居場所は分からなかったわ。危険なのは100も承知だけど、それでもセイバーは必要だったの。
お前、それでも。
I wanted to tell her she shouldn't have brought Saber, but I stopped myself. I have no business criticizing. It is only happening because I went and got captured. Tosaka and Saber were just doing what they thought was right.
口喧嘩も結構だがな。今そこまでにしておけ、リン。
Yeah, you're gluttonous? More like I don't even eat in the first place.
マスターならば自分の住処の異常には敏感だろう。悠長に説明している暇はないぞ。
そうね、イリアスフィールのやつ、今頃慌てて戻ってきている頃だものね。いいわ、話は後にしてあげる。今はこの城から出ることが先決よ。それでいいわね、城。
シロ、私たちも。
いや、けど。
Gluttonous needs to gluttonous? Not always. Like, unfortunately, there's also another area in the body that I can go to. If Aiden... Oh, sorry. If Saber is if Saber's as bad as she was last night, it'll be hard for her to even walk out right now. I don't want to push Saber any harder than I have already.
まったく、どうやら私も甘く見られたものですね。
セイバ
ー。いくら魔力が尽きているとはいえ、今でもシローよりは戦えます。私から見ればシローの方こそ消えてしまいそうで怖い。リンは気がついていないようですが、体内の魔力が乱れているのではないですか。
いや、けどこんなのは大したことじゃない。我慢すれば持ちこたえられる程度だ。 俺は全然大丈夫だぞ、本当。
では私もシロと同じです。苦しいですが我慢しきれないものではありません。突然のことで状況がつかめないと思いますが、今は凛に従いましょう。話をするのならそれは家に帰ってからです。
Saber encourages me to go. I give up. She looks so serious, so determined that I can't worry anymore.
そうだな。話したいことは山ほどあるけど、それは無事に帰ってからにする。
I want to ask about Saber's condition, and I want to thank her for coming to rescue me. But now isn't the time to ask her about the dream I had.
よし、行こう、セイバー。
I nod, and get moving as best as I can. Every step is a supreme effort, but this isn't the time for whining. Even weakened as she is, Saber came all the way here. Is this a hallway? This corridor wouldn't be out of place in a museum. Ilia's castle must be massive.
ちょっと見とれてる場合じゃないわよ。この城から出ても外は一面樹海なんだから、急がないと朝になるわ。
一面の樹海？じゃあここ本当に山の中なのか？宮山町から車で何時間っていうあの樹海？
そう、アインツベルンの隠し城よ。この城から出た後、何時間もかけて森を抜けなくちゃならないの。今は夜だし、朝日が昇るまでには森を抜けるわよ。
Tozaka heads through the hallway, not hesitating for a moment. She's probably heading towards whatever door they snuck in through.
今が夜なのは知ってたけど、一体どのぐらい捕まってたんだ、俺は。
I thought it was about half a day, but maybe it's actually been a few days.
シローがイリアスフィールに囚われたのは朝方でしょう。日付は変わってしまいましたから、形の上では丸一日囚われていたことになりますね。
Princess Shiro.
そうか、面目ない。
いいえ、そのようなことはありません。イリアスフィールに捕まってこれだけの時間が過ぎたというのに、シローは無事でした。体は囚われの身でも心では負けなかった証ではないですか。
それはそうかもしれないけど。
ええ、イリアスフィールは少女に見えてもアインツベルンの魔術師です。もし彼女に屈していたのなら、シローはシローではなくなっていたでしょう。
Yeah.
私とてその可能性を考慮しなかったわけではありません。最悪あなたは死んでいるものと覚悟してこの城に足を踏み入れたのです。だからここでシローと再会できてよかった。マスターが無事な姿を見せているのですから、私も負けるわけにはいきません。
I feel the same. I couldn't stand not knowing if Saber was safe or not.
ちょっとやる気あるのかっていうのよ。
Ah, that's new.
もたもたしてると本気で先に行くからね。
Tozaka pops her head from the bend of the corridor to yell at us.
やば、話してる場合じゃなかった。急ごう、セイバー。
I break into a run, urging Saber to do the same. Pointy teeth. Ugh. Everything hurts, but I grit my teeth and keep going. I drive my aching body on, following Tosaka. As I half limp, half run, Saber brings up the rear. She must be in a lot of pain, too. She's pretending not to be, but she's in no condition for this.
セイバー、苦しかったな。
I want to tell her I'll give her a helping hand, but I stop myself. Saying that would just make Saber dig in her heels and be more determined not to accept help. All I can do is keep an eye on her. Once Saber's too exhausted to complain, I'll just carry her. Honestly, Saber can be incorrigible sometimes. I didn't know Vals was in this game. Babs as Rin? No, too soon today. So it's still like, it's like if Lily and Babs fused actually. Maybe. He has to be forced to even take a break. And so, with Tosaka leading the way, we managed to get to the exit.
出口って、ここ入り口じゃないのか、遠坂。
You know how houses work, right?
何当たり前のこと言ってるのよ。玄関っていうのはそういうものでしょ。入る時も出る時もここが一番手っ取り早いんだから。
Tosaka hurries down the stairs. Well, I'm in no position to complain. Saber and I head down the stairs and into the hall. It looks like a lobby. All we have to do now is head out through the big door at the other end of the hall and we're out.
よし、ここまで来たら大丈夫。問題は森に出てからだけど、まあ夜だし、闇に乗じて国道まで出られるかな。イリアスフィールが戻ってきて、シロがいないって気づいたところで、後の祭りよ。あいつが帰ってくる頃には朝になっちゃってるしね。何よシロ、その顔。いかにも服装だけど。
いや、別に。遠坂は大物だなって再確認してただけだ。
変なところでおかしな確認するのね、あなた。
And Berserker, yeah. Well, I was more getting at her just walking into the enemy stronghold through the front door.
まあいいわ。とにかく外に出ましょう。帰り道は覚えているから迷うこともないしね。
We head towards the entrance. A long, narrow hall extends from the lobby, and at the end of it is an enormous door. The hall is, unbelievably, about 30 meters long. I'm reminded that we're standing in an actual castle, but in the next moment.
なんだ、もう帰っちゃうの？せっかく来たのに残念ね。
How did she get here so fast? Ilya shouldn't be here, but her giggling voice echoes up and down the hall. I whirl around. Everyone skids to a stop. The instant we see our enemy, we know we're dead as soon as we turn our backs to them. Tosaka's voice trembles. Back at the other end of the hall, we see her standing at the top of the stairs we just descended. She shouldn't be here. Ironically, it's a similar arrangement to our first meeting. Ilya standing above us with Berserker behind her. Berserker's presence is overwhelming. Now that I can assess his servants of strength, I understand what a monster he really is. He can't do this. Even if Saber was at full strength, Berserker is just too powerful. It wouldn't even be a battle. That monster can't be beat, not in a fight. If we are ever going to beat Berserker, we have to figure out how to do it without fighting him. In other words, if we want to live, we need to stay far away from Berserker.
こんばんは。あなたの方から来てくれて嬉しいわ、リン。
Archer, it's your time to shine. You've been time out for too long. How about do that? Yeah, exactly. Ilya's voice is cheerful and bouncy. Challenge of the checkers. This hulking man, just like sitting at the other end of a checkers table. I don't know, I think I might have a heart attack. She's smiling that same smile I saw the night we met. Innocent, but merciless. She won't settle to squash us like bugs. And that's when I realized, we're not going to escape. Period. No matter what I do, I can't stop Ilya. Even if I try to draw Ilya's attention, that won't let Tosaka and the others escape.
どうしたの？黙っていちゃつまらないわ。せっかく時間をあげてるんだから、遺言ぐらい残した方がいいと思うな。
She giggles. We don't have time for these kinds of games. We need to run to the entrance the second we can find an opening. Even if we know we'll never get an opening, all we can do is wait and hope.
じゃあ、一つ聞いてあげる。
Even in this situation, Tosaka takes a step closer towards Ilya.
イリアスフィール、あんたが戻ってきた気配はなかったけど、 もしかしてずっと隠れてたのかしら。そうよ、私はどこにも行っていないわ。私はね、ここからあなたたちの道化ぶりを眺めていただけ。そう、外に出て行ったのは偽物ってわけ。ええ、あなたたちが来ることは分かってたもの。私は主人なんだから、お客様のおもてなしをしないといけないでしょ。
Right then, the giant vanishes. Not sure if it jumped or just moved. The next thing I know, Berserker appears in the middle of the lobby, creating a whirlwind. This is the end for us. If we retreat towards the entrance, he'll slice us in half with that axe sword the moment we turn our backs to him. But we're dead if we stay here too. The only other option is to challenge that walking mass of death, however futile it'll be.
おしゃべりはおしまい。それじゃあ始めよっか、バーサーカー。
The pale girl raises her hand as if performing a ritual, and looks down on us.
誓うわ、今日は一人も逃がさない。
Her declaration is equal parts murderous intent and delight. Berserker's eyes light up. Before, Berserker had moved only as Ilya ordered, but now he's free to act, and he identifies us as enemies. Something's making a grinding sound. Tosaka grits her teeth hard, as if in regret.
あーちゃん、聞こえる？
Tosaka speaks quietly, without turning.
少しでいいわ。一人であいつの足止めをして。
She just ordered her servant to his death. Archer doesn't answer.
バカな。正気ですか、リン。アーチャー一人ではバーサーカーにはかなわない。
私たちはその隙に逃げる。あーちゃんには私たちが逃げ切るまで時間を稼いでもらうわ。
Tosaka continues giving her orders, ignoring Saber. Her voice is cold, devoid of any emotion. Archer, who had been silent as if pondering something, his eyes fixed on Berserker, gives a slight nod. Goodbye, Breasty. I hope we see you again.
賢明だ。リンたちが先に逃げてくれれば、私も逃げられる。単独行動は旧兵の得意分野だからな。
He takes a step forward as if to protect Tosaka. Berserker doesn't move. Ilya's laughter comes from above.
へえ、びっくり。そんな誰とも知らないサーバントで私のヘラクレスを止めるって言うんだ。なんだ、案外可愛いとこあるのね、リン。
Neither Tosaka nor Archer are in any position to object. They know better than anyone. Archer steps forward. Oh, that's why this man has a back sprite. He's empty-handed as usual. Tosaka looks at Archer's back. It's still funny. Yeah, I agree. There's nothing she can say to him. She must know her orders are absurd. They amounted to telling Archer to die so we could escape.
あーちゃん、私。
Tosaka's about to say something, but
ところでリン、一つ確認していいかな。
Archer interrupts her, speaking so nonchalantly that it seems out of place.
いいわ。何？
Tosaka turned towards Archer, her eyes downcast. Archer's gaze stays locked on Berserker.
ああ、時間を稼ぐ。別に。
Well,
あれを倒してしまっても構わんのだろ。
such an aura farmer. Yeah. It sounds completely ridiculous.
あーちゃん、あんた。ええ、遠慮はいらないわ。ガツンと痛い目に合わせてやって、あーちゃん。
そうか。ならば、期待に応えるとしよう。
Archer walks forward, only 10 meters until he reaches Berserker. At this distance, It could close on Archer instantly.
バカにしていいわ。やりなさいバーサーカー。そんな生意気なやつバラバラにして構わないんだから。
Ilya's voice is hysterical. I wonder if Archer is like Achilles, right? I know Achilles is not an archer himself, but he does like have the fable like Achilles' heel a moment, right? No, who could Archer be? I wonder. Get that cocky, man. So true. Ilya's voice is hysterical. Tozuka turns her back, not paying attention.
行くわ。外に出ればそれで私たちの勝ちになる。
Someone that's smug as heck. A smug hero. Tozuka grabs my hand as well as Saber's and runs. Saber doesn't eject. She follows Tozuka. We start running towards the entrance, leaving Archer behind. But then from behind me, he calls out to me, his back still to me. He's always lecturing us, Shiro. He's about to do it again. I let go of Tozuka's hand and turned around. In the lobby, now a good ways from me, I see Archer's back as he faces down Berserker. Archer is obviously Theodore Roosevelt. Right, no mustache though. Can't be. Berserker draws near. Archer is still empty-handed. He doesn't take a single step while he watches his enemy closing in.
お前にできることは一つだけだろう。ならば、その一つを極めてみろ。
Frick, you're right. Archer raises one hand. I have no idea when he got it, but he's holding a short sword now.
忘れるな。イメージするものは常に最強の自分だ。外敵などいらぬ。お前にとって戦う相手とは自身のイメージに他ならない。
Oh my god, Teddy. He's not gonna let us see him fight. Wow, yeah. I see him start to shift. Berserker's sword sends a rush of wind ahead of him. I turn and run, not staying to watch the clash. Tozuka and Saber are already at the entrance. I run and I don't look back. The sight of the man in red made it clear that I needed to go. Can one servant have two masters, by the way? We hurry through the long hallway and out to the gate. Hard as it is to believe, we were really in a castle. And an old one at that, hidden deep in a forest. No? Dang. The whole place is surrounded by trees as far as one can see. Can't see any buildings or even the sky in the distance.
こっちよ。3時間もすれば国道に出られるから、それまで走って。
That's not how it works, nothing? Come on, man. I'm sorry. I just wanted Saber to have both Rin and Shido. It's Server 101. Thanks, Rusty, giving us tips on how we can fight. 3 hours. Honestly, I'm not sure I'll last that long. I'm not tired, but the pain gets worse with every step. If I could at least rest, my fever might break, but we don't have time for that.
シロ、早く。
Tozuka sounds every bit as hurried. She's giving Archer his orders. As composed as she looks, I can see the regret weighing on her.
分かってる。すぐに追いつく。セイバー、急ごう。
はい。急ぎましょう、シロ。
Saber's eyes are downcast, but she breaks into a run with us. We follow Tozuka as she slips between the trees. Saber's breath rattles loudly in her chest as she runs beside me. It's too dark for me to see clearly, but I can tell she's struggling. I can't ignore it any longer. Saber loses her balance. I sweep in from the side and take hold of her before she hits the ground.
ここまでだ。これ以上は無理だぞ、セイバー。
何を言うのです、シロ。この程度の苦境、今まで何度も経験してきました。私はまだ十分に走れます。
何言ってんだ。何度経験していようが苦しいものは苦しいだろう。いいから 少しは弱音を吐けってんだ。
I pull her arm. Saber hardly weighs anything anyway. I gather her effortlessly into my arms.
何をするのですシロ。
何ってしばらく休んでろ。そんな顔で走られてちゃこっちが先に参っちまう。
無礼な、話しなさい。この程度で私が倒れるとでも思っているのですか。
Saber struggles in my arms, but her resistance is weak. Her thin arms have no real strength with them as she pushes up my chest. It pains me to see just how weak she's gotten. Dude, I want to carry Saber. That should be everybody's life goals by this point. I never imagined Saber could be too weak to push away from someone picking her up.
何を考えているのですかシロ。このようなこといくらマスターといえど許しません。
Saber struggles against me, her face beet red. I can't really blame her. This must be a terribly embarrassing position for a knight to be in, but now isn't the time to worry about that.
嘘つけ。俺を振りほどけないぐらい弱ってるくせに大丈夫なわけがないだろう。いいからおと
Wow,
なしくしてろ。
why is she so
マ
cute?
スタ
I
ー
know.
としての命令だ。それでも聞かないって言うならレージを使うしかなくなるぞ。
No emote engaged.
卑怯な。こんなことでレイジを使うなどそんな無意を容認できるはずがない。
ならおとなしくしてろ。急がないと遠坂に置いていかれる。
Saber must have given up, as she reluctantly falls silent. That's good enough for now. As long as she's not struggling, I can carry her and run at the same time. Spots burst across my vision. As I run, my blood pumps faster. I try to fight down the nausea burning at the back of my throat, gritting my teeth with every step. Can you do not? We're gonna die. Poor Rin. My breathing is erratic, but I do all that I can to hold the pain at bay. There's a reason for that.
シロ、下ろしてください。やはり私も走りますから。
The moment she sees me struggling, Saber looks up at me, concerned. I can't stop now.
甘く見るな。セイバー一人どうってことないぞ。壊れたストーブに比べれば女の子一人分なんて空気みたいなもんだ。
ですが、
いいから黙っててくれ。ギブアンドテイクって言葉知ってるか？今まで助けてもらったんだからこれぐらいしないと釣り合わないんだよ。ここらで借りを返しておかないと明日から守ってもらえないだろ。
いえ、そんなことはないのですが、私の方こそこれでは釣り合いが取れなくなる。
そりゃよかった。じゃきついのは今回限りだな。がぜんやる気が湧いてきた。
I take a breath and pick up the pace. Tosaka knows very well that I have Saber in my arms, but she keeps taking us through narrower and narrower paths. It's a good thing Saber's so light, but following Tosaka is a trial all on its own.
ほら、喋ると舌を噛むぞ。黙っていてくれた方が俺も助かるんだから、おとなしくしていてくれ。
はい。それではマスターの指示に従います。
Saber relaxes in my arms. She was tense earlier, which made carrying her hard. Now it's a bit easier. The problem now is whether Saber and I will make it to our destination. Don't know how long we've been running. Maybe 30 minutes, maybe an hour. Running doesn't take a lot out of me. I've been training hard and Saber's so light. But right now, there's something wrong inside me. The more I move, the dizzier I get. I feel like I'm about to throw up. I would have understood if I'd been bitten by a snake. The poison was doing a number on me since we're in the forest. But this pain won't bring me to my knees. It's just a heaviness in my chest and the need to throw something out. There's nothing compared to the heat I'm feeling in my arms right now. Saber's closed her eyes, as if she were sleeping. She's not resisting, she's relaxed. Her body is growing hotter by the moment. Her clothes are damp with sweat, even though it's the middle of winter, and she's tucked her head down to hide her labor breathing from me. It'll be a repeat of that one night. The night Saber collapsed from exhaustion after using her noble phantasm against Ryder. Saber's condition hasn't changed since that night. Was she able to talk until now because she was just in the brief window before she disappeared? I run in an attempt to prevent that from coming true. Steady girl. Sorry. Gross. I run in an attempt to prevent that from coming true. Oh, hang on. Alrighty. I'm back. I was hacked? I see. Right. Because you would never say that. You're right. Not a chance now, you're still on brand for you? Ooh. Do I take Nia's word for it or babies? Or maybe there's a third person that wants to, like, be the decider. Move my feet as fast as I can, hoping that we can do something as long as we make it home. I barely nearly trip and skid to a stop, leaning my back against a tree. I taste blood. So that's where the nausea is coming from. I don't have a brand. Now you're just straight up lying. None got on Saber since it was just a little bit, but the source of my nausea churns in my chest. Saber would be pretty upset about the waste of food if I threw up. Actually, knowing Saber, she might well cut me in half for it. Yep, that's funny. The bit of levity lends me just a little more energy. Okay, break's over.
いいえ、無茶をするのはここで終わりです、シロ。
Saber.
She wasn't asleep. Saber speaks up from where she lays in my arms.
なんだよ。終わりって何が？
ですから、シロは一人で逃げるべきです。その体では私を連れて行くことはできません。
そんなことあるか。今のはただ転んだだけだ。こんなの別にどうってこと。
あるわよ。そんな死人みたいな顔で何言ってるんだか。
Hey. Tosuga's come back for some reason.
強がるのは勝手だけどね。いくら夜の森だからって口元の血ぐらい隠しなさい。それじゃあセイバーに心配されるのも当然よ。
よかった。リンがいるのなら話が早い。
でしょうね。セイバーの言いたいことはわかるわ。時間もないことだし、そこの大バカにもわかるようにさっさと言ってやって。
No whole baka. Saber nods.
はい。リン、私をここに置いていってほしい。私を連れていては逃げきれないし、何よりもう長くは持ちません。
You can't really insist she's being ridiculous. Neither of them needs to remind me how much worse Saber's getting. Saber won't last long. I have to sense she won't make it until morning, the way things are going.
そう。で、シロはこのままセイバーと心中する？
まさかそんな気はないし、セイバーは消えさせない。セイバーが消えるって言うんならレイジでも何でも使って。
オーケー、それならいいわ。じゃあ両方とも解決しましょう。セイバーを助けて、ついでに3人でこの森から脱出する。今後の方針はそれで決まりね。
は？
My brain feels like mushy tofu. Tosuka says the damnedest things, and always so casually.
ちょっと待って。そりゃ確かにそうしたいけど、それができないから。
いいからこっちに来て。言っとくけど、私も簡単にセーバーを死なせる気はないわ。ええ、この機会は逃さない。あなたにはその責務を果たしてもらう。シローもいいって言ったし、そうしても構わないわよね、セイバー。
Tosuka looks towards Saber meaningfully. Saber doesn't answer. Instead, she averts her eyes awkwardly. Once we pass through the exceptionally tall trees, something unexpected comes into our view.
廃墟？
ここならしばらく身を隠せるでしょ。来るときにね、アーチャーが見つけておいたのよ。万が一の時の隠れ家にしようって。
Trees choke the ruins. Only one of the rooms on the second floor remain more or less intact. The windows are miraculously undamaged, and the brilliant moonlight casts the room in a glow. Pale glow.
割合綺麗じゃない。もしかしたら最近まで誰かが寝泊まりしてたのかもね。
Nothing faces this girl. Tosuka steps over the rubble and pats the bed near the wall with both hands.
シローこっち。セーバーを寝かせないとまずいでしょ。人に抱かれているのって結構体力使うのよ。
ああ、今行く。
I lay Saber on the old beat-up bed.
どう？苦しいセーバー。まだ体を動かすのには問題ない？
ええ、シローがここまで運んでくれましたから、まだ体を保っていられるようです。
そう。ならあとはこっちの問題だけか。あれから1時間、イリアスフィールが追ってくるにしてももう少し時間はかかるわ。探すのに手間取れば朝方ぐらいまでは隠れていられる。
She just reminded me of something. We went as far as this ruins, but what happened with Berserker and Archer? We stayed in the castle to hold Berserker off. It's already been an hour. Archer should have retreated from the castle by now.
トスカ、あいつは。
Tosuka doesn't respond. She only presses her right hand to her heart, like she's clutching something precious. And that's enough to tell me what happened to Archer. Tosuka's command spell is on her right arm. The master and their servant are connected. In the same way Saber was able to detect when I was in danger, a master can sense whether their servant is alive or dead.
トスカ、あいつは。
まあね。足止めだけでいいって言ったのにさ。
Rusty.
あいつ。
No, he's
最後まで
gone.
キザだったな。
Silence falls between us. It feels like the silence will last forever, but then...
けど、無駄になんかしない。アーチャーを失った以上、バーサーカーはここで倒す。
We didn't even see him much. Yeah, that's crazy. The sound of Tosuka punching her hand into her fist breaks the silence.
悔やむのはここまでよ。悩んでいる暇があったら行動するのが私の心情。ここまで来たら、あなたにも覚悟を決めてもらうからね。
I feel bad for being mean to him. No, I don't think you should be.
覚悟って何のだよ。
He went out the way that he did after all.
決まってるじゃない。イリアスフィール、バーサーカーを倒す覚悟よ。セイバーを連れてたらこの森からは出られないし、彼女を自然に回復させるにしたって時間がかかる。どのみちイリアに追いつかれるわ。わかる？私たち3人揃って森を出るにはバーサーカーを倒すしかない。それができなければ 私たちもアーチャーの後を追うだけよ。
まさかを倒すだって。
That monster? Defeat that invisible whirlwind of death? I can't imagine that being possible. If we fight, we die. Tozuka said, should understand that perfectly herself. Is her plan still to defeat him, even knowing that?
いや、違う。
What am I saying? Tozuka's not saying we can beat it. She's not so blindly optimistic.
ああ、そうか。
We're not going to beat him to win. I should have realized that from the very beginning.
倒すしかないんだな。
That's all there is to it. If we don't want to die here, we have to defeat that monster.
そういうことよ。けどそれほど絶望的な状況ってわけでもないわ。いくらバーサーカーだってアーチャーと戦った後なら何らかの傷を負っているはずよ。私だってとっておきの宝石を全部持ってきてるし、セイバーさえ回復すれば打開策の一つや二つは作り出せるわ。逆に言えばね、バーサーカーが傷を負っている今こそイリアスフィールを倒せる最大の機会だと思わない？
けど肝心のセイバーを回復させる方法があるのか。こんな場所じゃ満足な治療もできないんじゃ。
Archer died before we learned, like, his true name and his noble phantasm. He died. Like, even that stuff is secret. Wow.
ううん、セイバーの治療に場所は関係ないわ。セイバーは単に魔力切れで弱っているだけだもの。一定量の魔力さえ補充してあげれば、あとは以前通りの能力を発揮してくれる。
So, do we just need to feed her a jewel? Tozuka's explanation reminds me of late last night. She said that Saber's magical energy was mostly gone, which is why, to restore Saber's magical energy,
いい？セイバーを助けたいなら、セイバー自身に人を襲わせて魂を食べさせるしかない。なら答えは一つよ。レイジを使いなさい、エミヤ君。それで最悪の事態は避けられるわ。
I have 2 command spells left. I use one to make Saber attack people so she can devour their souls to replenish their magical energy. If Saber won't recover, we can't defeat Berserker. If we can't defeat the Berserker, then he'll kill us. But look at Saber where she lies. We're just letting her suffer at this point, but...
いや、トサカ。それでもセイバーに人を襲わせるのは反対だ。
ええ、今回は私も同意よ。これが他の場所だったらその提案をしたでしょうけどね。でもここはイリアスフィールの庭の中、人の魂なんかどこにもない。あの城の中にはバーサーカーとイリアスフィール以外の誰かがいるかもしれないけど、
So she just...
それを探しに行くのはミスミス七に赴くようなものよ。
So she agrees not to do it, but only because it's the practical, not because it's the wrong thing to do.
食べさせるためには外に出ないといけない。本末転倒になるってことか。
Tosaka nods. I'm relieved not to have to make Saber attack people, but then how are you supposed to replenish Saber's magical energy?
でもどうするんだトサカ。そもそも俺がセイバーに魔力を補充できないから困ってるんだよな。
方法はあるわよ。その昨日ってもう一昨日に説明したでしょ。サーバントに魔力を分け与える方法は共有の魔術とそれ以外にわずかな方法しかないって。あの時はまあこんな状況になるとは思わなかったから言わなかったんだけど。
Rin's gonna do it? I try to think back to our conversation that night. Now that she mentions it, she says something like,
まあ召喚時にセーバーとパスが通っているはずだからまだ方法があるかもしれないけど。
I think that's what Tosaka said.
思い出した。パスは通ってるから魔術以外の方法があるとかなんとか。
Right? Or did I get it wrong? At the time, I was shocked to learn that I had to make Saber attack people, So I might have misheard her.
遠坂、なんか方法があるのか？
まあね、私がサポートできる範囲で2つ。この状況だと荒っぽい方になるわ。
Magical ritual time.
い
Ooh.
い？セイバーの魔力不足は素人のパスが不完全だからよ。彼女を回復させるにはこのパスを完全な形に通し直すしかない。
確かにそうできれば一番なんだろうが、俺はパスの通し方なんてわからない。
Saber's summoning was messed up from the start. If I'd been able to make a connection to supply her with magical energy, we wouldn't be in this mess.
話自体は簡単よ。素人セイバーを共感状態にして霊的なパスをつなぎ直すだけ。契約破棄や最小間以外にパスを修復するためにはそれしかない。そのためにセイバーにシローの魔術回路を移植するの。
Transplant them. Transplant my magic circuits to Saber?
セイバーとシローのパスを新しくするには霊的に重要な器官を移植するしかないわ。サ
Spiritually
ーバント
important
とマスタ
organs.
ーが聖杯の力を借りているのなら、それに匹敵する強い結合を生み出さないとパスは通らない。
That reminds me of like back during the Repo collab, where it's like I think I was talking to Ian, was it? And then like now I pointed it out, but it's like how I was just like employing the solid snake technique of just repeating like the things that people say as a question during like the conversation. It's like, oh wait, it was like I really am doing that right now, aren't I? And it's just like, you were? Yeah, you typed that message in my chat. Like, you sent it. It's called mirroring. Yeah, it's kind of like to just show that you are like actually like listening, right? And it's like kind of like something along those lines. I typed that, huh? You did.
そのためにはマスターの魔術回路をサーバントに移植する。それくらいやらないとシローの力がセイバーには届かないから。
Me when at work. Magic circuits? Yeah, it's an active listening technique. Oh, strat. Ah. I did. He did. An indispensable mechanism for mages that uses Ode to activate mana. It's the core of a mage's existence, and without it, the magical energy that serves as the source of a mage's power can't be created. I did? You did. To a mage, the magic circuits are more important than life itself. They see them as the thing that gives their existence value.
サーバントの回路をマスターに移植するのは危険すぎるわ。
I did?
ゴース
You
トライ
did.
ナー。それも英霊の回路は死にゆく人の体に移しても強烈な拒絶反応しかもたらさない。
Alright, we can stop there. This is kind of like a stupid bit in the first place, so we don't need to keep it going.
そうなると残された手はシローの回路をセイバーに移植するしかないってこと。
I did, yeah.
でもそれは張り巡らされた神経を引きちぎられることと同じよ。そうなればその負担は
Entirely on the one offering the transplant. Ripping out nerves is the same as amputating fingers or even arms.
待ってください、リン。それはあまりにもシローに。
そうしないと誰も生き残ることはできない。あなたなら分かっているはずよ、セイバー。
He did not. Stupid bits are the best bits. They're fun, I will say. But it's like we're already in agreement that this is a stupid bit, but let's just do it anyway. Yeah, no, exactly. We established that he did. I go by as quietly as I can. I have to get my priorities straight. We don't have time for me to hesitate when what needs to be done is clear.
遠坂、それは成功するのか？
成功させるわ。でも成功させることはそのまま安全につながるわけじゃない。失敗させるつもりはさらさらないけど、成功すればシローの魔術回路はセイバーに奪われる。むしろ失敗した方がいいんじゃないかって思えるほどの喪失感と苦痛を生むでしょうね。
And it's being transferred to her. It's not like I'm making a copy, is it?
もし魔術回路を奪われれば、それはシローが
It would mean that my secondary nerve, my missing magic circuits, would be like a piece torn from my psyche. It would damage the spiritual body's integrity, creating a fatal flaw in me as a mage. I would never regain that missing piece for as long as I live. My hope of becoming a full-fledged mage from experience alone will die. Once I lose my foundation, my magic circuits, I will always be incomplete no matter what. I nod for my own sake. Is that all? I'd rather save Saber.
よしやろう遠坂。
早っ。決断が早いのはいいけど、本当にどういうことなのか分かってるの？
分かってる。遠坂教えてくれただろ。
分かってるわけないじゃない。いい？セイバーを救うために、私はシローに魔術師として死ねと言ってるようなものなのよ。
だから反論はないんだって。遠坂の考えた最上の計画だからうなずくんだ。もっと自分の計画に自信を持てよ遠坂。そんな風に慌てるとこっちが不安だ。それにそうしないとセイバーはバーサーカーと戦えないんだろ。
そうよ、そうだって言ってるじゃない。
だろ。それに俺たちには犠牲がないわけじゃない。あいつが稼いでくれた時間のためにも戦って勝たなきゃいけない。
I can just wish for new magic circuits on the Holy Grail though, right? So it'll be fine. His stance told me to go. I didn't like him, but if he was willing to risk his life to protect his master, Tosaka, I can't back out now.
いいわ。始めましょう、シロ。
Yeah, but wishing for new magic circuits would probably defeat or betray the themes of this game or the message at the end, you know?
セイバーもいいか。
Rusty's still not getting respect,
俺の魔
even
術
in
界
the
を移植
afterlife.
するってことなんだが。
はい。それがマスターの判断なら。
He died. I hear neither affirmation nor denial in her voice. But her eyes seem filled with regret. I guess Tosaka is going to prepare us for the transplant. I don't know the procedure, so I just have to leave it all to Tosaka.
まずはセイバーからね。シロを魔術回路をオンにしたまま、できるだけ心を乱さないように待機していて。
I close my eyes and switch over the artificial nerve in my body. Thanks to Tosaka's instructions, I've been able to turn my circuits on and off effortlessly. The red flower entangles the white flower. Tosaka climbs up to straddle Saber, who lies still. Then she begins to run her fingers freely along the curves of Saber's slender form.
待て遠坂。お前セイバーに何をする気だ。
何って、セイバーにもリラックスしてもらおうと思って。セイバーが力を抜いてくれないと成功率が下がっちゃうし。
Huh?
ああ、そういうことか。悪い。続けてくれ。
ええ、どうも。それじゃあ服を脱ぎましょうか、セイバー。
は？
いちいち驚かないの。脱ぐって言っても一部だけよ。魔術回路の移植は精神と体の融合よ。できるだけ接触を多くして遮蔽を少なくしなきゃいけないでしょ。
Everyone close your eyes. I think everyone listen to Mari. Tosaka is completely calm about this. The fact that there's no music makes this I think even more sticking out. Saber and I are the only two who are flustered about this as Tosaka begins undoing Saber's collar.
待ってください、リン。それでしたら自分ででき。
腕を上げるのも辛いくせに強がらないで。はあ、それともエミヤくん、マスターの責務としてセーバーを自分で脱がせたいとか。
Ren, please. No, it'd be worse if there was swanky background track. I want to call her a fool, but I snapped my mouth shut. All jokes aside, I'm not suited to a task like that. If I had to do it, I wouldn't be able to maintain my composure.
すまない。そっち任せた。
よろしい。そういうわけだから白も脱ぎなさい。は、上着脱ぐだけでいいから。下まで全部脱いだら殺すからね。
I can't tell if she's joking or being serious. It seems like I need to strip to connect with Saber now.
シロ、お願いです。しばらく背を向けていていただけないでしょうか。
わかった。準備ができたら言ってくれ。
Now is not the time, Area. I turned away and pulled the shirt I was wearing. I tried to distract myself and hide how nervous I am by folding the shirt up neatly, sleeves and all.
大丈夫セイバー。
はい。だいぶ楽になりましたが。
I need to calm down. I try to get my fear under control as I find myself dreading how painful and difficult the magic circuit transfer will be, and how it might fail. This is just a step along the path. Scientifically, it is because of high risk of danger. Oh. Sorry, I'm like drawing a blank on what that's referring to. I should be more worried about the fight with Berserker that comes after this.
いいわよ、シロ。
ああ。
Almost like Ikimen, you know? I forgot to breathe. I've seen her bare skin before, but I've never seen Saber like I'm seeing her now as she lies in bed. Oh, people get in the mood when in danger because of the need to pass genes. Oh, right, that is a thing, yeah. It must be all this tension in the air. It's not just me. Saber is acting weird too. She acted normal when I saw her bare skin before.
シロ、こっち。ここに上がってセイバーに覆いかぶさって。
It's like someone else is controlling my body. Saber is so handsome in Zero. I can't wait to see the animes and stuff like that. I'm walking towards the bed, but it doesn't seem real to me.
セイバー、同調までは私がやるわ。それからあとはあなたにお願いするけど、持っていきすぎないように注意して。少なければ少ないほどシローの負担は減るから。
わかりました。お願いします。リン。
I have no idea what they're saying. Right now, it's all I can do to breathe. We get even closer. We're so close our skin is almost touching. I feel Saber's weak breath on me. I support my weight on my hands. My body so close to hers.
変革準備。実質。棒が接続開始。
The chant begins. I try to focus my consciousness on what's happening, to clear my mind so I can sympathize with Saber.
小さく、小さく、小さく、小さく。
Lucky.
開始。
I only see Saber's face. She's already in a meditative state. I can't keep my eyes open forever. I reluctantly close my eyes.
大きく、大きく、大きく、大きく。
Is the sword going to appear from here?
愛の行動、連続閉鎖。
My senses begin to fade. It's the same floating sensation as when I create my magic circuit every night. The feeling of my ego, my mind, leaving my body. This time, though, is running in reverse. Normally, I feel that sensation coming from my back. But right now, my consciousness is escaping from my chest. The five senses are functions associated with the physical body. The moment my consciousness leaves my body, I lose my sense of hearing. But My ears are more sensitive to Saber's breathing. Her slow, steady breathing begins to speed up. I hear the heart pounding in my chest. Blood rushes through my veins. I leave the vessel known as Shiro Emiya and slide into her body. My consciousness sinks deeper into her. Myself swirls and converges, invading her as a solid crystal. Pulsing, hot breath. Our hearts, not our bodies, touch.
シロ
Okay, that last line is really important right now. It's really important. Her voice rings out like a bell. And in response, my essence escapes my physical body. The PlayStation 2 startup screen? Me at the office, how romantic. My senses are transformed. I have no hands, no legs, no self, but I continue on in this bare state. Time seems to flow backward. Instead of flying, I feel as if I'm being left behind. I accelerate. The body, persona, order, law. I become an arrow, shattering every barrier around me, destroying the boundaries that separate one person from another. Sparks race along the circuit. I freeze in the ecstasy of reaching the speed of light. Hold on. Because of Persona? No, we can't. I was like, whoa. Say a person's life flashes by in a single instant. The flashbacks are cruel. Every instant passes by in the blink of an eye. I can't look at it directly, so I find myself growing emotionally numb. So this is a mental journey. I'm reminded just how comforting our physical bodies, or anchors, can be. I visualize the foundation of Magecraft. The human operation is quantified. Hundreds of institutions, millions of joints form a circle. The endless complex patterns are in fact just a highway formed by a simple repetition. All heading into the vastness of this future. It's like a future of some kind, heading towards a darkened city of light. Here, in the present, my thoughts pass by at the speed of light. This is crazy. Eternity passes in an instant. I pass through the last boundary. I break through, and I'm beside her. I see a glimpse of Altria's magic circuits, not my own. So many, yeah. The changes are extreme. The speed and light of the world vanish all at once. Here it is, dark. Here it is, heavy. The pressure of it pushes against my bodiless form. The air is so thick I may as well be underwater. My body sinks, feeling only the agony of being clamped in a vice. The path is deep, and I can't see the bottom. I feel myself fall through the thick twilight, plummeting deeper into an even denser darkness. It seems impossible that, just a moment ago, I traveled 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Now, even going a single mile seems like it would be an arduous, eternal journey. I feel neither light nor hope. Are these really Saber's magic circuits? They're completely different from mine. The shape of the circuits, number of pathways, all that differs from person to person, but this is unlike anything else. This isn't a matter of scale or ability. Saber's magic circuits are fundamentally different than a mage's. The path rumbles. Every time it does, my tiny self nearly shatters. I don't know what Saber's magic circuits are like, but I can tell the sympathizing magecraft is functioning properly. This is not a failure. The dark, heavy pressure of this place doesn't seem like Saber, but it's not an impure place. It's brimming with life. The flowing air is blood and a swirl of magical energy. I realized I'd forgotten to breathe. I hadn't needed to. Sinking is painful, but it's not life-threatening. I look up into the darkness I've sunk into, but I seem to be past the point of no return. I can't see anything in this darkness. I'm submerging gradually, but the distance ahead is infinite. The air grows even heavier. My rate of descent slows yet again. I squint into the darkness. The seemingly endless road does have an end. I feel the heat of Saber's body. I feel her every breath, so close. The final destination. I reach the source of Saber's magic circuits, the center of her mental world. But what I see is beyond my capacity to understand. It's the core of a star. I reached the embodiment of some impossible, scorching heat breathing from the depths of the earth. The fiery red surface swirls, and then there's a splash like stagnant mud. At the bottom, there lurks their giant shadow. His fiery eyes fixed on the tiny intruder. Whether his master gave the intruder permission to enter or not, it is still a foreign invader. In the face of this core, my own consciousness is barely a mote of dust to disturb its function, or a piece of wood to feed its fire. I gulp, even though I have no throat to swallow with. I take in the entire scene. These are Saber's magic secrets. A heart beyond anything human, so different from ours, which we imagine as lines and circuits. This is a reactor core. If a mage's body is a machine for creating magical energy, then what I'm seeing now is an entire factory. But the core is inactive. The key that should activate the core, the spark of power to bring the whole thing to life, has been cut off. Despite the overwhelming ability this core has to produce massive amounts of magical energy, it lacks the initial charge to activate itself. It floats overhead, a stagnant sea of fuel. No matter how much undiluted magical energy fills this endless space, it is useless. It needs to ignite. Even a tiny spark could do the trick. So long as the pathway for magical energy is connected, the core will roar back to life. And to do that, something beyond human knowledge awakens. Pathways running over the lake of magical energy begin to swirl. Red air explodes up upwards in a raging pillar. Is this what it's like to stand in a thundercloud? So intense is the roar of the raging waves that I don't even properly hear it. In the same way something too massive can't be properly seen, the roar is its own kind of silence to me. What appears at the heart of that blazing core is the embodiment of every thread mankind carries in their hearts. Oh my god, a doggy! Not quite. It has been said, but the king is a red dragon that symbolizes Britain. Phantasmal blood runs in her human veins, the child of a sacred star. A dragon, a ruler, the symbol of so many phantasmal species, objects of both awe and fear. The pinnacle of all beasts, appearing at times as a demon, at times as a god. This is what lies in Saber's subconscious. Its otherworldly form suits the servants said to be the best. Dude needs a Snickers. He needs a lot more than a single Snicker. The cauldron opens. Vicious fangs are all I see. There can be no resistance. Humans, which pale to insignificance before this, could never defend against them. No human intelligence could even conceive of a way to escape. Oh. Must be famished. He devours his prey, which would normally seem as inconsequential as motes of dust with his bloodshot eyes. And I am at a complete loss of words. I wonder, why do we not eat living meals? It's obvious. We cannot bear to see our food alive. We prefer fresh food, but rarely do we eat anything alive, because we feel it's cruel for our food to suffer. In other words, killing the meat we consume before we eat it is our way of preserving its dignity. A scream of rage tears its way from my throat. I forget who I am and roar like a beast. I try to appeal to the beast. The hatred builds within me. My only resistance is bearing my emotions. I beg for mercy like a crucified sinner as I'm ground to meal. My consciousness grows hazy, muddled. Every purpose and meaning of my life falls away. Any hope of retaining my sanity is as long gone as creation itself. The pain, the pressure, they're far, far too much. And then, I came to see it only as a monster. Even once I'd learned of this hell, I believed I could endure it. The image of Saber, her head hanging low, comes back to me. I recall the meaning of this pain. That meaning draws me forward. It is a literal painful reminder of what I came here to do. I draw in a deep breath and let go of my resistance. It's not the dragon's fangs I should be fighting, but the pain twisting through me. I'm not here to run from the pain. I'm here to save her from pain. I'm here to save her pain, to live up to the trust she's placed in me time and again. And so, I'm here to give her the best thing that I, who has no hope of fighting, can give. The pain is indescribable. I can't reach out to my ground down consciousness. I hold my awareness like a blade, silently, as if I were asleep. Here, eternity is but an instant. As long as I can endure this pain, even for an instant, my consciousness will remain. Alright, then. I won't let myself feel an ounce of fear. I shall dedicate this pain to you, who will be the one to fight. Me during sleep paralysis. The pain instantly fades. The red dragon is gone, and my consciousness gradually floats back to the surface. Am I weightless because I lost something? As if I'm floating back up to the water's surface, I feel myself begin rising up above the reactor. Wait, there's something I want to check before... It's so warm. A dull, throbbing hum issues from the reactor as it burns with golden light. The elaborate magic circuits shine with a rainbow hue and begin their circulation. Wow, Mario is scary. Sleep paralysis will do that to anybody. The fire is lit. I may be okay, I hate how I read that. I may be an untrained amateur of a mage, but today I filled my role as our lord. I surrender my body to the wind and float upward. I catch a glimpse of a distant memory. A figure holding a sword, and a figure standing in the grassy field as it dances in the wind. Which one did I find reminiscent? I'm harmless. I feel sunlight on my eyelids and slowly open them. Dazed and confused, I check over my own body. My arms and legs are fine. Don't see any wounds. Maybe the pain faded the moment I was able to endure it. My physical wounds, and even the mental scars, seem to have been healed.
シロ
I hear a weak voice from under me. Huh? The feeling of her soft skin immediately makes me realize who's speaking, and the position we're in. Saber is lying on the bed with her blouse in disarray, but Tosaka is sleeping, cradling her knees to her chest. Tosaka may be fine, but Saber's been under me like this the whole time.
おはよう、セイバー。
はい。おはようございます、シロ。
We exchange awkward pleasantries. Saber slowly gets up and rearranges her blouse. Crap. We're so embarrassed we can't look each other in the eye.
もう起きられるようになったんだ、セイバー。
はい。魔力の供給を受けられるようになりましたので。
She seems to be back to her normal self. When I carried her here last night, she was so weak. It seemed like she might disappear in any moment. But the weakness is gone now.
そうか。よかった。成功したんだ、魔術回廊の移植は。
はい。ですからその服を着ていただけませんか、シロ。その格好のままだと私もなぜか話しづらい。
Look down on myself.
そうか、そうだよな、そうだった。
I hastily reach for my neatly folded shirt. That was nice of Tosaka to fold it up like that. Wait, no, I did that. Why did I fold it so tight? Oh, my director jump scared me just now? Yeah, no problem, Mari. Get back to work? No, I'm sure it's something else. I vividly recall last night's ritual. I connected with Saber, and Tosaka transplanted my magic circuits deep within Saber. Saber looks like she's back to normal, but what happened to me? Tosaka warned that my body and mind may not be able to handle the loss of magic circuits, but I don't feel much damage, nor any huge sense of loss. I was a little scared, but I checked out my magic circuits myself. The idea of seeing for myself just how much I've lost is terrifying, but we're heading into battle against Berserker. I need to understand my own condition. I don't know how to explain it. The overall function of my magic circuits feels sluggish, but there doesn't seem to be any obvious damage. I was chewed to pieces, but my magic circuits are still intact. Looks like I'll still be able to do my strengthening magecraft. Something else happened. Like during this surgery. Weird.
そうか、これって。
I assumed the magic circuits I rarely use were the ones Tosaka took. I only activate about 1 to 4 circuits when I do strengthening, since I can't do large-scale magecraft anyway. I've never fully activated all my circuits. Oh! So she transplanted the circuits I don't use to Saber.
シロ。
I've been working? No. I made no such accusations at least. I close my eyes to assess my situation. It seems this won't affect my strengthening magecraft. But this sluggishness, like I'm wading through water, is because my capacity for magecraft has decreased. In exchange though, I feel that I'm connected to something important deep inside myself. Nah, Aiden definitely agreed with me. Check the VOD. I can't tell exactly where it's coming from, but there's a faint line that connects me and Saber. I've gained something truly important in exchange for my lost circuits. I'll blindly believe the streamer? Yeah, thank you.
申し訳ありません、シロ。
Saber speaks up from somewhere behind me.
シローの回路を得る際に必要最小限にとどめるよう努力はしました。ですがその最低限の量ですら人から得るには多すぎた。もしやシローに消せない傷跡を残してしまったかと思うと謝罪の言葉も見当たりません。
I have a curse called ADHD that lets me work and be on stream chat at the same time. Is that how it works? Could have fooled me. What's wrong with sheep though? They're like all like nice and like fluffy.
これは私の不覚です。私が書くも力足らずでなければシローには。
そんなことはない。セイバーは謝らなくていいんだ。そもそもの原因は俺が魔力の供給をできないでいてセイバーに迷惑をかけていたからだろ。でもそれもこれで解決した。これからはちゃんと魔力の供給ができる。ああ、これで本当に胸を張ってセイバーのマスターだって口にできる。
ですがシロー、
俺の魔術回路のことは気にしなくていいよ。どうせ使わないものみたいだし、むしろない方がスッキリする。
Saber's expression remains clouded. Crap. I never know what to say at times like this. Saber's recovered, and I survived even after the loss of some of my magic circuits. Saber's magic circuits, the dream of light and wind and Saber in her youth. And on top of that, we spent the night touching, skin to skin. Calm down, calm down. That was a ritual for her survival. I need to calm my mind. If I don't focus, I can mess up during battle. The sleepy rhythm of Totsuka's breathing halts, and she grunts. Looks like Totsuka's awake too.
おはようございます、リン。
よう、トサカ。おはよう。
I see Totsuka's hair shift, then her head tilts up. She's not a morning person at all, and doesn't look her usual sharp self, at all.
サンキュー、トサカ。ちゃんと成功したぞ。
はい。私の魔力の補充はできました。ですがその代わりシローに。
いや、なくなったのは3割ぐらいだと思うから大丈夫。これくらいならなんとか。
3割ですか。なんとか最初にとどめたというのに、それでも3割とは。我がことながら、なんと強欲な。
強欲か。そうだな。腹ペコだったにしても、もう少し行儀よくしてほしかったな。
Totsuka joining us helps dispel the awkwardness between Saber and me. Now we're back to normal.
そう、じゃあいいわね。
Totsuka yawns and gets to her feet. It's almost time for the battle. Somewhere in that forest, Berserker and Iliasfield await. If we don't defeat that hurricane of death, everything we did last night was for nothing. The connection that was created between me and Saber, deep in our hearts. To protect what we created, we have to defeat the most powerful enemy of all. Interlude. Is this Archer's fight? The battle comes to an end. The two fought fiercely, and it ended with the disappearance of the Red Knight. Ooh. Now a shadow of his former glory, the reception room is in ruins. The floors are cracked and broken. Many of his walls have been knocked down. The stairs have collapsed, and broken marble is scattered across the floor. There's hardly a trace of the reception room's original form. Some might even say time itself has been stolen from this space. After such vast destruction, the scene bears no resemblance to what it was just 2 hours ago. A sculpture, well suited to such destruction, stands in the middle of it all. Standing over 2 meters tall, it bears the crude likeness of a man, as if roughly hacked out of stone. It hardly bears mentioning. This is Iliasfield's servant, Berserker. The giant doesn't move. Its entire body is splattered with red, with several holes torn through it. Not a single inch of the giant's body isn't wounded. 1. Both legs appear on the verge of collapse. 2. A massive gash on the neck. 3. Arms practically hanging off the elbows. 4. Something has pierced it from shoulder to groin. 5. Blood gushes from his chest. 6. His belly is torn open. Berserker is not moving. He will. It's clearly a corpse. The battle itself lasted less than an hour. The result? Unexpected. Berserker's master is beside herself. He's so scary, yeah. She should be picking off what remained of her prey, but instead, she just stands there, staring at the devastation.
信じられない。何だったのよ、あいつ。
Her voice is a low mumble now. The battle came as a humiliation to her. Her servant is the most powerful. Among all heroic spirits, only one or two could compete with Heracles, the most renowned hero of all time. And yet, some unknown archer defeated him. Yeah, who was that dude? The Red Knight fought on equal ground with Berserker, and in the end, even killed Berserker, which nobody else had even thought possible. And for that, he can never be forgiven. To Ilya, it is as if she's been stabbed in the heart by a passing insect. She prided herself on being the strongest master. For her to lose to the sword she should have so casually trampled must be unthinkable.
頭にくる。あんな奴に6回もやられるなんて手を抜いてたんじゃないでしょうね、バーサーカー。
The statue doesn't answer. There's neither the time nor the need to do so. Berserker stands still, focusing on healing himself. Even for him, this was an unusual battle. His noble phantasm nullifies any attack. So long as the attack is not at the highest possible class, it won't so much as scratch him. As such, he rarely sustains any wounds. In his own time, none could harm him after he attained greatness. But here, now, he's been hurt 6 times. Archer delivered 6 fatal blows. Each of his attacks was of a different sort. That is because even the strongest attacks won't work twice on Berserker. Strange as this battle was, the most truly bizarre part was, if Archer was a hero with so many different abilities, his identity should have been obvious. But even after his body was pulverized, Archer's identity remained a mystery. What was really surprising was how he carried himself in a way that seemed contradictory as a servant. A faint light flickers in the pupils of Berserker's eyes. Were Berserker a normal, rational servant, he would probably feel pretty bad about how this battle went. Whatever his identity might have been, Archer was a rare and formidable adversary. If only Berserker's sanity hadn't been taken from him, he would have fought to his heart's content, and maybe even enjoyed himself.
許さない。許さないんだから。よくもここまで私を侮辱してくれたわね。
Ilya's voice echoes in the shadowed hall. Whatever tiny embers of rationality might have been returning to him are immediately snuffed out by her voice. He's just Berserker now. His role is to overwhelm and annihilate his master's enemies.
傷は治ったの？バーサーカー。
Berserker doesn't need to answer. So long as the wound doesn't kill him, he'll heal in moments. But to completely recover from this would take him as much as 3 days.
そんなに待てない。もういいわ。今すぐあいつらを殺しに行くわよ。
The giant silently objects. It's almost instinctive. At least when it comes to a fight, Berserker has instincts similar to Saber's. He can certainly destroy his enemy easily enough. But if Saber has recovered enough that she can use her noble phantasm, that will be a different story. Berserker will not fall to a mere sacred sword, but there is always that small chance of something going wrong. His instincts tell him that he should be completely prepared for facing the servant.
何よ。 5つもあれば十分じゃない。あんな奴らゴッドハンドなんかなくたって敵じゃないもの。
9 lives, right?
それとも何、ここまで私たちをバカにした奴らを見逃してやるっていうの、バーサーカー。そうでしょ。誰一人として私の森からは逃がさないわ。うん、リンとセーバーはバーサーカーにあげるね。殺すなりもてあそぶなり好きにしていいわ。
Ilya hops down from the stairs. She walks through the rubble to the exit without a moment's concern for Berserker, bloodied as he is. But suddenly, she stops, as if remembering something.
さあ狩りを始めましょう、バーサーカー。だけどセイバーのマスターは簡単に殺しちゃダメだよ。シローには一番ひどい死に方をさせてあげるんだから。
Man. Ilya heads out of the castle, giggling happily. The sun is about to rise. Ilya knows the forest like the back of her hand. She won't have any trouble finding her prey, even if they try to hide. Her targets have only minutes to live. Who is Archer? Heracles? King Arthur? I don't know. And I don't know why, but I'm forced out of the ruins. Tosaka kicks me out, saying that girls have to make some adjustments and changing and stuff like that.
何言ってんだ。男だっていろいろある。
I think she favors Shiro. Does she? Feels like it's more the opposite direction. Turn in my paper and presentation. Please pray for me. Alright, manifesting at least a B- for you. Hopefully it's higher. Whatever the passing grade is that you need. Now lean against the walls like Grumble. I guess I sound like a sore loser, and that's exactly it. I remember, then I try to shake off my desires. I can't think about that right now. If I keep lingering on my memories with Saber, I'm a dead man. More than anything, it would be rude to Saber. I made contact with Saber to save her. I shouldn't have any other feelings for Saber. What a crock. It's such a pathetic excuse. Even I don't believe it. Can't forget what happened with Saber. But I need to, for now. Honestly, I don't have time to worry about that kind of stuff. Saber, please help Nai get the grade that is deserved. With your A+ luck. Please grant him your strength. I know her luck is just a B. It's Heracles that has the A+. Honestly, I don't have time to worry about that kind of stuff. Our concern right now is how to fight Berserker. Please, Saber.
そうだ。自分にできることをやらないと。あいつだって最後にそう言ってたじゃないか。
Also, give me kiss, Saber. I think back to Archer. I'm used to praying to Saber because my sibling is the #1 Saber fan. Ah, I see. I never warmed up to him, but every word he said stuck with me. I stare at a tree branch. There's only so much I can do. It may not be much help, but I'm going to do whatever I can as best as I can. For starters, I snap off a nearby tree branch. Then I try to find other straight branches.
シロー、終わったから入ってきて。
Tozaka's voice reaches me in my search. Rusty, we missed your annoying bud. Affectionate. I head back to the ruins carrying the branches I collected. Well, the only other problem is whether I can act anything approaching normal around Saber after looking into her heart, however briefly.
こちらです、シロ。リンから話があるそうです。
I guess I was worrying over nothing. Saber is her usual self. Unlike me, immature as I am, she's probably just approaching just pragmatically.
ああ、今行く。
Damn, I'm not going to let this get me down. I'm so dumb, being the only one blushing over this. So I'm going to do my best to keep my composure.
来たわね。それじゃあ作戦会議を始めるけど、会議って言っても口論し合う暇はないわ。バーサーカーを倒す方法も限られているし、とりあえず私の話を聞いてもらえる？
Saber and I nod.
作戦としては単純よ。
Congrats on becoming one with Saber, Shiro. Yeah, congrats.
まともな方
So
法じゃ
happy for
バ
you.
ーサーカーとは勝負にならない。勝つためには奇襲。仕掛けたのなら反撃させずに一撃で首を落とすのが絶対条件だと思う。
He's such a maiden, it's so cute. And then it's like Saber is his knight, so it makes sense too.
同
Knight
感
of
で
Shining
す。
Armor.
バーサーカーと打ち合ったところであれには致命傷を与えられません。倒すのならば打ち合いの外から消すべきでしょう。
打ち合いの外からって、バーサーカーが俺たちに気づく前に先回りして襲うってことか。そりゃあいつと正面から戦うのは無謀だけど、そっちの方はもっと無謀だ。あいつが奇襲なんてさせる玉か。
ええ、バーサーカーに気づかれずに近寄るなんて都合のいい作戦はやらないわよ。あっちにはイリアスフィールがいるんだもの。少なくともセイバーとシローの気配は簡単に感知されるわ。私は気配を隠せるから大丈夫だけど。
I don't understand the logic, but I get the sense Ilya can detect me and Saber. Tosaka's the only one who can conceal herself.
まさか奇襲をするのは遠坂だって言うんじゃないだろうな。
当然でしょ。一番に狙われてるのはシローなんだし、この中で一番動きやすいのは私だもの。
後ろからバッサリって、バーサーカーがそんな甘いわけないだろう。
そりゃそうよ。だからセイバーに隙を作ってもらうの。セイバー、体はどのくらい回復した？
通常戦闘ならば問題はありません。ですが宝具の使用は避けるべきです。今の魔力ではおそらく使った瞬間に体を維持できなくなる。たとえ使ったとしても純度は落ちていますから、バーサーカーを倒せるとは思えません。
ええ、それで十分よ。セイバーにはバーサーカーと打ち合ってもらうわ。もちろんシロも一緒で、私は隠れて様子を見る。イリアスフィールから見れば私はおまけみたいなものだし、いなければ二人を見捨てて逃げたとか思うんじゃないかしら。は
あ、それはまあ可能性はなくはありませんが。
Oh, excuse me.
可能性が低いならあげて。シローはイリアスフィールと仲がいいみたいだし、うまく話せば騙せるんじゃない？
Tosaka looks at me meaningfully.
反論はあるけど引き受けた。遠坂は逃げたって言えばイリアはまず信じるよ。あの子は人の言葉を疑わないと思う。
だとしても問題はあります。私がバーサーカーと対峙するのはいい。ですがシローに同じことはさせられません。シローではバーサーカーの一撃に耐えられない。
誰もシローに殴り合えなんて言ってないわ。シローはセイバーから離れて後方支援。セイバーだけじゃバーサーカーを押し切るのは難しいから、危なくなったら助けてあげて。
バカな。シローはリンのように魔術に長けてはいない。援護といっても何を。
You see these sticks?
それはシローが考えて。もっともバーサーカー相手だとマスターが介入する余裕なんてないわ。シローだけじゃなくて私だって手を出せばセイバーの足を引っ張るもの。それでも一人だって遊ばせる余裕はないの。シローが殺されればセイバーもおしまいっていうのは分かってるけど、ここはそうしてもらうわ。初めから賭け事みたいな戦いなんだから。
それはそうですが。
Saber makes a face and falls silent. Since Tozuka's gone quiet too, she must understand how reckless her proposal is. I can't blame them for being worried. The night I met Saber, the night Berserker attacked, the only thing I managed to use to defend her was my own body. There's a strong possibility that we're heading toward a repeat of what happened that night. So while it may be best for me to distance myself from the battlefield, I'm not going to do so unless they force me to.
分かってる。遠くからの援護は何とかしよう。
Was it really that much of a surprise?
離れたところからセイバーを援護すればいいんだろ。それなら何とかなると思う。
I grabbed the tree branches I gathered earlier as I said that. They're just the right length, and exactly the right kind of flexibility. This is the first time I've done this kind of strengthening, but I don't think I'm wrong in principle here. Basically, I just need to layer my strengthening until it turns into something substantial. Besides, he had something like this, so I can use it as a reference. On top of that, magical energy has been flowing through my body for a while now. All I have to do is repeat my usual process. I analyze its basic structure and change it. I analyze the material's composition and reinforce it. 2. Starting from the branch, my result should be his bow, but something's missing. I need to think of this from the standpoint of creation. I want to make something as close as possible to the real thing. I need to envision everything I can think about it, down to the smallest detail. I opened my eyes. The warped branch was the right shape, but something wasn't...
うわ、似ても見つかねえ。
It's ugly, distorted, and yet you can tell it will work fine as a bow. Yay, we love it when he uses his ring. Yeah! Finally creating, right? Now I just have to create an arrow following the same concept.
シロ、今の
ああ、シンジとの一件でなんとなくコツが分かった。遠坂も言ってただろ、力みすぎるなって。
そう、まあ手段ができたのはいいことだし、今はいいわ。話を戻すけど、とにかく2人にはバーサーカーと戦ってもらう。私はあらかじめ木に登って上から様子を観察してるから。で、セイバーがなんとかバーサーカーに隙を作ったら、死角である頭上からとっておきの宝石を使い切ってバーサーカーを串刺しにする。作戦としてはそれだけの単純なものだけど。
Tozuka turns her attention to us, checking whether we have any questions.
宝石というのは輪の魔術ですか？だとしても生半可な魔術ではバーサーカーの体には届きません。彼を傷つけるには最大純度の攻撃でなければならないのですから。
分かってる。要するに A 判定の攻撃でないとダメなんでしょ？
As she says this, Tozuka pulls several jewels from her pocket.
その宝石は
私が物心ついた時からために貯めた貯金みたいなものよ。これ一つで A 判定の大魔術を即座に発生させられる。10個あったんだけど。
そうか。
Sorry.
あの時の魔術ならば確かにバーサーカーは防げない。彼には私のような大魔力はありません。魔術であってもそれが A 判定ならば問題なく貫通する。
そういうことよ。本当は小出ししていこうと思ったけど悠長なことは言ってられないわ。バーサーカーには特別に2つか3つは叩き込んでやるんだから。
Tozuka puffs out her chest confidently. However...
おい、なんか半端にせこくないか、お前。
同感です。私が言えることではありませんが、せめて半分使い切るぐらいの気前の良さが必要だと思うのですが。
何よ、そんなの人の勝手でしょ。あなたたちね、私がどれほど苦労してここまで貯めたって思ってるのよ。
Saber and I protest silently. Tozuka's life depends on this operation too. We can't let ourselves fail just by she's being stingy.
わかったわよ。半分使えばいいんでしょ、使えば。 何よ、言ってみただけじゃない。私だってそれくらい分かってるんだから。とにかく作戦はそれだけよ。あとは私が隠れられて、シローがセイバーの援護をしやすい場所を探さなくちゃ。イリアスフィールが来る前にいい場所を見つけましょう。
Yeah, we can't stay in these ruins anymore. And like Tosaka said, we need to find a place where we can all lie and wait for Berserker. But before that... Oh. More Zoid gear. Did I say like that? Whoops. I guess between the two... Oh, excuse me. I am, like, worried about Saber. That's, like, where my heart is, like, taking me. No, you didn't? Man. I'm worried about Saber. I'm just delusional. Ah. I see. I wonder if Saber's really okay. She says she has no problems fighting, but wouldn't it be hard for her to go up against Berserker when she's so weak? Or, I suppose I'm more concerned about her noble phantasm.
使えばその瞬間に体を維持できなくなる。
That's what Saber said. That means Saber would disappear the instant she uses that attack.
セイバ
はい。何でしょうか、シロ。
ー。ああ、戦う前に一つ約束してくれないか。
When you're young, Saber makes more sense. When you grow up, you realize you're in.
ええ、それが私にできることならば構いませんが。
うん。そのさ、どんな状況になってもあの宝具は使わないでほしいんだ。
To each their own. Yeah.
地上であんなものを使ったら大事だし、それに
There's not too many bad choices though in this
セイバーが死ぬなんて
so
いうの
far.
は嫌だ。
ええ、分かっています。私も宝具を使う気はありません。今の魔力でバーサーカーを倒せるとは限りませんし、何より消えてしまっては聖杯を手に入れられない。
I'm still looking at Fujine like I don't want to fix her. Oh boy. My word is law actually. Overruled. No, not really. Law that only applies to you, Nai. The law of Nai. She's as direct as ever. It's a relief to hear.
よし、いつものセイバーだ。うんざりするほど冷静で安心した。
それはどういう意味でしょうか、シロ。
いや、大はないよ。いいから外に出よう。遠坂を待たせるとまた文句を言われるからな。
Whatever.
ミンはシロに文句を言うのが趣味のようですから。
And with that kind of weird observation, Saber turns to leave the ruins. But then, she trips on a chunk of rubble and stumbles forward. I quickly grab her hand from behind.
ほら、足元危ないぞ。散らかってるんだから気をつけないと。
Huh? Saber seems to be blushing.
セイバー、どうした？なんかあったのか？
いえ、そういうわけではないのですが、手を握られていると、その。
Saber's face turns a deep crimson. She must look like I did a few minutes ago. I find myself blushing too now. With her hand in mine, I suddenly remember the sensations I felt with Saber, and quickly pull my hand back. Some moe. The two of us stand rigidly, saying nothing.
外に出よう。早く行かないと時間がない。
そうですね。急ぎましょう、シロ。
We head out after that bit of awkwardness. Once we're outside, we'll never come back here. Look back towards the ruin for the last time, then turn back to the battlefield. We reach a clearing in the forest. The sun is rising and a white layer of morning mist blankets the forest. Compared to the much denser forest around us, this is a good vantage point.
登坂、ここ悪くないんじゃないのか。
そうね。条件はいくらかクリアしてるけど、見晴らしが良すぎるのがどうもね。これじゃあ私はともかくセイバーとシローの逃げ道がないもの。
うん。
Tosaka is such a perfectionist, if she's even considering escape routes.
他は渡りましょう。大丈夫。まだ時間はあるわ。
Tosaka returns to the forest. And this would have been with her. But Saber stands motionless, staring off into the distance.
セイバー、何してるのよ。早くしないとイリアスフィールに。
A chill runs up my spine. I can never forget this feeling. I can't see him or feel his presence, but the sudden weight of the air pressing down around me is definitely coming from him. Ilya's voice echoes from somewhere in the forest. Beyond the mist, from deeper in the forest, a dark figure approaches. I'm glad Sakura is currently safe at home with no more bad older brother to worry about. Yeah, she'll still cry for him being gone, you know, because that's just Sakura. But at least she won't have him as a brother anymore. Maybe it's because we're in a clearing with an open view of the sky, but it feels like Ilya is peeking down at us from up in the clouds.
やば、あいつもうシロを見つけたの？まずい、ここじゃ視界が広すぎる。何よこのスピード。これじゃ2分かからない。ちょっと何のんびりしてるのよ2人とも。ここじゃまずいって言ってるでしょ。早く場所を変えないと。
Tosaka grabs our hands, but it's too late.
いや、ここでいい、登坂。3人で戦えるだけでも僥倖なんだ。これ以上は求められない。
バカ、それがまずいんだってば。ここじゃ横幅がありすぎるの。セイバーだけじゃバーサーカーを止められないし、いくら離れてたってあんたも前に入っちゃうじゃない。
登坂が心配してくれてるのは分かってるけど、危険なのはみんな一緒だ。それにこうなっちゃ逃げ道なんかないんじゃないのか。
それはそうだけど。
セイバーもいいな。ここでバーサーカーを迎え撃つ。
Saber nods quietly.
分かったわよ。簡単にやられたら怒るからね。
Tosaka, apparently convinced, disappears into the mist. When she goes into action, she acts quietly, or quickly. She darts into the forest and then scrambles up a tree.
来るぞセイバー、準備はいいか。
あなたも戦いが始まったら決してここから前には出ないように。何があろうとバーサーカーをここには近づけさせません。
Mist wavers. Out of the morning fog, a dark shadow spreads across the clearing. A mad warrior, led by a pale girl, steps into view.
意外ね。てっきり最後まで逃げ回るとばかり思ってたのに。それとももう観念したの？お兄ちゃん。
Ilya is about 40 meters from me. We face each other from the opposite ends of the clearing.
セイバーは治ったんだ。そっか。だから逃げ回るのはやめにしたのね。欲しいな。そんなことで私に勝てると思うのは可愛いんだけど。残念ね。シロはここで死ぬんだもの。
Her giggles echo in the forest. Apparently that ticks her off. Saber, still standing beside me, is practically vibrating with animosity. She might launch herself forward at any moment.
もうつまんないな。ずいぶん無口になっちゃったのね。もしかして 殺されるのは怖いの？そんなのもったいないよ。今命乞いをすれば私も許してあげないこともないんだ
She's
から。
just a silly girl. It's okay, because once she's absolved of her bad influences like Berserker, she'll be fine. Tozaka's probably in position. She'll probably want to be as close to the center of the clearing as she can. There's a spot where the tree branches overlap. Should be sturdy enough to support her weight.
そう、あくまでそういう態度なんだ。ならもうおしゃべりはここまでだね。リンともども殺してあげ。待ちなさい。リンはどうしたの？シロ。
I have to give it to Berserker's master. She knows better than to overlook any details.
遠坂はここにはいない。あいつと俺たちはとうに別れた。
別行動を取ったの？そっか、セイバーを連れてるシロは足手まといだものね。リン一人ならもっと遠くに逃げられる。
そういうことだ。もうとっくに森を出てるだろう。今から追っても間に合わないぞ。
そうかしら。この森はアインツベルンの結界よ。誰が入ってきて誰が出ていったかぐらいはわかるんだから。あれから外に出た人間は一人もいない。リンはまだ森にいるわ。探し出すのはこの後でも十分よ。
That's a relief. If Ilya only detects who's going in and out of the forest, then she doesn't know where Tosaka is now. That, and she believed my story pretty easily. Ilya is a truly merciless master. But, is she too merciless to have a chance to start over?
イリア、戦う前にもう一度だけ聞くぞ。
A battlefield, huh? Yep.
マスターを辞めて、こんな戦いをやめることはできないのか？
できないよ。おじいさまの言いつけだもの。バーサーカーがいる限り、私はアインツベルンのマスターなの。イリアは他のマスターたちを殺して聖杯を持ち帰らなくちゃいけないんだから。それにもう一度だけ聞くのはこっちだよ。私はアインツベルンの当主だから、あんな言葉二度は言わないわ。けどシローが答え直すって言うんなら、ちゃんと聞いてあげてもいいんだよ。
She sounds almost hopeful. But as long as I have Saber with me, I can't agree to what she's asking.
答えは変わらない。俺はセイバーのマスターだ。お前がマスターを辞めないって言うんなら、バーサーカーを倒して辞めさせる。
I look at both Ilya and Berserker and say that. In that instant, the air in the clearing tenses with a sharp, snapping sound.
そう。なら、本気で殺してあげる。その思い上がりと一緒に、粉々に砕いてあげるわ、シロー。
Whoa! That's insane. What the heck is that? There's some sort of inscription appearing on Ilya's face. No, it's not just her face. There's a huge command spell covering her entire body, and I can even see it at this distance. So much more massive than the ones that we have.
遊びは終わりよ。蹴散らしなさい、ヘラクレス。
Ilias's voice is completely lifeless, and in response, the giant behind her howls. His roar shakes the earth. He screams and thrashes like he's lost his mind. His abilities grow even more powerful, like his body is swelling with deformed masses.
そんな理性を奪っていただけで凶暴化させていなかったというのか。
I'm not surprised Saber is shuddering. Even I, who can't gauge the warrior's strength, can tell I shouldn't be getting anywhere near that monster.
行け。近寄る者はみんな殺しちゃえ。バーサーカー。
The air explodes. The giant bellows a roar so different from his anguished wail, and leaps. A streak of silver surges forward in answer. Berserker lands in the middle of the clearing. The earth shakes. Saber intercepts Berserker as if stopping a falling meteor. It's like watching a mythical battle unfolding in front of me. In a forest shrouded by morning mist, two shadows clash relentlessly. Berserker is simply overwhelming. Oh my god, how fun. It's the Fatal Battle track? Fatal? Oh. Berserker swipes are like whirlwinds. It's not what strikes like waterfalls. Even Saber wouldn't survive a direct hit. But Saber deflects his every attack without faltering or hesitating. She swipes aside the barrage of strikes raining on her like a raging storm. To fail would mean being cut down on the spot. To Saber, each of the rapid blows seemed to strike with her opponent's full might. The clash of swords echoes around the clearing. Berserker has greater reach. Berserker is faster. Berserker has more stamina. All Saber can do is parry the titanic surges of wind from Berserker's swings to mitigate the sheer strength, all just to avoid being cut in half. Berserker is like a broken jackhammer. His blade spins in all directions, annihilating everything in his path. Just getting in reach could only be fatal. There would be no hope of escape. They get caught in that whirling blade and ground to dust. No normal human will have a chance against that. And if getting close can only mean death, then the only option is fleeing. But Saber steps into the whirlwind and doesn't retreat. She'll be shredded to pieces. Sword sparks off of her, slowly chipping her armor away. Standing in the middle of that vortex, she could be dead in a heartbeat. I only hold my breath. In ancient times, heroes who fought dragons and demonic beasts must have all been like this, like her. They know perfectly well how vast the gap in strength between them is. But they bet everything on a 1 in a million shot. A seemingly massive violence beyond anything humans are capable of. They just defended until a single opportunity presented itself. Many warriors died without ever seeing the miracle they were waiting for. That's exactly what this battle is. It's a glamorous, eye-catching battle, but it only ends one way, with Saber's defeat. Each blow chips away a little more at her. Berserker's roar shakes the ground. The sheer whirlwind of his frenzy churns up the atmosphere, and sends Saber flying as she tries to defend. Every time Berserker's attacks chip away a bit of Saber's armor, she's thrown to the ground, but instead of remaining down or on her knees, Saber charges right back at Berserker every time. But she's at her limit. Saber's breathing is labored, and her movements are visibly slowing. There won't be any opening. In a few moments, Berserker's titanic weapon will shatter Saber's sword. I grip the bow I made. I'm going to... Will that be good? And it didn't really matter. The moment Saber goes flying, I fire at Berserker. This won't hurt him, but should at least get his attention. The arrow hits Berserker squarely on the temple, but doesn't even leave a scratch. It can't even get his attention. Giant does not block the arrow. It doesn't even seem to care. Ilya's laugh echoes through the forest. I can't do anything. Saber's about to collapse right in front of me, but I can't do anything. I'm powerless. No matter what I do, I can't hurt Berserker, and I'm just distracting Saber. A slash. Saber sinks into the ground, all the way to her ankles, as she parries a massive blow. parrying blade is swift but heavy. The axe sword strikes down from overhead. The brutally powerful weapon raises Saber's armor as she dodges. Then tears up the earth itself. My jaw is clenched so hard my teeth could well shatter. Is there really nothing I can do? I can't protect Saber. I can't fight alongside her. There's nothing I can do. All I can do is...
ならば、せめてイメージしろ。お前にできることなど、所詮その程度でしかないのだから。
Archer says something like that.
外敵などいらぬ。お前にとって戦う相手とは、自身のイメージに他ならない。
Yeah. What was he saying again? It wasn't one of his typical snide remarks. What he said had weight and importance to it, and I needed to understand. Then again, probably everything he told me was a warning I shouldn't ignore. Saber goes flying. This time it's not because she leapt away to evade. Berserker hit her this time. That hurricane slash strikes Saber in the side. She stumbles. Coughing violently, she grips her weapon tighter and turns back toward the Berserker. Giant doesn't miss the opening Saber finally provides. My voice doesn't reach them. Shouting is useless, and trying to use the bow like Archer would be pointless. Don't I understand yet? What can I do? What should these hands of mine be doing? That's right. What do I need to save Saber? You need a sword. I can't use a bow. A spear won't pierce them. Having a weapon just like the enemies is no solution either. To go up against that giant. A sword to cut through a mountain of stone. An opulent sword, sharper than sharp, that will never dull. A king's sword, able to cut down enemies in a single blow. Like that golden sword I saw in my dream. A sword fit for her. My head hurts. I try to fight down my nausea, but never take my eyes off Saber. Strangely, the longer I watch Saber fall, the more this indescribable pain assaults me. Saber and Berserker seem to be moving in slow motion. I see a row of switches line up. Saber coughs, and for a brief second she arches in pain. Berserker smashes his axe sword down toward her with all his might. It's as if there's a row of nails in need of hammering down. It's like he's knocking down dominoes. The switch flips. The switch flips. What did I say? Berserker's axe sword cuts Saber down. She's going to die. The strike splits Saber in half at the waist, and pieces of her flesh go flying. The only thing that's gone flying is pieces of armor. Berserker's only split Saber's armor. Saber let herself open to bait Berserker into a single huge swing, and with every ounce of strength she has, she rushes at him. The black roar rips through the air. But he can't escape now. Saber's right in front of him. She shifts her grip on her sword and darts in closer, and swings with all her might. I don't believe this. Saber's attack hits home and the giant, which seems so immovable, flies back several meters. And then comes the true attack. She must attempt to release the attack from as close as possible. Tezuka jumps down from the branch above and throws her jewels at Berserker as she falls. Shards of ice rain on Berserker. Among those shards are 3 giant spear-shaped icicles, each packed with enough magical energy to blow an entire mansion to smithereens. Ilya, quiet until now, suddenly screams at her servant. She must have sensed the danger, but too late. The ice spears aren't falling. They're accelerating toward Berserker. You can't possibly dodge. One in a million opportunity. Saber's desperate attack perfectly coordinated with the ice bullet attacks. There's more than enough magical energy to kill Berserker. However, the axe sword slices through the air. Even as Saber drives him back, he switches to a single-handed grip on his axe sword and shatters all 3 ice spears. Blood splatters the clearing. Maybe it's his one-arm swing, but he fails to completely destroy the ice, and when it strikes, it severs one of Berserker's arms. That's not all. The ice freezes over Berserker's arms, completely restraining it. But it only got one arm. Saber cries out. It's a reasonable response. Berserker catches Tosuka with his good arm as she falls. No! Tosuka's face twists in pain. Berserker will have no trouble crushing Tosuka with his hand.
Tosuka!
I run. I don't care if I drag them down. It doesn't matter if I can't do anything. I'm not going to let Tosuka die. Saber must be too weak to even stand, but somehow she gets to her feet. Tosuka must be in agonizing pain, but she stretches a hand out as she hangs her head downward. And then... she grins wickedly. Everyone gasps. Saber, me, and even Berserker must have all frozen our tracks. One person can only have so many tricks up their sleeve. She knew this might happen, and she hadn't even bothered to tell us. Berserker squeezes harder around her. He's a heartbeat too late. Four bullets of pure light streak toward Berserker. 4 bullets. 4 gems. 4 rapid shots at the most extreme close range. It has to be enough to end the dark, mad warrior. Or rather, the attack perfectly, completely snuffs out his life. It must have blown Berserker's head clean off. The blood splatter even reaches me, 10 meters from where Berserker stands. There's kind of a lot more than blood in the mess, but I don't think she overdid it. Our opponent was a monster. Berserker would have crushed Tosuka if she hadn't blown his head off. Ew, blood. Okay, hang on, give me a quick second. We just need to like get something for family from earlier. Where is it? Here we go. And sand. Okay. We're all good. Oh yeah. Not all good, because I need to come back to here. There we go. I slow my frantic run. Tosuka is still in Berserker's grip, but the battle's over. Berserker's face is still hidden in a plume of smoke. From that singing sound, it must have been a hell of an explosion. I hear Tosuka's voice. She's looking at the smoke in disbelief. Hold on. Am I imagining things? Did Berserker's hand tighten on Tosuka? Tosuka's staring at the plume of smoke. It doesn't last long. The smoke starts to dissipate. And in the clearing air... Oh! Berserker's face, the face that should have been blown off his body, appears. Tozuka cowers under that evil demon's gaze, at a loss for words. Laughter fills the air. Ilya, who's remained at the far side of the clearing, laughs delightfully.
見直したわり。まさか一回だけでもバーサーカーを殺すなんてね。でも残念でした。バーサーカーはそれくらいじゃ消えないんだ。だってね、そいつは
Oh!
12回殺されなくちゃ死ねない体なんだから。
12 times, huh?
12回殺される。
She must have figured something out from what Ilya just told her. Tozuka looks aghast, her face twisting in regret.
そっか。神名が分かった時点で思い当たるべきだった。ヘラクレスって言ったらヒドラの弓なのに、持ってるのはただの岩だった。だからこいつの宝具は物じゃないんだ。英雄ヘラクレスのシンボルはその、そう、肉体そのものがヘラクレスの宝具なのよ。あなたも知っているでしょ、ヘラクレスの12の難行を。ギリシャの英雄ヘラクレスは己が罪を償うために12もの冒険を乗り越え、そのご褒美として不死になった。この意味、あなたならわかるでしょ。命のストック、蘇生魔術の重ねがけ。ええ、だからそいつは簡単には死ねないの。かつて自分が乗り越えた分の試練は生き延びてしまう神々にかけられた不死の呪い。それが私のバーサーカーの宝具、ゴッドハンドなんだから。
I love that game.
わかった？バーサーカーは今ので死んでしまったけど、あと5つの命があるの。欲しかったわね、リー。今のが5倍の宝石だったらバーサーカーは消えていたのに。
I can't hear Ilya's voice clearly. From the corner of my eye, I see Saber charging Berserker.
リン、逃げて。
Saber dashes over. Tozuka tries to pry open Berserker's fingers, but they won't budge. And then...
いいよ、バーサーカー。そいつ潰しちゃえ。
The burning eye glares at Tozuka. Tozuka screams. Berserker's enormous fingers dig into Tozuka, trying to rip out her insides. There's only one outcome. Tozuka's lifeless body being crushed to nothing. I run. I forget who I'm up against. I even forget where I am. My mind is completely burned out.
させるか。
Saber cuts towards Berserker. Her invisible sword swings at Berserker's defenseless arm, as it's like slicing through a radish. But it's no use. Saber's attack pings harmlessly off of Berserker's blade. Arm. His grip on Tozuka doesn't loosen. This movement must be agony for Saber. She swings her sword desperately, blood trickling from her mouth.
シロ。
She freezes the instant she sees me rushing at Berserker.
話しやがれ、てめえ。
I slap mindlessly at his back with my bow. The giant is unfazed. He doesn't consider me a threat. My fingers are getting numb. What the hell is he? If I'm the one going numb from hitting him.
逃げて、シロ。
Eh? I'll look up when I hear Saber. In that instant, I go flying through the air like a leaf. I hit the ground and tumble like a bit of stray garbage. Berserker smacked me away with that frozen sword. I try to block the attack with my bow, but it shatters instantly. I'm thrown so far away. I writhe in pain. That breaking sound hadn't come from the bow. One of my arms is bent at the wrong angle, in the wrong spot. When I breathe in, my lungs hurt so bad I want to puke them up. I can't breathe properly without the blood flooding my mouth. But that doesn't matter. Breathing will just make me pass out. Better that I not breathe. I wake up. Right now, I need to get him. Him. I run. It's my turn. I'm going to break his arm and save Tosaka. He must have eyes in the back of his head. He swings his sword casually, like he's batting aside a fly. I can dodge it. I won't let an arm that's completely frozen hit me so easily. Damn, my body's sinking. He must have raised my leg. Damn him. He didn't even touch my leg, but he somehow managed to break it anyway. I can't do that. I can't let Tosaka die. What do I need to do to save her? A weapon. A blade would be best. At my feet, broken pieces of the bow. Above me, Berserker's sword swinging right at me. There's no time to think. I let magical energy flow through me. The strengthening succeeds easily, but down comes Berserker's sword. The fragments are completely, finally pulverized. I meant to dodge, but instead my body slams to the ground. Clearly there was no point strengthening broken shards. I have to do this from scratch. It shouldn't be impossible. Anyone can imitate, as long as they have an example to follow. I just need to duplicate the foundation, structure, work experience, time, and... The giant turns around. I must have decided to kill the little nuisance before finishing Tosaka off. I push up from the ground and glare at the giant. There is no fear. I'm too burned out for fear. But behind me... I see someone prepared to disappear. I see someone determined to use the sacred sword. Don't use it. Yep! Wind peels back from the blade. The golden sword begins to reveal itself in Saber's hand. I told her not to use it. The sword I told her never to use, no matter what. I snap. The last thread that had been holding me together finally gives. My left hand burns. Command spell stroke disappears. Saber, no! I don't care. The hell with that. All I know is that if she uses it, she'll disappear. You're already on your last legs just from unleashing your sword. You can't use it right now. So just hold on. If you can't use your sword, I'll make one you can use.
現実でかなわない相手なら想像の中で勝て。自身が勝てないのなら勝てるものを幻想しろ。
It's so obvious. It's the only thing I can do. I have to make it. I have to make something that won't lose. I have to imagine the strongest weapon. I have to imagine the ultimate imitation. It has to fool everyone, even me. It shouldn't be that hard. It's not something impossible. Since the beginning, my body has been a specialized magic circuit for this purpose alone. I leap up. My entire body burns like it's on fire. My left hand is crimson. Surprise! Saber's voice rings with shocked disbelief. She's staring at the weapon in my hands, at the thing that shouldn't exist. The sword seems to have a will of its own. The golden blade moves as it is being drawn to the giant's arm. It slashes at him, tearing through the arm. Tozuka falls to the ground along with the arm that had been holding her. The golden sword shatters as if it had been made of glass. My blood begins to flow backward. It doesn't matter. The sword broke. That's impossible. If I imitated that sword, it shouldn't have shattered like that. It shattered because it wasn't sufficient. My image of the sword wasn't enough. Berserker's furious gaze turns toward me. His massive sword swings up at me. This time, he's determined to cut me in half. It doesn't matter. Berserker, you're not my enemy right now. I'm only fighting against one person right now. The last one wasn't perfect. My image of it was flawed, so the sword that should have been invisible broke. If I'm to duplicate things, I need to work on not just their shape, but also their maker. I hear the others holding their breath. In front of me, I see the axe sword rushing towards me like an oncoming storm, and a half-formed sword ready to block it. In desperation, I try to use the sword to block the incoming blade. But that doesn't matter to me. Right now I need to finish this blade to make it real. Another mistake. You're not fit for fighting, Shiro Emiya. Your battle is supposed to be a mental one, a fight against your own self. You don't have to remind me. What I need to do is simple. I concentrate. I'm challenging my own self. There can be neither deviation nor compromise. Wow, still going? This is only the second in-game day. I wanted to end when it was over, but it's a really long day. Determining creation ideology. Anticipating base essence. Duplicating material structure. Wow, it's like real life. I know, right? But thankfully I did have like a snack, like in the middle, so I still have the energy to keep going too. Replicating the forger's skill. Resonating with the possessor's experience. Imitating the uncountable years. And surpassing every manufacturing technique. Illusion shall bind with reality to forge a sword. He made two! The giant roars. My sword deflects the countless gusts assailing me from the enemy's furious attacks. But that's about it. I'm knocked away from him. The moment I come to, the sword leaves everything to me. The attacks I blocked so easily a moment ago now toss me around effortlessly. I can't feel my arms. The skin of my wrist is blistered and red. Surprised I can even keep my grip on the sword. My legs do not work. I can only imagine every muscle shredded to ribbons. I can't get up. I made a sword that surpasses Berserker. But that's all. I'm just the one who made it. I can't wield the sword I worked so hard to make. A shadow looms over me. He must know who he has to kill first now. A Rusher Ray and Berserker rushes after me like a gust of wind. His enormous sword swings towards me. But it's deflected. In complete disbelief, I realize another hand is closed around my own. The air splits around me. The giant attacks with all his might, trying to destroy everything around him. But right before that happens, she's so close, and I hear her voice over the din. The Berserker is a Stormfront coming to attack me. Saber is a gale rushing to my side. Saber sprints over to me and twists around, gripping me firmly. It's just like Xenoblade 2. The rock sword shatters. The golden flash explodes through the giant's axe sword and continues ahead, slicing the berserker's rock-like body without slowing. Maybe I copied the form so well that I copied some of his abilities too. The golden sword lodges deep in Berserker's body, and glows so brilliantly that light pours from the giant's body. And then in an instant, the light fades and the forest falls silent. Teamwork, yeah! All the strength flees my limbs. The heat that had been surging through me rapidly cools. The sword I made begins to disappear. I watch it vacantly. Saber and I remain together, holding the sword in our hands until it's disappeared completely. Wind sweeps through the clearing. The earth-shaking howl and the blade that had churned up this very air are gone. Oh. The previously invincible giant, now immobile, looks to the knight who defeated him and speaks in a low, rumbling voice. Caliburn!
王を選定する岩の剣。永遠に失われた私の剣。ですが。
今のは貴様の剣ではなかろう。それはその男が作り上げた幻想に過ぎ。
Wow, Hercules, your Japanese is so good. Saber nods quietly.
所詮は長いもの。二度とは存在せぬ剣だ。だが、しかし。
Berserker's chest opens up. He begins to dissolve. His body begins to crumble like wet sand, beginning where the sword pierced him and rapidly expanding outward.
その幻想も侮れぬ。よもやただの一撃でこの身を7度滅ぼすとはな。
7 times over. His dying words are spoken without emotion. The mad warrior keeps to his role until his very end, and fades away in a dispersing haze in the misty morning air. Dizziness rocks me where I stand. This is probably the price for such excessive use of magecraft. The blood that rages through me is putting pressure on my brain, sending far too much oxygen out to the rest of my body. My head feels like it could split open. The enemy has disappeared, and whatever was numbing the pain earlier has faded. As if to make me pay the accumulated toll of this incredible battle. The dizziness and the headache crash into me like twin meteors.
Shiro.
I'm about to collapse, but Saber supports me. Saber shouldn't have the energy for that either at this point.
いや、大丈夫だ。ところどころ骨が折れてるけど、命には別状はない。例の自然治癒も働いてるし、なんとかなる。
He's got that Wolverine healing factor.
何を言うのです。あれだけの投影魔術を使ったのですから、今は休息を取らないと。
いや、けど。
There's someone I have to talk to first.
イリアスフィール。
Saber stands ready. Ilya stares at where Berserker had been standing, her eyes hollow.
ちょうどいい。何のつもりかは知りませんが、追う手間が省けました。潔く、ここで。
ダメだ、セイバー！イリアには手を出さないでくれ。バーサーカーがいなくなったんなら、イリアは。
I stop Saber with the last remaining strength I have. Ilya doesn't even seem to notice we're here. She just stares at the ground.
嘘。まさか死んじゃったの？
She sounds like an abandoned child.
イリア。
Ilya lifts her head absent-mindedly. It happens suddenly. Ilya collapses like a puppet with his strings cut. I don't know what happened. I just stare at Ilya where she lies. and at almost the same moment, Tosuka raises her hand. She's freed, now that Berserker's arm disappeared. Maybe. I must have loosened up the moment I learned Tosuka was safe. My vision blurs and I can feel my body trying to pass out. I can't show that kind of weakness. We may have defeated Berserker, but we're still in the forest. Weary as we are, we have to force ourselves to get out of the forest. I look up at the sky as it begins to lighten. The town is a long way away. All my allies are wounded, and every single inch of me hurts. And yet morning has come. We survived the night I was prepared not to. After defeating our greatest enemy, we leave the winter forest. So without Archer killing him like 6 times over, like on his own already, like even our projected like Caliburn wouldn't have been enough on his own to kill Berserker. Jeez. And then after it killed him like the first time, quote unquote, it wouldn't work again after that. They would have died. Yeah. Oh my god. Alright. Pouring one out for the homie later. Yeah, you can see it here, by the way. I'm not gonna like continue into the next day, but yan. But yeah. So this is where we started on day 10. It is day 12. And it's only been 6 hours just to get here. Versus it being like 4 days, I think, in total. The last time that we played. Jesus Christ. Pouring one out for the homie later. I have a Dr. Pepper. Ah, I see. The red boy gets the red drink. It makes sense. Yeah. Funnily enough, we ended around the same time that we did last time too. Just like a little past 2 minutes from before. A lot has happened in 2 days. Yeah, no, for sure. Alrighty. Time to end it. Oh, we have like, oh, look at that! Caliburn! The golden sword of assured victory. But we don't know, like, these, like, the names of these weapons yet, do we? Yeah, I'm gonna have to read, like, all the Saber stuff next time. Yeah, now that we know, like, everything about her, just about. Yeah, so she has Excalibur and then Caliburn. Wow, Marathon. No. Wrong game. Where this is Fate Stay Night. But yeah, no. After this is a good place to end it. Ooh, because I feel like I can feel it in my voice again. It's getting pretty tired. Here we go. Yeah. Oh, but like Mario said, a lot happened in just like these 2 days. Holy crap. But we did it! We took out 2 bastards, across both days. And then so that just leaves, well actually that's 3 masters out of the race now, because Tosuka isn't one anymore, right? So that's, Shinji, Tosuka, and then now Ilya, that are both like out of the Holy Grail War. So that just leaves, Lancer, surprisingly. He showed up, he was the first one that showed up, but he's still around. So Lancer's master is around, same with Assassin. Of course Saber is still around. And then Caster. Like, those are the only ones left. And we haven't seen anything about Caster yet at all. That's so crazy. Rusty died, yeah. His breast will be remembered across all of us today here in chat. Yeah. Though, even though he showed us his back, like in his final moments, like most importantly, you know? But yeah. Whew. Alrighty. Well, time to call it here for today. So, thank you guys so much for stopping by. Ufotable made him so ripped. Oh, really? That's gonna be interesting to look at, like once we get to the anime. But yeah, thank you guys so much for today. Tomorrow will be the last stream for the week for me, and then after that, will hopefully just be a prep work for like the birthday karaoke, and then just like some normal streams next week too. So yeah. The anime is just constant Archer fan service, really. Yeah, thank you for the stream. Yeah, thank you to all the lurkers, VOD watchers, and everybody else who just stopped by today. Yeah. Night. Happy Easter if I miss you tomorrow. Yeah, you too. Same to everybody else here too, if you don't stop by tomorrow. Yeah. Alrighty. Time to rest and then prepare dinner for tonight. So, with all that being said, have a good evening. Bye!